Ikaw na pala masabay.
Wait, check. Pausa dito ang atong mic, sila. Talagang dyan po.
At sila mo yung ipakustgan ng
Visayas, original hunter.
Ilan ang gusto mo? Ay, meron ka po? 34 na siya. Nanak Baudi.
Ayun, doon na yun nila.
Nanak Baudi.
Oo, ito niya.
Asa po ba tayo doon? Asa ka tayo doon? I'm sure. Okay. With music to sir?
No, music is there. Yun, hina yung music ako, no? Hindi yung mobile way na kuha dyan. Kaya kung ang guli mo sa pag-record ako, hina na music, no? Hindi siguro mandito. Hindi ba, pwede yung mobile way sa kuha? Sa YouTube,
Hindi ka sir?
kaya makakita na itong kuha. Hindi yung mobile way. Hindi siya mali sa mobile way. Balik kong email din niya. Abalik pa ito. O yung music siya, no?
Ba sir?
Hindi na ito setting siya.
Oo.
Pwede, kasama na natin siguro eh.
Sana na sir?
Kasama na.
Sana lang oh.
Wala na siya. Hindi, tukang niya pa na. Hindi mo na gusto. Ang kasama na.
Huwag mag-insulт sir.
Nanay ka, sa'yo ko. Wala pilipang pera. Kasama na ka pala ka. Sige. Wala music. Okay. Yang meeting. Ilan mo lang iwan sa piling. Oh yeah. YouTube lagi yung YouTube. Divert siya. Divert. Kita wala sa YouTube. Kita. Kita ko yung kung sound ng buwan kita.
Sir, sir. Email tayo sir.
Email ni?
Sabi.
Ang galugan. Boleh berhasil tuh? Semangat. Mangga na sila.
Espaço tudo mais para mim,
Eu faço o pedido igual, eu assistente.
Lah, itu.
Huwag na lang, bago na lang. Agaling pa na, huwag na lang. Pag na-record na, huwag tao pa rin. Magkala na, sige, kung may
Ang pangalan niyo po.
Tukod yun, ma'am. Tukod yun.
Pwede ka nang makita sa nako ka na sa screen ba ang sa insay ko ang tawag para palitan. Makita na ko niyo ba sa kung bakit
Ako may control mo din. May control niya. Pwede naman ako mapag-English.
kanang para mo makuha na ba makaadlit-adlit ko sa akong mga kuha, pwede na sa mabasa, mga kuha, kanang para sa atong nagkahapon na. While waiting ba, makuha niya, ma'am, pa-shout out din sa kung ano, at sila ko, ma'am, ano siya?
Alam mo din. Dito sila kapuan.
Ha?
Kanila mga dignitaries o ano ba. Kaya kanila, disod mo gumagay ang chatbox one tayo ng wabigitag pang scroll up o tagpota o ganang
Ay, at least ka na kung palalitan lang ba, nala ko kung ano ba may,
tanawa to, so yan to niya o madana to ate.
ano, pero masakit, program, anong program?
Kanila ng mga dignitaries ito matangin na mga panelis man sila nagbabong. Panalaya ko mga babulisyon kaya ito itambang.
Oo niya, ina, di man ako makuhaan mo, tagay na po mga kinsa nung
Si
nakakita.
John Bernardo may vista naman sa Gapos sige. Take update nga nanood.
Sound check, sound check, sound.
Ano ba ito?
Hey, sound check. Check. Hey, 1, 2, sound. Check. Hey.
Sound check, 1, 2, sound. Test, 1, 2, sound. Sound.
Sir Bry, pwede ko mangayo og mga pangalan sa bukat sa ribbon.
Hey, test, sound. Hey, kailang mic. Hey, wala pa sir, babot. Hey, sound, check. Hey, sound. Hey, sound. Ano to yung program? Kanibar ba? Drumline Queen. Hey, sound. Hey. Okay, ma'am, Nana.
Sound check. Sound.
Hey.
Names lang please.
Check. Hey. Check.
test. Test. Test, test. 1, 2, 3, test. Test. Test, test. Mic test. 1, 2, 3. Hello, mic test. Test, mic test.
Three.
Sound check.
Three. Two. Three. Two.
Ako ba nung story at time na tayo?
Sound check. Ano mo? Klaro ra kung tingong bisag ng masko. Kuan lang. Ina ko mag-announce. Good morning, everyone. I would like to announce that in 5 minutes, we will start with our program. I say again, in 5 minutes, we will start with our program. So those who have not logged in yet, kindly please do so because we will start in 5 minutes. And our timer will start in a while. Shall we start the timer, sir? For 5 minutes? Sound. Sound check. Sound. Sound check. 1, 2, sound. Sound. Sound check. 1, 2, sound. 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 Sound check. 1, 2, sound.
Yo ginger mau pakai
Hello, Eastern and Central Visayas. Hello, virtual world. Maayong buntag, maupay na aga ha ato na tanan. Magandang umaga and good morning to all our bright and electrifying engineers. Today, September 17, 2021, and welcome to our 20th Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers Eastern and Central Visayas Regional Conference. So let us all, before we start, let us all be reminded of our virtual protocols. Our general house rules. If using laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for a meeting. Be on mute all the time. Maximize the use of chat box as well as other tools made available by the system whenever you want your video to be heard. Make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. We want to capture every moment with you, and we will have a screenshot after every technical session until the very end. This serves as proof of your attendance as required by the PRC.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, that was our virtual opening. So, see you online. Hi, good morning guys. Nakita ra ko? Mukha na ako para makita sa dili kong matabunan sa podium. Hi, good morning. Mayong buntag sa tanan, maupay na aga na hato na tanan. So, to move on, we'll be having our grand launching and ribbon cutting for our virtual exhibit. I would like to request our regional governor, Engineer Felipe Nilyama, sir, and our president of IAE Cebu chapter, Engineer Mario C. Tabanyag, to do the honor of cutting the ribbon. Also, our sponsors. I would also like to request our sponsors. Are we all set? Okay, let's cut the ribbon in 3. In 3, 2, 1. Please cut it. Thank you, and congratulations to all of us. Thank you, sir, engineers, and to our guests. Thank you very much. I'll see you in a while. So that was our grand launching. Yesterday we had a pre-launching, so our virtual exhibit is now formally open.
Our chapter officers.
Okay, so moving on. Let us all welcome our officers and board of directors for their processional march.
Our chapter officers. Engineer Roberto A. Cabarrobias, Vice President, Internal Affairs. Engineer Alan T. Alves, Vice President, External Affairs. Engineer Luel B. Ratilla, Vice President, Technical Affairs. Engineer Eugene E. Araco, Secretary. Engineer Magdaleno E. Baclay Jr., Treasurer. Engineer Russell Ian C. Paraguso, Auditor. Engineer Ronmar B. Gonzalez, Board of Directors. Engineer Oscar A. Alicaway, Board of Directors. Engineer Alberto F. Magallaon, Board of Directors. Engineer Machas A. Tabasa III, Board of Directors. Engineer Mark Anthony M. Punan, immediate former President. Our chapter committee members. Engineer Aulito C. Baldonado Jr., Vice Chairman of Membership, Chapter Development and Team Mentoring Committee. Engineer Jaime D. Magsayo, Chairman of CPD Committee. Engineer Ruel N. Militar, Chairman of REB Affairs, Vice Chairman of Education, Student Affairs Committee. Engineer General P. Novicio, Chairman of Ways and Means Committee. Engineer Brian A. Pasilan, Technical Consultant and Advisor. Engineer Erwin J. Salvador, Chairman of Scholarship and Professional Practice Committee. Engineer Felicito S. Usol, Vice Chairman of Public or Government Sector Committee. Engineer Romil D. Luna, Vice Chairman of Professional Training and Development Committee. Engineer Ricardo P. Gititulan, Vice Chairman of PEC and Standard Committee. Mr. Benchley A. Cabadia, Chairman, Council of the Chapter Student, Vice Chairman of Scholarship Committee. Our Eastern and Central Visayas Chapter Presidents. Engineer Cesar Fernandez, President, North Cebu Chapter. Engineer Giovanni P. Pabualan, President, Mactan Chapter. Engineer Henry T. Vega, President, West Cebu Chapter. Engineer Vicente T. Okniha Jr., President, Bohol Chapter. Engineer Dexter V. Humawas, President, Ormoc Chapter. Engineer Chito Sandino, President, Isabel Leyte Chapter. Engineer Paul Tan, President, Leyte Samar Chapter. Engineer Nilo Istopa, President, Samar Chapter. Engineer Jaime S. Tan, President, Negros Oriental Chapter. Our Board of Electrical Engineering. Honorable Francis B. Mapili, Chairman, Board of Electrical Engineering. Honorable Hani V. Mendoza, Member, Board of Electrical Engineering. Our National Officers. Engineer Alan Anthony P. Alvarez, National President. Engineer Lyndon R. Bagui, National Vice President of Internal Affairs. Engineer Roland P. Vasquez, National Vice President of External Affairs. Engineer Feliciano P. Padua III, National Vice President, Technical Affairs. Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., National Secretary. Engineer Esperanza Agrao Collado, National Treasurer. Engineer Eusebio A. Gonzalez, National Auditor. Engineer Rodrigo T. Picolera, immediate former President. Our Board of Governors. Engineer Jaime V. Locas Jr., Regional Governor of Northern Luzon. Engineer Woody G. Erama, Regional Governor of Central Luzon. Engineer Alwin A. Wagan, Regional Governor of Metro Manila. Engineer Jeffrey P. Danjotco, Regional Governor of Southern Luzon. Engineer Joselito S. Orticio, Regional Governor, Bicol. Engineer Nonilo E. Nacion, Regional Governor, Western Visayas. Engineer Sandro R. Villarosa, Regional Governor, Northern Mindanao. Engineer Arislav Giani, Regional Governor, Southern Mindanao. Engineer Christian J. Maligo, Regional Governor, Western Mindanao. Engineer Orlando P. Villapanya Jr., Regional Governor, Faro. Our keynote speaker, Honorable Francis B. Mapili, Chairman, Board of Electrical Engineering. Engineer Raul C. Lucero, President and Chief Operating Officer at Visayan Electric Company. Our guest speaker, Engineer Alan Anthony P. Alvarez, National President. Our host governor, Engineer Felipe C. Niyama, Regional Governor, Eastern and Central Visayas. Our host president, Engineer Marlene C. Cabanyan.
Isang awit ng Pilipinas.
We are one in IIE mission and vision, instilling excellence in electrical profession. Heavy Power Lamy Professional Association, making innovative contributions to our nation.
webinars and webinars for members near or far. Whatever you do with electricity, always think of electrical safety. For discipline protects life and property. And safety starts with you and me. Our profession is amazing. Don't underestimate the learning required for proper understanding. Design analysis, troubleshooting. Whether residential, commercial, industrial. We prepare plans, diagrams, and bill of material. We'll take for granted skill and knowledge. 'Cause from the rest that's our permanent desk. You're a brother or a sister, loved by your very own chapter. Don't regret the vocation you've chosen. As an electrical practitioner, by God you're chosen. Our profession is amazing. Don't underestimate the learning required for proper understanding. Design analysis, troubleshooting. If you're down and looking for mentoring, don't drop by and start asking how to improve in your profession and find success in your vocation. Our profession is amazing. Don't underestimate the learning required for proper understanding. Design analysis, troubleshooting. Our profession is amazing. Don't underestimate the learning required for proper understanding. Design analysis, troubleshooting.
Thank you very much, sir. You will now take your seats. Taas-taas gitong baruga. Okay, so to recount our mission and vision of IIEE, let me request the treasurer of IIEE Cebu chapter, Engineer Magdaleno Baclay Jr.
Thank you. Okay. The IIA mission and vision: to enhance the competencies of electrical practitioners, to make positive contribution towards new trends and technologies, to be an authority of electrical engineering services that results to safe, reliable, and efficient systems, to consistently deliver high-quality products and services duly recognized by international organizations and institutions, to promote awareness on the use of environmentally friendly electrical products, services, and resources, as well as active participation on disaster preparedness and recovery programs. Vision: to be the leading electrical professional organization globally.
Thank you very much, Engineer June Baclay, sir, for that IAEE mission and vision. Okay, so to formally start our program this morning, let me call in the IIEE Eastern and Central Visayas Regional Governor, Engineer Felipe C. Nilyama. Round of applause, please.
By the virtue vested in me by the Constitution of the Institute of Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, as the Regional Governor of Eastern and Central Visayas Region, I hereby declare that this virtual 20th IIEE Eastern and Central Visayas Regional Conference officially open.
Yay! A round of applause. Thank you very much, Engineer Nilyama. To welcome us all in today's program and maybe give a quick peek of this virtual activity, let us hear it from the President of IIE Cebu Chapter, Engineer Mario Tabanyag, Professional Electrical Engineer.
Hello, good morning. In behalf of the 2021 officers and members of the Board of Directors of IIEE Cebu Chapter, it is with great pleasure and honor to welcome all the guests, participants, sponsors, electrical practitioners, and benefactors of this conference. We in IIEE Cebu Chapter, we are proud to have an Eastern and Central Visayas Regional Conference, even a pandemic situation. The regional conference, guided by a theme, Got One at 46, transcending the challenges in the new normal by embracing resiliency and complementarity, and aims to update continue the professional development of the membership as well as strengthening the relationships among fellow electrical practitioners. Relevant issues and topics concerning electrical engineering laws and in the electrical power industry as well as the new technology will be discussed by different experts. I congratulate each and everyone who work hand in hand to make the conference possible. I would also take this opportunity to thank all the delegates, exhibitors, and sponsors who have one way or the other help in making this occasion a big success. Congratulations, welcome, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Mario. Okay, so aside from our participants and our sponsors who are here with us this morning, let me acknowledge first our sponsors. Sir Hill Dumadag of Phelps Dodge, together with Sir Mark Salvador Resma, also from Phelps Dodge. Good morning, sir. And Sir Donato Macaraeg of United Electrical Specialists Incorporated. Good morning, sir, and welcome to IIEE Cebu Chapter Office. Okay. As I have said, this conference would not be possible without the help of our participants and also our sponsors. So, again, we would also like to acknowledge our delegates, guests, and dignitaries. And to do so, let me call in Engineer Eugene Arco. A round of applause, please.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's session. I'd like to acknowledge and thank our 375 delegates. Sorry for that one, ha? Okay, may ubo kasi ako ngayon. 375 delegates from different parts of our country and some are from the abroad for attending our annual event, Eastern and Central Visayas Regional Conference. On behalf of our sponsors, Panasonic, Dodge Philippines Energy Product Corporation, Dungay Enterprise and Panel Board Fabrication. United Electrical Specialists Incorporated, American Wire and Cables Corporation Incorporated, Reels Huawei Digital Power, Nodal Electric Trade and Trust Services, Gold Sponsor, 3M, our silver sponsors, Panasonic Manufacturing Philippines Corporation, Prisma Electrical Controls Corporation, Silver Exponent Controls and Electrical Corporation. I'd like to express our sincere gratitude for your generosity to our chapter. We really appreciate it. And also to our dignitaries, our Board of Electrical Engineering, Honorable Francis V. Mapili, Chairman, and Honorable Jaime V. Mendoza, Member. And I would like to acknowledge our national officers, Engineer Alan Anthony P. Alvarez, National President, Engineer Lyndon R. Bagui, Vice President, Internal Affairs, Engineer Roland P. Vasquez, Vice President, External Affairs, Engineer Feliciano P. Padua III, Vice President, Technical Affairs, and Engineer Alberto Herrera, Secretary. And then Engineer Esperanza Agarao Collado, our National Treasurer, and immediate former President Rodrigo T. Picolera. So I would like to acknowledge also our governors, Jaime V. Locas, Regional Governor Northern Mindanao, Engineer Woody G. Rama, Regional Governor of Central Luzon, Engineer Alwin Wagan, Regional Governor of Metro Manila, Engineer Jeffrey Tanjotco, Regional Governor Southern Luzon, Engineer Joselito Orticio, Regional Governor in Bicol, Nunilo Imnacion, Regional Governor in Western Visayas, Engineer Felipe C. Niliama, Regional Governor in Eastern and Central Visayas, Engineer Sandro R. Villarosa, Regional Governor in Northern Mindanao, Engineer Aris Love Giani, Regional Governor in Southern Mindanao, Engineer Christian J. Milagro, Regional Governor in Western Mindanao, Engineer Orlando T. Villapania Jr., Regional Governor in Paren. Our host governor, Engineer Hello, good morning. I'll continue to the governors, Engineer Jaime V. Lucas Jr., Regional Governor, Northern Mindanao. Engineer Woody G. Rama, Regional Governor, Central Luzon. Engineer Alwin M. Wagan, Regional Governor on Metro Mindanao. Manila, sorry. Engineer Jeffrey T. Tanjutco, Regional Governor, Southern Luzon. Joselito S. Orticio, Regional Governor, Bicol. Engineer Nonilo M. Nacion, Regional Governor, Western Visayas. Engineer Felipe C. Niliama, Regional Governor, Eastern and Central Visayas. Engineer Sandro R. Villarosa, Regional Governor, Northern Mindanao. Engineer Aris Lab Giani, Regional Governor, Southern Mindanao. Engineer Christian J. Maligro, Regional Governor, Western Mindanao. Engineer Orlando T. Villapana Jr., Regional Governor, Faren. Now our host governor, Engineer Felipe C. Niliama, Regional Governor, Eastern Central Visayas. And to our chapter presidents, Engineer Cesar Fernandez, President of North Cebu Chapter. Engineer Chito Sandino, President of Isabel Leyte. Engineer Dexter Humawas, President of Ormoc Chapter. Engineer Giovanni Pabualan, President Mactan Chapter. Engineer Henry T. Vega, President of West Cebu Chapter. Engineer Jaime S. Tan, President of Negros Oriental Chapter. Engineer Mario C. Tabanyag, President of Cebu Chapter. Engineer Nelo Estopa, President of Samar Chapter. Engineer Paul Tan, President of Leyte Samar Chapter. Engineer Vicente Okmiha Jr., President of Bohol Chapter. And to our Cebu Chapter officers and BOD, Engineer Mario C. Tabanyag, President. Engineer Roberto A. Cabarobias, Vice President Technical Internal Affairs. Engineer Alan T. Albes, VP External Affairs. Engineer Lowell B. Ratelia, VP Technical Affairs. Engineer Magdaleno Baclay Jr., Auditor. Treasurer, sorry. Engineer Russell Ayan Paragoso, Auditor. Engineer Ronmar B. Gonzales, BOD. Engineer Oscar A. Alikaway, BOD. Engineer Alberto F. Magallaon, BOD. Engineer Matias A. Tabasa, BOD. And Vigit, former President Mark Anthony Ponan. Our keynote speaker, Engineer
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you very much, Engineer Araco. I say again, as what I've said yesterday, we are very sorry for that technical difficulty. Though we try to cover all possible untoward incidents, but we really can't avoid such mga kuan. Sana siya. Di maiwasang mga bagay na nakakapaantala sa ating programa ngayon. So, to continue on. To introduce our guest speaker for this morning, I would like to request the Vice President of IIEE External Cebu Chapter, Engineer Alan Alves.
Good morning, everyone. Our distinguished guest speaker for this event has been with the Institute for more than a decade, served as the 2007 Central Laguna Chapter President, and from there, climb up the ladder of servitude for the Institute and its members by acting as the Deputy Regional Director of Southern Luzon Region for 2010 and 2015, and having been appointed as the 2017 Regional Governor, he have achieved the following feats: contribution to the securement of the Philippine Regulation Commission, the most outstanding accredited professional of the year award, the MOAPO, and as well as the Regional Leadership Icon Award. Indeed, performing remarkably, thereby making it possible to get hold of the MOAPO Award for the Institute and the outstanding regional governor of his region of that very same year. And furthermore, through his strong and benevolent leadership, 3 ancillary chapters were created, and 12 out of the 18 chapters in his region were awarded the Chapter Excellence Award, and being known to the new generation of members. He is the composer of our beloved IIE hymn. He is also a senior member of the Institute, the 2019 National Secretary, the 2020 National Vice President for External Affairs, and now, all electrical practitioners, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Engineer Alan Anthony P. Alvarez, our National President.
Thank you, Sir Alan Alves, my shortcut name. Can you hear me well? Okay. To our Honorable BE Chair, Francis Mopile, and Honorable BE Jaime Mendoza, to our COFNAC Chairman, Mandy Diaz, immediate former President Rod Pecolera, and all former national presidents, to our host, Governor Felipe Niliama, and the rest of the Board of Governor of 2021, to the National Committee Chairman and members, to our host Chapter President Mario Tabanez, incumbent and former officers of Cebu, and all other officers from the chapters, to all our members present today, a pleasant good day to everyone. So congratulations to your successful 20th Eastern Central Visayas Regional Conference. So I think this is one of the longest regional conference I've seen, with 4 meaty days, totaling a 25 CPD points. So this translates a lot of service to the members. And you know, your Sundays virtual plant tours are very exciting. So like Cebu and all other chapters, shows the spirit of GOT1 IEE. Again, GOT, as spelled out, G-O-T, is an action-driven mantra for us this year. So G is more on the Good Samaritan rule, as the mission and vision was read earlier. Part of it is for us to align ourselves with environmental friendly electrical products and services, supporting the disaster preparedness and recovery programs. So I hope this month you'll do another support to the community, the cleanup drive. So I'm proud with all of the chapters. Cebu participate as well on our blood donation last July, and I think you're doing it on a regular basis. And probably on the 4th quarter of the year, I see Cebu as one strong chapters that are doing preparation for our RE79 virtual visitations engaging OBO and the other stakeholders. So during this activity, the virtual meetup with the establishment, perhaps we can also strengthen our connect to them on disaster resiliencies by having our identified licensed electrical practitioner in every shift of their operation to be the volunteer on our emergency situations. So today, all our members or even our community can connect with the national office via our text messaging. The number 468-1443 is already live. No? So if you convert this to Word, this is GAT1 IAE. So it's easy to remember. So in case of concerns emergency, if all the other communication channel is failed, you can text us. Just dial 468-1443. On letter O, the obligation of data. So again, our mission here is to come up with safe, reliable, and efficient system. That's what we have done. No? We transformed into a digital organization. The first 10,000 members who had or will have the UID card will be part of our historic fit, as they help us for our additional revenue for the year. No? As you all know, since 2020, our bread and butter was not available to fund our continuous operation and survival. So this UID is needed, particularly when we go back to the new normal, using it for physical attendance and other transactions with your chapters, with the national office. And also this enhance the data privacy of our members. If you will read the QR code of your ID, only the email will appear, no? And the status of the member, either active or inactive. And further in improving our process, maybe when we go with the registration, you will just use the UID number, and that will already link your profile in our system. Of course, the UID as a value card is also moving. We have already identified several partners who will provide benefits to our members. So the discounts that we will get, say for one partner, is almost the 1 year memberships that we are paying in our institute. We will be releasing the initial list of those partners by the fourth quarter of 2021. We have also completed the internship program for UPLB using our Luna Academy, our online or on-demand video platform. So we'll just be applying those learnings for CPD application later on. No? Because this will have a 1 year effect once it became available, so that our members will have also other avenues to gain their CPDs that they need, no? Particularly when they want to level up, say for AER, APTE, and so on. We will also employ the e-financial system, perhaps starting with the big chapters, or if not, all the chapters will have a transparency when it comes to their finances. So since it will be online, the national office will see how the money moves on the chapter level. And this will also ease some of our operational process, particularly when giving out your fund that was managed by the national office. So we'll try to have this, or we'll make it happen on the fourth quarter of the year. For the letter T, so that this is the tender loving care for the members. So we look on helping our members competency upgrades, so that they would also contribute, no, to our nation. So right now you can check the number of your e-certificate, because that is a unique number, and maybe you can see it on a 50,000 mileage already. So that's how our chapters are really very busy. No? One good thing that happened in this pandemic time, a lot of CPT programs, free or very minimal amount are given to the members. The ECOGS is also will ease our members applications or getting that documents in order to help out their transactions with the PRC. I'm very happy for the release yesterday of the new RE and RME, and particularly this is very sweet for Cebu. No? As you all know, it was almost discontinued in that particular area, but your good governor has done a very good job. When this happened, he moved immediately and tried to put some influence also in making it happen. At maraming salamat po sa ating buting mga BEE that Cebu in particular was also covered. And we have now more than 3,000 that will be a new regular members of our institute. And of course, there are also some who was not able to meet it, but they can be still a member of our institute as auxiliary member since they are graduate of BSET and BEE. And the institute is here for us to help them to realize their dreams. So we also enhance our PE mentoring program, coming up with the national committee for this to help our members as well to help the BE in this particular aspect. Our AER, our ACPE, so this is very lively in 2021. We have come up with several conferment. So really very busy for us. We also launched the PEC2. The book itself will be available by fourth quarter of this year. And we will also targeting next the book on the healthcare and hospital electrical system design that is aligned to the COVID situation, as well as the professional practice manual. So lastly, as part of our 46th anniversary this month, please check out the interpretation of our 46 logo and theme, as this will guide us on our current mantra. No? That's like, for example, I see the hymn of Cebu chapter. So this kind of hymn or themes actually translate to the action or what aspiration does the chapter would do or will do for the members. So just highlighting some of the interpretation of our theme given by Dr. Rowena de Guzman. So resiliency is setting aside old normal and building the new one. Test it in randomized trial for harmonized complementarity. So the GAT1 IAE tell us to reach out for each other and say, I'm engaged in something that matters, and I tried and failed. I tried and again until I succeed. So again, to Cebu chapter, congratulations and God bless everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Alvarez, our guest of speaker this morning. And that was a very informative and benevolent message. So to all our electrical engineer passers, congratulations. I hope we got a higher passing rate here in Cebu, especially that our governor here made an extra effort to make the exam possible, sir. If I'm not mistaken, we're not supposed to join the exam. I see. It will be discussed later by our good governor. And to present the certificate of our guest speaker for this morning, I would like to request our Regional Governor, Engineer Nilyama, and our President, Engineer Tabanyag, to present the certificate of appreciation to our speaker this morning. Let me first read the citation. Certificate of appreciation is presented to Alan Anthony P. Alvarez as guest speaker in the 20th Eastern and Central Visayas Virtual Regional Conference, Zoom conference held on September 16 to 19, 2021, with program accreditation number Oscar Echo Echo 2020-007-308. Approved CPD 1225 CPD points. given the 17th day of September 2021, signed by Mario C. Tabanyag, Professional Electrical Engineer, President of IAE Cebu Chapter, Felipe C. Nilyama, Professional Electrical Engineer, Regional Governor 7, Luel B. Ratilla, Professional Electrical Engineer, the Vice President of Technical Affairs, and Brian A. Pasilan, Professional Electrical Engineer, Technical Consultant, and Advisor. Sir?
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
A round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. Okay, so while waiting for our another speaker this morning, since he was he got a very busy schedule, considering that the result of the exam was just released yesterday, and I know he really had a hard time with the giving the exam. Also, we also have to consider also the situation that we are in right now, that as mentioned by our speaker a while ago, that supposedly Cebu is not included to take the exam because of our situation here. And fortunately, with the effort, with the extra mile of our good governor here, Engineer Nilyama, we made it possible. And hopefully we have, as I've said, higher passing rate. For those who did not pass, as mentioned also by our speaker, try until you pass the next exams. So there's no limit for us for the exam, sir? How many exams do you need to take before? No? Okay, so bisag mga kanapo okay ra. Like with the other courses, like they have to take consecutive 3 if they can. The electrical engineer, they can. Okay, so while waiting for our speaker, can we play our virtual exhibit first? Again, to our sponsors, our gold and silver sponsors, thank you very much for making this regional conference possible with your support. Thank you very much, sirs and ma'ams. So with our virtual exhibit open, you can visit their sites. I think we are also on YouTube. You can also view us on YouTube. And we'll be playing our virtual presentation. Okay na? Okay, to all our sponsors, please keep on sending your links to the hub so that our participants can visit your page. I say again to our sponsors, please keep sending your links to our virtual hub for easier access of our participants to visit your page. Thank you. Siya? Sirs and ma'ams, while waiting, kindly direct your attention to the screens. We'll be having a short presentation on how you're going to access our event hub.
Sound check 1 2. Hey, sound check 1 2. Sound check 1 2. Hey, sound check 1 2. Sound check 1 2.
again, we were very sorry for that quite a long pause. Okay, so while we're waiting for our keynote speaker for this morning, let us just interchange our schedule also to let's just be wise with our time management also, not to keep you long with our program. Let me request, or let us call in the Secretary General of AECF to discuss the Energy Digicon of Asia Pacific, Engineer Ronnie Apirocho. Sir? A round of applause, please. Sir Ronnie.
Yeah, daghang salamat. Engineer Felipe Eping Milyama, IIEE Eastern and Central Visayas Regional Governor. Officials of the Eastern and Central Visayas Regional Chapter, fellow electrical practitioners, guests, ladies and gentlemen, mayong buntag kaninyong tanan or mayong aga sa inyong tanan. So niami dinhi karon just to thank you for this opportunity to invite you to CEPSI 2021, which is the Energy Digicon of Asia Pacific. CEPSI, or the Conference of the Electricity Power Supply Industry of East Asia and the Western Pacific, will be held on November 4, 11, 18, and 25. So this is a 4-day event in November with the theme Energized Countries, Empowered Communities. The conference will focus on sustainability and social inclusiveness as our topmost agenda. You will gain insights and deeper knowledge or understanding from presentations and discussions with industry experts and practitioners. And you will also have the opportunity to network with your colleagues in the power industry, both the foreign and local. Well, because of the pandemic, this is the first time that CEPSI will be fully virtual. We would like to assure you, however, that we're leaving no stones unturned to make this year's CEPSI as successful, as meaningful as in the past. Maybe some of the delegates here today had one way or the other attended the CEPSI conference. So, this has been hosted by different countries. So parang they take turns in hosting this event. So the time we hosted this event was in year 2000, and it was a resounding success. Well, CEPSI is actually part of a bigger undertaking, the Philippine hosting of Asia for 2019-2021. Yung ASIAP, which stands for the Association of the Electricity Supply Industry in East Asia and the Western Pacific, is the largest organization of the power industry in the region. And to ensure the success of the Philippine hosting of ASIAP, the Department of Energy, the Department of Tourism, Meralco, NTC, Transco, and NDCP are working together to lead the Philippine hosting of CEPSI. And of course, IIEE is a key stakeholder in the local power industry. That's why we make it a point to really reach out to the IIEE as an organization, to our fellow electrical engineering practitioners, because the discussions and the major topics would really revolve around energy, electrification, and all the challenges that are being faced by the power industry as well as the electrical engineering professionals. So we fully support the attainment of these objectives in yung objectives ni IIEE in professionalizing and building the capabilities or competencies of electrical practitioners in the country. So I myself is from Meralco, and basically we in Meralco, I'm heading the biggest group in Meralco, the technical group, which is the so-called network group, and basically that's topmost in my agenda as a leader of the networks group to really professionalize our electrical engineers. That's why I'm really sort of mandating them to 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 gain the needed CPD points, and I really encourage them to take their PEE. So binibiro ko nga na they won't be promoted to the higher level unless they are sort of being bestowed with a PEE license, because of course I would say it's the hallmark being an electrical engineering professional if you are a PEE. And by the way, congratulations to the new passers of the Electrical Engineering Board exam. So good to know that despite the pandemic, the PRC, the board, and I think Boss Jimmy Mendoza will be speaking later on. And thank you for their initiatives to still hold the Electrical Engineering Board exam despite the challenges brought about by the pandemic. And good to see that we're sort of welcoming a good number of new electrical engineering professionals within ranks. So kaya nga, I congratulate all of you who are attending this conference. Thank you really for taking the time to sort of update us or get to know what's happening in the industry through this very meaningful event being hosted by IIEE regional group. So it is for this reason that we are extending our invitation to you to attend this regional conference for your professional development. And we would like to identify opportunities for partnership or synergies between IIEE's annual convention and SEPSI, which are dovetailed in terms of schedule. So we will be meeting with IIEE National President Engineer Alan Alvarez on how we can potentially achieve this. And you can also earn CPD units for your attendance, which we are currently working on. So again, daghang salamat sa mga Bisayang mga electrical engineers. I myself is also a Bisayan, though I'm working here in Manila, but of course I raised my roots in the region, Visayas and Mindanao. And again, daghang salamat, and allow us to provide more details about the Philippine hosting of ASIAP, and in particular, what to look forward to in September. And at this point, I may call on Ms. Angie Atanasio, our ASIAP Deputy Secretary General and Lead for Secretariat. Daghang salamat kaninyong tanan. Ma'am Angie, please.
So magandang umaga ho sa ating lahat. Engineer Alan Alvarez, the National President of IIEE. Engineer Felipe Ping Niliama, IIEE Eastern and Central Visayas Regional Director, and officials and members of the Eastern and Central Visayas IIEE. Magandang umaga po, and thank you so much for this great opportunity to be part of your regional conference and for us to have a chance to share with you the highlights of the Philippine hosting of both ASIAP and SEPSI in 2021, which we are tagging as the Energy Digicon of Asia Pacific. So allow me to begin by sharing that the Philippines is host for ASIAP from 2019 to 2021. If you can go to the next slide. I can't seem to see it. All right, so ASIAP is the Association of the Electricity Supply Industry of East Asia and the Western Pacific. ASIAP is the largest organization of the power and energy industry in the region, and currently there are 75 member organizations of ASIAP coming from 19 countries. So countries would include China, Japan, Malaysia, Thailand, Singapore, and Korea, to name a few, and of course the Philippines. Now, what makes the Philippine hosting quite distinct is that we're leading it through an ASIAP Philippine coalition. Unlike in the past, country hosts would normally lead it just by a single organization. But in the Philippines, we'd like to be able to leverage on the hosting of ASIAP events through a very strong partnership between the government and the private sector. So comprising the Philippine Coalition are the government agencies led by the Department of Energy, the Department of Tourism, and the 4 Philippine ASIAP members, which includes Meralco, NAPOCOR, the National Power Corporation, the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines, and Transco. Now, the handover of the hosting of ASIAP, specifically SEPSI, to the Philippines from Malaysia happened in SEPSI in KL in 2018. As you can see, it was an event of national significance. The delegation of the Philippines was led by no less than Energy Secretary Pusi himself, And we were joined by key officials coming from Meralco, NPC, GCP, and Transco. We were also graced by the presence of Ambassador of the Philippines to Malaysia, Ambassador Charles Jose. Now, after Malaysia, the host is the Philippines for 2019 to 2021, and after the Philippines, we'll hand it over to China, who will be the host from 2022 to 2023, and after China will be Singapore from 2024 to 2025. In fact, as early as now, we have been receiving fillers and expression of interest from Australia to be the next host after Singapore. So that's going to be in 2026 or 2027. And that's a very strong indication on the prominence and significance of ASEAN as a premier organization in the region. Now, as ASEAN host, we're actually tasked, we'd like to share with you that we're actually tasked to host two major events, also to better understand what SEPSI is all about. The first conference that we hosted was ASEAN CEO Conference in 2019. This was held in Shangri-La Mactan in Cebu, and compared to the past ASEAPs, wherein normally there would just be around 200 guests participating. But when we hosted, we were able to gather more than 350 foreign and local delegates, and a significant number were CEOs from premier power industry organizations in the region. Now, after the ASEP CEO conference, the next bigger task is that of the Conference of the Electricity Power Supply Industry. And that's what we're calling SEPSI in 2021. Now, compared to the previous SEPSIs, this is the first time that we're hosting SEPSI on a fully virtual platform. And that is the reason why we're holding it not in terms of 3 to 5 consecutive days, but we're holding it on November 4, 11, 18, and 25, live stream, to make sure that all of the delegates would be able to manage their respective schedules so that they have full attention for the 4-day conference of SEPSI. Now, compared to the ASEP CEO conference, SEPSI is definitely bigger in scale, as we are able to gather more than at least 2,500 thought leaders, experts, and professionals in the power and energy industry. But because it's a fully virtual platform, we're hoping that we will be able to gather more than 2,500 industry leaders and experts in the forthcoming SEPSI in 2021. Now, in terms of our objectives in hosting both ASEAP events, we really take a lot of pride in hosting ASEAP from 2019 to 2021, primarily because we know that's going to realize the 5 major objectives for our hosting. Number 1, we will be able to bring forward critical Philippine agenda to the regional conference by way of bringing forward access to electricity, power grid resilience, and environmental sustainability, which are the 3 most critical agenda as a result of our consultations with the members of the ASEP Philippine Coalition as early as 2019. Also, we should be able to improve access and exposure for the Philippine power companies, and specifically the cooperatives, to emerging technologies, global standards, and best practices, which would have been difficult if the Philippines were not the host. Third, of course, it's going to open up definitely business and investment opportunities, especially among our sponsors, and be able to promote the Filipino talent in country's tourism to the extent possible, even if it's on a fully virtual platform. And we're seeing the 4th objective significant in terms of how it's progressing. We are in close touch with our regional partners, offline and online, informally and formally, because we've been coordinating with them as far back as 2019. And the same goes with the Department of Energy, the Department of Tourism, and the 4 key players of the Asia member from the Asia Philippine Coalition. Now, based on these objectives, we came up with our conference theme. And our conference theme for both the ASEP CEO conference and the 2021 SEPSI is Energized Countries and Empowered Communities. This is really our vision on what we do in the power industry to truly make a significant impact to the country and to our people. And this will be achieved through our 5 critical agenda. We are calling this the 5S for easy recall. First is sustainability, which means using renewable and alternative energy resources. Second is social inclusion, which is being able to achieve zero unserved and underserved access to reliable, adequate, and cost-effective electricity. And third is being enabled through our 3S, which is smart technologies or smart, advanced, and resilient power grid, synergies across the different sectors of society, and scalability in terms of deployment of innovative solutions. Now, anchored on this conference theme, we were able to design and translate this into a 4 fully packed day agenda happening in November of 2021. So let me just share with you what's going to happen on the 4 days of the conference in November. For day one, we are going to have the traditional opening of SEPSI. This will be led by Energy Secretary Alfonso Cusi, and he will be joined by the President of Asia, who incidentally is also the President of Meralco, Attorney Ray Espinosa. They will be joined by the past host, the President and CEO of Tenaga Nasional Berhad from Malaysia, as well as the incoming host, the President of the China Electricity Council. It's a trade association in China comprising of more than 100 power companies in that country. And then we proceed immediately to our keynote addresses. We will have Mr. Moraki, who's the Vice Chair for Asia Pacific and South Asia, coming from the World Energy Council. He's going to talk about energy scenarios towards sustainability and social inclusion. Then he will be followed by Mr. Ariel Ong, President of First PHILEC. He will talk about disruptive innovation and co-creation. For the first time, we're holding an Energy Ministers Forum in SEPSI, although of course, it's expected that we will be challenged in confirming the speakers, but to the extent that we're able to confirm 2 or 3 energy officials, we're definitely pushing through with the Energy Forum. And to date, we have Secretary Cusi, and he is expected to be joined by the energy officials coming from Malaysia down to Brunei. Now on day 2, we will start off immediately with the keynote addresses. We'll have Mr. Gil Quiñones, the President and CEO of the New York Power Authority. New York Power Authority is the largest state-owned utility in the United States, world-renowned for their use of sophisticated and advanced renewables and green energy. And he's going to talk about market forces and new technology towards customer empowerment and sustainability. He will be joined by Mr. Budka. He's a senior partner from Nokia. He's going to talk about the future energy economy. And then we'll have the panel discussion among the CEOs of premier organizations in the region. From the Philippines, Attorney Ray Espinosa and Mr. Ayales from Sina Global Power, and they will be joined by the CEOs from Singapore Power, from Sarawak Energy, and from Tokyo Electric Power Company. Now on day 3, we will have different forum and group discussions. First, we'll have the C-suite roundtable discussion to talk about greening the boardroom or how to bring sustainability as a corporate priority. So we have here the presidents and CEOs of premier organizations coming from the generation sector. We will also have for the first time the Energy Regulator Cyber Summit, and this will focus on smart distribution utility and advanced metering infrastructure, AMI, towards a better normal. So we are happy to have confirmed the speakers for the summit, led by Mr. George Anstey, to talk about a global overview of successful AMI deployments. He's representing the professional consulting group coming from Nero Economic Consulting. And then to share their experiences in their AMI rollout, we have Takeshi Tanaka from Kansai Transmission and Distribution. And we also have a regulator's perspective coming from Ms. Christine Bernard. She is from the British Columbia Utilities Commission. And then we'll have a panel discussion led by our very own Energy Regulatory Commission Chair, Agnes de Venadera. And she will be joined by energy regulators from Malaysia, South Korea, and back to George Anstey as well. Then we're also including, as part of the program, the Young Engineers and Scientists Summit, because we also want to inspire our young would-be scientists and engineers to pursue this profession. So our speakers here will be, again, Mr. Gil Quiñones, who has graciously accepted our invitation also for him to be a speaker in this session. And he will be joined by Ms. Gisela Concepcion. She is the president and of the Philippine American Academy of Science and Engineering. Both are Filipinos and have really made a lot of strides and accomplishments, not only in the Philippines, but globally. And then we'll have additional speakers, a startup in power energy, engineering thesis student, and Heidelin Diaz, who is the lone Tokyo Olympic gold medalist from the Philippines, and a wellness consultant or a social media influencer. Now, these are all happening on days 1 to 3 of the conference. But what is also going to be significant will be what will happen on days 1 to 3 in the afternoon of the conference, because we will be having concurrent technical paper presentations. So these are just a few of the testimonials of what our former paper presenters have actually benefited from when they presented in SEPSI 2018 in terms of professional development as well as business opportunities. And we're very lucky, and we take a lot of pride again to say that our very own Rap Enriquez from Morocco was awarded the best in paper presentation from among, I think, close to 500 participants during the concurrent technical paper presentation. So we hope to be able to cover a huge range of topics for these technical paper presentations. These are shown here, the tracks from microgrid down to power generation, down to retail and customer empowerment and experience. These are the important dates. To date, we have already received the abstracts from the different paper presenters, and we're just waiting. In fact, September 15 is the deadline for the submission of the full papers. But that gives us a very good vantage point to be able to share with you now how many we have actually received in terms of the abstracts. So to date, we have a total of 442 abstracts coming from 422 authors. So this means that we will have around 400 paper presentations during the technical sessions. And this means that we are going to have a very wealthy or very rich knowledge of experiences, researches, business opportunities, sharing of policies and regulations coming from our practitioners in the region. And just shown here are the demographics of the abstracts in terms of where the significant abstracts came from in terms of the future of the T&D. I think that's expected, where the abstracts are most significant in number, as well as a lot really would like to share their experiences, case studies, and also best practices. Now, on the fourth day, which is going to be the last day of the conference, we're also fortunate to have 3 keynote speakers. The first one will be from PPI Pacific Power. Then the second one is sort of an integration of all the learnings from days 1 to 3. Our speaker is Ms. Sandao Jambo. She is the Executive Director and CEO of the United Nations Global Compact. And she is going to talk about leading the way and how are we going to do it to achieve the sustainable future of energized countries and empowered communities, our conference theme. And we're also very proud to have with us Mr. Francis Mapile. I know he's also going to be part of your conference, the chairman of the Philippine Regulation Commission, Board of Electrical Engineering. He's going to talk about elevating the energy profession. Now, consistent with our objectives of providing business opportunities in the Philippines, we are giving a special slot to the Philippine Economic Zone Authority for their presentation in order to invite our regional members and foreign delegates to invest in the Philippines. And then we'll have the closing program. This would be the highlight also, one of the highlights, which will include the awarding of the technical paper presentations, and as well as the closing messages coming from the key stakeholders of the organizing committee, as well as we are going to have also the much awaited handover of the hosting of ASEAP CEO conference for 2022, as well as CEPC in 2023 from the Philippines to China. So with this program, we hope to be able to attract, at the very least, 2,500 delegates. We're expecting that around 1,500 coming from foreign delegates, 1,000 from local delegates, and we're also expecting to have a good cross-section of the organization attending the conference. So we'll have power industry leaders, perhaps around 500, which is 5%, 20%, and then engineers, regulators, and then the technical professionals. Now, with this as an overview on what to expect from CEPC in November, we'd also like to share with you a video on the highlights of the conference. So we hope you will enjoy watching our promotional video.
A bright future continues to shine as the great minds in power and energy come together to the Philippines. Home to the world's emerging economies and dynamic cities, the East Asia and Western Pacific region is more than ready for game-changing innovations to develop countries of the future that are smart, scalable, and synergized, enabling sustainable and socially inclusive communities. As Asia converges, we welcome you once again to the Philippines. A vibrant nation known for its rich culture, the warm hospitality of its people who are passionate to reach out and connect, and with a ready smile, to embrace all the peoples of the world. It is this energy that drives us to build our networks and power our infrastructures. We have been energizing the country. We have begun our journey on a smart grid that's scalable and from a balanced mix of resources, and empowering communities to create the greatest societal value and impact to its people. Your hosts from the Philippines is a coalition of companies and our government who are determined to make the conference productive and fun. We are looking forward to next year's collaboration, cooperation, and camaraderie.
As one who has seen so much of the world, I can say the cliche, there's no place like home, and truly mean it. Mother Nature has been generous to us, gifting us with sunshine most of our days, fresh winds from our seas, rich soil to grow lush foliage, with marine biodiversity, and beaches second to none. Many of those gifts have likewise become invaluable sources of energy for our cities and communities. Is it any wonder then why our smiles come easy? Come, visit the Philippines, and be energized like us. After all, it's more fun in the Philippines.
As one Asia, we are bigger and bolder than ever. It's time to celebrate our shared vision of energizing countries and empowering communities. Welcome from all of us in the Philippines. Mabuhay!
Okay. Thank you very much, and we hope that you really enjoyed watching the video on what to expect for this coming conference in November. So we'd just like to share with you very briefly the SEPSI 2021 registration rates. So compared to the on-site conference, this is a significantly reduced set of rates coming from what used to be $800 when it was an on-site conference. But specific to local delegates, this is for the early bird rate until September 30, because we opened our registration last August 26. It will be for 8,000, and then after that will be the regular rate. And then for Philippine Electric Cooperatives, we're giving it to a much lower rate of 5,000 to be able to sponsor them. And then we're also encouraging group registration. So for every 10 paying delegates, so we're offering a 10+1 promo. So that's one slot free for every 10 paying delegates. And so for those leader groups, we hope you will be able to avail of this group promo. So with that, really our key message for this highlight, for the highlights of SEPSI, is for everyone here to be part of the Philippine hosting of SEPSI in 2021. We'd like to invite you all to be our partners in the Philippine hosting, either to register as a delegate or to be our event sponsor and exhibitor. So with that, I would now like to turn over the virtual floor to Mr. Miguel Varela. He is the lead of our sponsorship team. Maraming salamat po for this great opportunity. Thank you. Migs?
Hi, hello, Miss Ange. Good morning. So let me just share my screen. Can you flashing?
Yeah.
It's flashing. Okay, so good morning again, everyone. So I'm Miguel Varela. I'm actually from Eastern Visayas also. So I'm happy to present our sponsorship kit this morning. So as mentioned earlier by Miss Angie earlier, we are inviting at least 2,500 guests for our conference globally with very knowledgeable and relevant speakers, panelists, and technical presentations that will be covered during the 4-day conference. So SEPSI 2021 will put a spotlight on energy issues and opportunities that are being experienced by everyone. So primarily would be the COVID-19 pandemic. So a lot of our electric circuits or grids are not designed for work from home and a high daytime consumption. So it might have caused some electric supply stability when we started the ECQ. There are logistical challenges of moving people, equipment, and fuel needed to power, maintain, and upgrade the grid. So a lot of us especially had challenges with the metering and billing, since we are not most of us are not yet AMI utilities. And actually, part of our sustainability program or principles is actually supporting the communities that are badly hit by the pandemic. So how do we maintain stable energy supply to the communities who have lost their jobs, their livelihoods, and who are not able to pay for the months that we are implementing the quarantine? So months or hopefully not years. So rise of electric mobility is actually both a challenge and opportunity, since I think flying around a lot of the routes in Ormoc, Tacloban, and other places actually already have electric jeep, electric buses, and charging them moving forward. I think shifting to level 3 or level 4 charging, which requires more intense kilowatt hours from our from our grids, would be something that requires group knowledge in terms of best practices, how to make this technically and financially viable. But it's also an opportunity, since we will have a lot of energy sales coming for the utilities that will be that have high electric vehicle adoption. So rise of renewables is also both a challenge and an opportunity. So this is actually handling a lot of renewable exports is actually putting a stress on our grids. What's the maximum capacity per circuit that we need to plan and to accommodate? A lot of there are now a lot of embedded generations in our franchise area. So this complicates the network asset planning, and talking about in a major conference for a lot of utilities who have experienced the same issues and challenges, we might arrive at a better solution for everyone. So there might be products and services that we are not yet aware that could help us in determining and planning and even finding these what you call ninja, or those who did not apply for net metering, ninja customers. So additionally, we would like to since we are an archipelago here in the Philippines, the rise of renewables and battery energy storage solutions would help us energize the final frontier, such as remote areas and mountainous areas in our region. So we know that the regions 7 and 8 are also very affected by climate change. So this is also one of our goals for sustainability, since personally I was also affected by Yolanda. So we really worked with the LECO co-ops in my hometown. So SEPSI 2021 will focus on sustainability, social inclusiveness, and enabled by smart grid synergy and partnerships amongst the different players, and scalability in terms of implementing the different innovative solutions, considering the large constraints we have with the COVID pandemic. So we will keep the SEPSI tradition alive and offer much more this year by providing the high-impact plenary sessions, panel discussions and fora, world-class virtual exhibition, roundtable discussions, technical paper presentations, business matching and networking opportunities, side events and engagement activities, virtual technical and cultural tours. So I will now proceed to the main sponsorship opportunities. So we will empower your access to the region's electric power industry. So if you partner with us, we will provide great industry branding, wide range of business opportunities that will help you reach your target market and provide extensive benefits. So we currently have a very powerful lineup of our SEPSI 2021 sponsors, coming from First PHILEC as our presenter, with diamonds such as Aclara, Pacific Power, Nokia, KEPCO as one of our Korean Electric Power, and we have suppliers such as Schneider, Alternergy, uh, Tessin, and Quezon Power. So we are also partnering with our telco partners such as PLDT Smart to enable the internet connectivity for our conference. So we offer a different, we offer multiple packages if you wish to support. This is in US dollars for partnering with us, but this will enable, for example, if your company would like to reach nationwide or regional access to the different potential leads and customers, this is something that we could discuss with you in another detailed meeting if you prefer. But today, I will be focusing on the virtual spaces, so you will have a better idea either as a sponsor or as a delegate in terms of what will your experience be in joining this virtual conference. So we will be having this virtual lobby once you log in, and after registering and logging into our platform, you'll be first going to this virtual lobby. So there are links to the exhibit halls, the networking lounge, and to the auditorium or plenary. This is our plenary or auditorium where you will be able to join the different sessions, the technical paper presentations, and the other activities planned by this conference to ensure that the delegates and the sponsors will have great networking time and will have great learning times for our very knowledgeable plenary and technical paper presentations. This is our information booth where both sponsors and delegates would be able to ask questions in terms of how to download the materials, how to access certain delegates, and how to even go through certain talks or presentations that they might be having trouble in finding. This is our networking lounge where the guests will be able to discuss or initiate discussions with other guests and sponsors in terms of thought leadership, in terms of discussions on discussions on their products and services, and possibly also even on shared relevant topics such as climate change, dealing with the incoming La Nina or typhoons for the coming months here in the Philippines. So these are things that we could discuss with here in the networking lounge with the other delegates. So this is the exhibit hall where the sponsors will be able to showcase their products and services. And as a potential sponsor or exhibitor, you will get your own virtual exhibit booth. So with this, you will be able to network and get leads through a customizable photorealistic virtual booth. You will be able to interact live with participants through live text, video, and audio chats. You'll be able to showcase and disseminate promotional materials, including your company profile, brochures, videos, and links. And you will be able to connect to a wider audience through translations of your booth information. So we will be providing training and guides in setting up your virtual exhibit booth. So if you exhibit in our platform and become one of our sponsors, you'll be able to monitor both booth activities and automate the lead generation. So we have real-time reporting capabilities, booth statistics, and post-event reports. You'll be able to also benefit from the platform's networking features. So as mentioned earlier, you'll be able to discuss with other delegates and sponsors through our matchmaking capabilities, meeting scheduler, because we are considering that we have global profile of delegates, so they might belong to another time zone, and they are not comfortable with our 8 to 5 hours. So you will be also be able to initiate and join group and private chats to discuss in your preferred whether gusto nyo magpakita ng mukha or just over text. So you'll also be able to promote your brand in SEPSI 2021 through engagement activities such as leaderboard, scavenger hunt, wherein your products and services could be featured, and have sponsored questions in our games night. So I'll now be showing you a quick video in terms of what the platform looks like. So this is just a template, and for SEPSI 2021, we'll be customizing it for our branding and looks of our conference. Going to the different portions, different virtual rooms of the platform is very easy. You only need a minimum of 5 Mbps to join this platform, so it's not heavy for your internet connection. So downloading materials would be quite easy also. So this actually is already looping, so I'll proceed with my next slide. So we will share this deck later, and we will be sharing to you additional links in YouTube on to give you a better idea on what the exhibitor and delegate experience will be. We will also be providing sample events. These are past events, but the platform is still available for you to register for free and explore and navigate the platforms by yourself. So again, thank you very much for time, and as mentioned by Ms. Angie, we would like to invite you again to partner with us today, either as a sponsor or as a delegate in this in this global conference, the largest electric industry conference in the Asia Pacific region. So thank you very much again for your time. We will if you have any questions or answers, just please raise your hand or type it on the chat.
Are we good, Sir Ronnie?
Yeah, so since there are no questions, well, my closing words hope that no, we were able to share the highlights of SEPSI and the
Okay, go.
attending the conference. So we are really looking forward to see each one of you during this event. So thank you so much again for this opportunity. And on behalf of Asia Philippines, daghang salamat kaninyong tanan. Stay safe.
Thank you so much also, Sir Ronnie Aperocho, for being flexible. Thank you for being with us immediately when we needed you. Okay, so we're also going to present to you the certificate of appreciation by our Governor Felipe Naliaman, our President, Sir Mario Tabanyag. Certificate of appreciation is presented to Ronnie L. Aperocho as technical resource speaker on the topic, the Energy Digicon of Asia Pacific in the 20th Eastern and Central Visayas Virtual Regional Conference, Zoom conference held on September 16 to 19, 2021, with program accreditation number Oscar Echo Echo 2020-007-308 with approved 25 CPD points given the 17th day of September 2021. Signed, Mario C. Tabanyag, Professional Electrical Engineer, the President of IEE Cebu Chapter. Felipe C. Niliama, Professional Electrical Engineer, Regional Governor 7. Lowell B. Ratilla, Professional Electrical Engineer, Vice President, Technical Affairs, and Brian A. Pasilan, Professional Electrical Engineer, Technical Consultant, and Advisor. Sir.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so thank you very much, sir. Once again, I would like to remind our our sponsors to post or send their links to our virtual hub so that our participants can easily go to your page. Also, we will be thanking our sponsors for this regional conference. The Landlight Philippines Corporation, Power Equipment and Supplies Incorporated, Emerald Vinyl Corporation, HIMAX or Himax Electronics Corporation, PPI Pacific Power Incorporated, Epitax Claro Philippines Incorporated, Control Gear Electric Corporation, IMAX Energy Solutions Corporation, Sifang Automation Philippines Corporation, Shailene Electric Corporation, the Philippine representative, and Heimel Delexi Electric Limited. Also are from Phillips, Dodge, and United Electrical Specialists Incorporated. Thank you very much for all our sponsors for making this regional conference possible. So while waiting for our keynote speaker, we will still be flashing in some of our virtual exhibits. Thank you. We'd also like to thank our local sponsors, the Dong-I Enterprises, Dong-I Panel Board, Philips Dodge Energy Philippines Incorporated, Prisma Electrical Controls, Panasonic, 3M Philippines, Luzaris Solar and Huawei Products, Exponent Controls and Electrical Corporation, and Nodal Electric Trade and Services. Thank you very much, sirs. Also, the United Electrical Specialists Incorporated. Thank you very much to all our sponsors, local and national sponsors, for making this regional conference a successful one. Thank you. Hope to see you next conference. To our national sponsors, thank you very much to Landlight Philippines Corporation, Power Equipment and Supplies Incorporated, Emerald Vinyl Corporation, Himax Electronics Corporation, PPI Pacific Power Incorporated, Epitax Claro Philippines Incorporated, Control Gear Electric Corporation, IMAX Energy Solutions Corporation, Sifang Automation, Philippines Corporation, Shailene Electric Corporation Philippines Representative, and Jaimil Delexi Electric Limited. Also, for our local sponsors, we have the Phelps Dodge, the United Electrical Specialists Incorporated, the Dong-I Enterprises, Dong-I Panel Board, and Prisma Electrical Controls, Panasonic, 3M Philippines, Losari Solar and Huawei Products, Exponent Controls and Electrical Corporation, Nodal Electric Trade and Services, and to other sponsors who I haven't hope I failed to mention. Thank you very much. We'll get your names later or your company's name later. Thank you very much. Please also be reminded of our fellowship night at 6:45 to 8:45 in the evening. And we'll also be having raffles. How many? Please watch out for our raffles. We'll be giving away lots of prizes and exciting prizes from our sponsors. Please join us tonight for our fellowship. We'll be having a jamming session for our fellowship, so you prepare your piece. It's either you sing or you dance. 5 minutes time, we'll have another resource speaker. Kindly stand by. Thank you very much, sir. Okay. And now let us call in another resource speaker. He's a member of the Board of Electrical Engineering Professional Regulation Commission. He will be discussing the career progression and specialization program for electrical engineering. Please help me welcome Honorable Jaime V. Mendoza of PEE, ACPE, APIC Engineer, FIIEE. Sir? Sir, I think you're on mute.
Ito na. Unmute pa ba ako? Dali lang.
We can hear you now, sir. You're good
Nakikita
to
niyo na ba yung screen ko?
Yes, sir. You're good to go, sir.
Sige, signalin lang. Iusin ko lang itong... Okay. Ano? Yan. Ano? Okay, good morning. So my topic this morning is about career progression and specialization program. Malakas ba boses ko? Narinig ba? Hello?
Loud and clear, sir. Naririnig po namin kayo, sir.
Sige. So this is my topic for this morning. Career progression and specialization program. So ito yung structural framework. So meron tayo sa PRC Commission on the top. Then meron po tayo na CPSP CATS PMC. Ito po yung Career Progression and Specialization Program Credit Accumulation Transfer System. Ito yung Program Management Committee, which is composed of different member and chairman of different board of the Professional Regulatory Commission. So yung mga function nila andyan sa gilid ng PMC. Then of course, ito yung PMC also, composed din to ng mga sector sa PRC. So advisory, coordinator, recommend mga guidelines regarding CPD. Yung CPD will not be used for renewal of license, unless requirement na respective professional regulatory boards, like from sa accounting, may requirement sa batas nila yun for renewal, pero for other they will not be requirement for renewal. It will be requirement for your career progression. Kung gusto mo mag-progress, you will need CPD for your specialization. So then the professional regulatory board for us, for electrical engineer, so we create a profession CPSP CATS committee for electrical engineering. Itong committee nito ang gagawa ng career for electrical engineering. And of course, magkakalaborate lang sa CPD Council, para kasi magkakaroon ng mga special training o specialization for those who want to go to level 8 for certain specialization. So, yung guideline ng creation ng CPSP, ito yung from commission, from professional regulatory board. Yung professional regulatory board maghahanap ng mga candidate na based sa requirement do sa CPSP qualification. So, from that, the PRC will create the board resolution for membership ng CPSP CAT committee. Kasi ito ang magiging working horse nyo para sa specialization. Provide technical support to the professional regulatory board in the formulation of CAP CATs such professional practice outcome. Bilis. Validate documentary requirements of candidate for recognition of professional qualification and accreditation of specialty society or specialty organization. So yung CPSP CATS Committee for Electrical Engineering, lahat ng specialty society na magkakaroon, dadaan doon for evaluation. Tsaka yung candidate na gustong from level 6 to level 7 or level 8, from level 7 to level 8, dadaan doon sa CPSP CATS Committee for EE. Sila mag-evaluate for the evaluation, dadaan nyo sa for approval ng Professional Regulatory Board ng Electrical Engineering. Then, pag na-approve yun, dadaan sa commission, no? For final approval. So ito rin yung halos pareho lang siya. Paggawa ng commission, ito na yung medyo specific, commission, Professional Regulatory Board. Then ito yung CPSP Cuts Committee for Electrical Engineering. Meron na po tayo member nito, no? So specialization, gagawa muna sila ng mga specialization sa level 7, levels 8. Kasi meron na tayo sa level 7, no? Explain ko sa letter ano kung ano yung level 7. Then kami mag-consultation with stakeholder, government or private entity with regard to career progression. Then for approval ng resolution creation of CPSP with level alignment, matrix containing professional practice outcome. Ito ongoing na itong ginagawa na CPSP for Electrical Engineering, no, yung level 8. Kaya nga this afternoon, we still have a 2 o'clock meeting to finalize thing for certain 7 na specialization. Ito yung process, ano? Yung process nung pag-approve na specialization. So, identify yung career pathway, identify qualification title. So, tapos na-drop yung program outcome, no? So, based sa PQ level. Then, concern mo yung other professional regulatory board, like for example, for engineering, papasok sa engineering cluster for the comment. Tapos dadaan doon sa CPSP Cuts PMC, no, sa program management, composed na ng different sectors sa PRC. And then yung health, engineering, technology, no, siyang magko-comment. Tapos conduct stakeholder consultation, pag na-conduct to, saka pala mag-approve by the PRB concern, no? Dadaan to ulit sa review, no, ng CPSP Cut PMC, then review ng legal ng PRC bago lumabas. So sabi din do sa lahat pupunta to sa civil service for the comment, no? Why pupunta do sa civil service? Kasi yung PQF o specialization program gagamitin niya sa qualification kung government employee kayo, no? So we'll explain it later sa letter part bakit dadaan doon. So it will become your qualification when you approving certain government position. After na-comment nila, it should be approved by the PRC Commission. Then public orientation. So yung isang case, explain ko sa inyo na na-approve na yung level 7. So ano magiging benefit nyo kung kayo ay level 7 na doon sa career progression to electrical engineering. So, ito yung leveling natin. Ito na yung susundin natin na Philippine Qualification Framework. Kaya everybody, ito na yung direction natin. Ano? Kung from grade 12, no, aral ka ng baccalaureate, no, kung tayo electrical engineer, gusto mo mag-electrical, pag pumasa ka sa board, registered electrical engineer ka, level 6 yan. No, automatic level 6. Ngayon kung technologies naman, sa TESTA ka, NC1, NC2, NC3, NC4, then diploma. No? So kung gusto mag-aral ng baccalaureate, ng electrical engineering, no? So BSc graduate ka, pwede nga kumuha ng RE exam. So after certain period, may post-baccalaureate ka, yung professional electrical engineer. The professional electrical engineer now will be level 7. So that will be equivalent sa masteral degree. No? Ngayon, yung PE ka with specialization, yun ang equivalent sa academic track ng PhD o doctoral. No? So, yun ang level 8. So, ito yung career pathway for electrical engineering. So, in entry level natin dyan, sa professional track, REE is automatic by level 6. Pag academic track ka, dito ka dadaan, ano? So chair will be responsible for this, no? So pag academic, may masteral ka, ibalik ka sa level 7. Kung meron kang PhD, level 8. So hindi sakop yan ng PRC. No? So pag dito naman, pagka professional track ka at nakapasa ka sa PE, no? So will be level 7, no? Approve na po yung board resolution nito. Di-discuss ko mamaya yung level 7, yung approval ng board resolution. Na automatic ka ng level 7. Then yung level 8 natin na PE with specialization, ito yung mga propose pa lang namin, no? So PE with power system planning, specialized ka, power system operation and maintenance. Then number 3 is power system control and protection. Then number 4 is electrical system design and inspection. Then 5 is electricity market. 6 is construction and project management of electrical facility. Then 7 is electrical engineering education and research. Ito pa lang ang initial natin, ano, na ginagawa namin. Kasi ito gagawa kami ng PPO, practice, professional practice outcome, bawat isa niyan. No, bawat isa lalagyan yan. And we know also, for power system planning, magkakaroon ng sub-specialization yan. So, halimbawa, nagkaroon ng power system planning, yung sub-specialization mo, generation power system planning. So, gagawan yan ng subcommittee for that, ng ano yung professional practice outcome for generation power system planning, for transmission system planning. Dadaan din yan doon sa process kanina na explain ko na bawat isa. So ito ngayon ang pinifinish namin, ipapa-analyze namin ng aming CPS PAD committee this afternoon, yung professional practice outcome from this 7. Kasi ito magiging gagawa kami ng proposed board resolution for approval ng board or for comment muna ng other engineering cluster, then papasok sa CPD PMC committee, no? For the comment also. So ito yung ating member, ano? PRC Resolution Number 1305 Series of 2021. So composition of career progression and specialization program and credit accumulation transfer system committee of electrical engineering. So ako ang chairperson as representative ng board. Then alternate chairperson, yung chairman natin, si Francis B. Mapile. Then member Rodrigo T. Picolera, so our past president representing the IAE. Then si member Lindol Bange representing our BP Technical, BP Internal, representing TUP, no, school. Then member also si Fortunato Silaitnes as representing IAE, si Broy as representing IAE, also Meralco, no? Alam natin sa Meralco yan. Then si Arlen Guenas sa Makati as representing Department of Engineering Public Works. Then si Maritas Pangilinan as University of Santo Tomas, no, representative na school. And also, of course, alam natin na practitioner din yan, ano? So, and if you notice also, the member of our CPSP CATS is also the member ng special committee ng IAE, no? So sila, yung kinuha natin member diyan is siya din member ng special committee. Kaya pag nag-meeting yung CPSP tsaka CAT, kasama na yung special committee para isang meeting na lang, ano? Mapabilis yung trabaho. So ito yung trabaho ng CPSP CATS for Electrical Engineering, ha? We are working since last year, no? Yung approval ng level 7, ginawa ng committee na to, no? Provide technical support to the PRB of Electrical Engineering in the formulation of CPSP CATS, thus proposing the professional practice outcome for level 7, no? So professional practice outcome for professional electrical engineers, so natapos na yan, na-approve na yung resolution na yan, dumaan na yan sa series of processes no? Pinaka medyo huli-huli niyan doon sa civil service. No, medyo nagtagal ng konti. Last year pa natapos 'yan. Na-approve lang this year. No? Mamaya explain ko pa rin kung andito 'yan, kung ano kahalagan niyang level 7. Then ito ngayon ang tinatrabaho namin sa level 8 together with special committee member, ha? And other people behind. May other people behind kami, yung mga staff ng mga boss na kasama doon sa ano, ando doon din tumutulong sa amin, ano? So may other people na hindi officially member but they are there helping to contribute the expertise para mabuo natin itong certification na specialization, ano? So then of course, pagka nang ongoing na yan, itong CPSP na approve yung level 7, may mga candidate tayo rito for recognition of professional qualifications. Sila ang magagawa ng trabaho niyan, ano? Yung accreditation ng other specialty group ay sila rin ang magtatrabaho. Ang maganda lang sa atin, ang ating specialty group sa IPO, no? Kaya hindi naka-integrate na sa ating IEE. Hindi katulad sa ibang professional organization like sa medicine, may kanya-kanya silang society, no? Kaya silang bawat society mag-a-apply yun doon sa CATS. So maraming bawat isa, iba-iba organization mag-a-apply. Sa dentist, kanya-kanyang grupo, mag-a-apply sila doon for accreditation sa kanilang board, then through PRC. So matrabaho pagka gano'n. Sa atin, since IPO tayo naka-integrate, mas mabilis. So, and of course, sa ating member na specialty group, member din siya ng CPSP CATS, no? So, medyo mabilis ang trabaho. So, ito yung guidelines, no? Ng PO Resolution number 620, yung guidance sa creation ng career progression and specialization program for electrical engineering profession, particularly for level 7, no? So, na-approve to ng 17 August, effective August 17, ibig sabihin niyan, yung professional electrical equivalent ng PE is level 7, which is masteral degree. Ano ang advantage niyan? Yung ibang nasa private o even electric utility, yung mga manager, department manager, requirement na rin, kinagaya na rin yung qualification requirement sa government. Pag manager ka, kailangan may masteral degree. So since PE is equivalent to masteral degree, we will now be awarded as automatic as level 7. Okay? Effective August last month, no? Kasi na-publish yan ng mga August 2. So ito yung resolution, di ko nababasahin yan, ano? So just to approve yan, no? Tapos ito yung description for professional electrical engineering, no? So the PE, ito yung tandaan nyo, ito yung ating qualification code for PE. POE 707-13-1. Pero dapat wala na itong 1, ano? 707-13. Yung, so madali matandaan, ano? 707, parang agent 007. No? Sa level 8, magiging 807-13. Tapos kung DAS1 ka, kung specialization mo, power system planning. So, tagal na namin na pirma to 18, kaya lang nagtagal sa publication, ano? Kasi dami pa publish yung PRC. So, medyo natagalan doon sa publication. Umabot pa ng August 2. Okay? So, ito yung resolution paano sumusunod sa adoption ng code, ano? So, ito yung sa ibang board, no? Sa atin, alam na natin, 707-13. Okay? So, lahat ng board magkakaganto, lahat ng profession na under ng PRC, ah. So, meron siyang ganong requirement. Ngayon, since na-approve to, dapat yung mag-a-apply ng PE ay merong ganitong professional practice outcome. So, magbabago na hindi lang RA 7920 because of the new law, no? Yung new law regarding Republic Act 1092, no? Career Professional Development Act of 2016. Magsasama na yon. Blending mo na yung Republic Act 7920 at this, saka ito resolution na to na coming from Law of Republic Act 1092, no? Continuing Professional Development Act. And of course, if you notice yung PQF nito, Philippine Qualification Framework Level 7, kung REE kayo, ang PQF level nyo is level 6, no? So medyo mas mababa yung requirement ng professional practice outcome noon. Pagdating sa level 7, mas mataas, ano? So sabi rito, apply knowledge of complex mathematics, physical science, information technology, and electrical engineering principle. So use relevant, 1.1, use relevant and appropriate apply science, electrical engineering principle and techniques in formulating process designs and operation improvement. And of course, pag sinabi doon sa unang level, knowledge, skill, and value, andito 1.1. Hindi ka naman pwedeng magpumunta doon sa application kung hindi mo alam yung knowledge, skill, and value. So yung relevant application, doon sasama din siya doon sa 1.1. Pero wala siya doon sa 1.3 kasi degree of independence papasok doon sa managed and supervised disciplinary team. No, application mo, how you apply your skill sa management, then degree of independence. Yung supervisory mo ba o pwede ka na as one. So yun na requirement. This how explain the professional practice outcome. So ito sa PE. So pagdating dun sa specialization, gagawa rin sila nito for generation, for system planning, power system planning. Ano ang requirement ng specialization for power system planning? So madugo yung trabaho na yan. No? So, and then ito, no? So makikita mo yung ano mga requirement. Ito yung pinaka-topic. So kaya mo pa yan. Then design a proposed solution to complex electrical engineering problems, electrical design system. So kaya mo pa rin niya kung RE ka, ano? So ngayon, papasok lang tayo doon sa medyo of course very important to isa, no? Ayan, explain ko sa inyo. Utilize reasoning informed by contextual understanding to assess societal, health, safety, legal, and cultural issue and consequence responsibility relevant to professional electrical engineering practice, solution to complex electrical engineering problem. So sabi doon sa 6.1, be well acquainted with policies, laws, regulation, and technical standard, both locally, internationally, in conjunction with the electrical engineering professional practice. So ano yung mga basic na yun? So dapat alam mo yung Philippine Electrical Code Part 1. Alam mo yung Philippine Electrical Code Part 2. Alam mo yung Philippine Grid Code. Alam mo yung Philippine Distribution Code. Alam mo yung WESM rule. No? And of course, alam mo yung mga ERC regulation with regard to electricity sa distribution, like for example sa net metering, no? Dapat alam mo yung net metering kung nag-install ka ng solar PV, and other rules na requirement kung sa utility, alam mo yung DSOR, no? So marami kang dapat malaman to, and of course mga new law related sa electrical engineering, hindi lang yung Republic 7920, kasama na rin yan yung RA 11361, Anti-Obstruction of Power Line Act. And of course, yung other incoming laws na papasok, no? Yung proposed bill na do sa Congress, pag-aaralan din natin yon, no? Merong proposal doon na i-underground yung power system, no? Another doon yung cleaning ng mga linya. And of course, master nyo yung IPIRA law, no? Kasi yan yung sa power sector na Electric Power Industrial Act, Reform Act. So dapat kabisado nyo yung IPIRA law. So if you know all of this, you can be well acquainted. Bakit ganito lang ang ginagawa? Because of the law. May limitasyon. no? So dapat alam niya mga ganyan. Ano-ano yung mga batas na yan. Then another mga international law. And of course, yung environmental law, kailangan din natin yan kasi requirement natin yan pag nagko-construct tayo ng linya. No? And of course, yung law regarding sa DOLE, occupational safety and health. No? Requirement natin yan. So kailangan well aware tayo sa safety. So nakatawang kay iba, so tingnan natin itong 14. No? Itong bandang, tingnan ko yung 15 kung ano. Yan. No? Demonstrate the high stage of ability to lead or manage project within area of specialization. Kasi pag PE ka na, yung TR mo, technical engineering mo, doon ka nagsisimula ng specialization kung may design ka. No? So kailangan meron ka establish and manage electrical engineering business organization. Meron ka ba yan? Implement planning design process. So with blending with Republic Act 7920, yung 4 years, hindi mo siya makukuha. No? Hilaw yung 4 years. So, sa professional practice outcome, hindi mo makukuha majority no requirement ng PE. So, kaya ngayon may blending because of another law ay hindi lang si RA 7920 ang susundin. Pati itong RA 10912, no? Continuing Professional Development Act of 2016. So, blending ngayon yan. Kaya pagdating sa valuation, no, ibig sabihin yan, if you have more at least 10 year experience, nakuha mo na yan, at least man lang, ang minimum ka na supervisor o section head, di mas magaling kung manager ka na, vice president, department head, mas malaki ang chance mong puwasan ng PE because of the professional outcome. Almost makukuha mo yung requirement ng professional outcome except yung 16. Kasi yung 16, usually sa research and development. So kung ikaw ay nasa research ka o scientist, ano? So majority. Ngayon kung 4 years, baka yung 16 baka na professional practice outcome, hanggang doon ka lang sa pang-4, yung basic. Hindi mo pa makuha yung majority, no? At no 8 o 10 out of 15. So kung mababa yung experience mo at ganito, siyempre, chances of passing the PE maliit. Kasi part of the grading is your professional practice outcome or experience. Then technical engineering report, then yung evaluation mo as professional electrical engineer or what we call its oral interview. No? So it's not necessary 4 years qualify ka na ngayon kasi pumasok tong batas ng 2016, nag-blending tayo. And of course, we approve the level 7 na masteral degree equivalent sa PE. So marami advantage yan. Yung mga nag-OFW natin na nagbalik bayan habang yung experience nila sa abroad, so then now they want to go back to teaching, mas maganda, qualify sila magturo ng professional practice kasi meron silang masteral degree o equivalent to level 7. No? Qualify sila ngayon. So they can have more job opportunity. So yung leveling will provide you more opportunity and stability, no? Sa competition with regard to other profession. Kung di ka kung RE ka lang, so medyo may less competition ka. Sabi nga ng abroad, bet siya nag-PPE, nag-AACPE, ay para doon sa competitiveness. Ano? Yung CPD will be used sa mga electrical engineering for renewal ng AACPE, ng AACPE ID nila kasi requirement sa international agreement na meron kayong CPD. No? So, yung guidelines, sabi ko nga kanina, sa guidelines sa specialization, lahat dadaan sa CPSP, no? So, sila mag-i-evaluate, no? Pag nabuo yan, So, ito kanina yung direction pababa, no? Kasi na-create na yan. So, babalik na naman ang direction yan sa susunod na slide. Oh, wala na. Babalik na yan. Ito na sila magagawa, credit. Pag evaluate nila, dadaan dito specialization, mag-apply. Bawa specialty committee. Okay naman sa atin, yung specialty committee na ginawa natin sa sila, yung ibang member din ito. No? Kaya inayos namin yung specialization, dito rin dumaan sa specialization dito, ginawa namin, medyo hybrid na namin sa CPSP requirement, so medyo may konti lang ayos. Inano namin, harmonize namin sa CPD law, no? And other law requirement. Kaya tapos yun, papasok, ando na sa board, binigay na namin doon sa mga, kasi dadaan yun sa mga CPD PMC for the comment, no? Wala pang resolution ng PRC how you do sa accreditation ng mga specialty society. No, hindi pa tapos. So ito yung mga trabaho nila, no? Pag-guidance sa recognized professional qualification title. So ipagawa ng professional practice outcome, ano yung entry requirement, ano yung delivery, the duration of the program, no, number of unit to be awarded sa module activity basis and the total to be awarded at the end of the program. Ano yung mga teaching learning activity, quality assurance mechanism, competency assessment, and qualification and type of award. Okay? So ito yung PE's applicant self-assessment. No, dinaan namin to sa CPA Catch Committee. Ito yung proposal namin. So kung mag-a-apply kayo ng PE, magkaroon kayo ng self-assessment. And of course, yung atin din PE, ang kainaman natin itong sa level 7, may other tayong group na hindi natin napapakita dyan, natutulong sa mga practitioner natin na magkaroon na maging level 7. No? Meron tayong PE mentoring group, committee. No? So sila, ngayon din, ang tutulong doon sa CSP Catch Committee para doon sa initial evaluation o screening, initially screening, doon sa mga mag-apply sa PE sa bawat chapter. No? Sila din ang mag-aasal. Malaking help sa kanila to sa inyo kasi help kayo, gag-guide kayo. So, ito lahat yung gumagawa rito sa grupo nito is more on voluntarism. Wala to equivalent na bayad. No? Walang bayad dito for the love of profession. No? So, for the love of profession ang ginagawa nito. Kaya tayo mabilis dumami na PE. No? So, everything we're doing this for so many years. So, without asking for any return. No? Basta importante to for the love of profession. So ito yon. So magkakaroon ng self-assessment, no? Always, occasionally, rarely, o comment nyo, no? So tignan nyo pag mag-a-apply muna kayo. Huwag nyo pilitin na ito 5 years, 6 years mag-a-apply kayo. Hilaw pa. Chances of passing nyo medyo malabo, no? Kasi yung experience nyo, ibababa kayo ng experience nyo. Kakainis naman pag pumasa kayo PE, ang grade nyo 70. Ibig sabihin, pilit na pilit, no? So, we rather not pass you kung ang grade nyo ay wala doon, ay palakol, no? Pangit na makita yung grade nyo palakol. No? Professional ka na, tapos ang grade mo palakol. Di ba, parang ano yun, ano? Kailangan nandun ka sa 18 above. So, ito yung, no? Kayo na magle-leveling yan, sasubmit nyo rin yan doon sa PE mentoring. Honest to goodness na answerin nyo yung inyong PE self-assessment. So ito na trabaho ng CPSP. No? Pag na-approve na lahat yan, maybe we can do it for not this year or maybe next year. No? Ito ang trabaho ng CPSP Catch Committee sa specialization. Ano? May mag-a-apply dito yung ating specialty society o committee. No? I-evaluate ng CPSP Catch Committee. No? Ngayon, ang maganda dito sa career progression nito, meron tayong pilot program. Kung sa government, for example, sa career progression, maraming electrical engineering do sa organization government, maybe sa Transco, pwede natin i-sample yan. Kung private entity, siyempre, saan ba maraming electrical engineering? Siyempre sa distribution utility. No? So, apply natin yan sa malaking electric cooperative o kaya sa private like Meralco. No? So, may career progression. So, yun. Iaano natin sa kanila yung doon natin. And of course, since level 7, level 8 ng CPSP Cut Committee, no, what kailangan for these people who are helping us for so many years, working gratis de amor, no? So, tawag na yung talent nila, buno-volunteer nila ng libre, no? Yung treaty time, talent, minsan pa yung kanilang no? So of course, other T's, treasure, no? And of course, the other people behind us, yung other staff behind those people na nag-help sa amin, no? Ang kailangan dito sa CPSP Cuts Committee, so it was agreed during the CPD PFC meeting, mag-i-evaluate sila ng level 8. So dapat yung CPS Cut Committee member ay automatic grandfathers, sila ay magiging level 8. No? So, mahirap naman mag-evaluate ka ng level 7 ng level 8 kung ikaw ay level 7. Kaya yung specialty commits natin nung araw nahinto kasi doon sa diagram flow ay yung mag-evaluate ng PE initially REE kasi kokonti pa yung PE. So sabi namin hindi pa pwede ito. Hindi natin pwede ipagpatuloy yung specialty. Kasi for the reason, nakakainis naman na mag-evaluate initially, RAE, ang evaluate niya, PEE. So ngayon, lahat dito sa specialization na mag-evaluate, mga PEE yan. No? And of course, yung member na specialization, dahil sila, alam nila paano yung process, so sila rin ang unang mag-a-apply. So bago sila mag-evaluate ng level 8. So sila ngayon mismo magkakaroon din ng specialization. Sila maunang mag-apply. No? So these people nando sa specialization, society, the committee, and this CP cuts will be the one who will go on the process sa leveling. Na level 8 sila. Not to be accredited ng board. Re-recommend ng board ng board ng BE, then to the PRC Commission. No? So, ganun ang flow. Kaya nga itong CP, validate professional portfolio of candidates. Ito yung trabaho nila, no? Then kami mag-i-issue ng resolution titled yung board. Then, approve ng commission. Tapos, ito pa, ang kailangan din nito, lalabas ho yan lahat doon sa inyong ID. So, ang future niya, yung PRC ID nyo, meron ng labeling. No, kung ikaw ay RE, mayroon nakanot level 6. Kung ikaw ay PE, ikaw ay level 7. Hopefully, ma-implement next year. No? Kung di na-implement ngayon, dapat next year, no, ma-implement. So alam niyo naman medyo ma-delay because of pandemic. So sitwasyon, ano? Okay. So meron tayong last slide na, but thank you for listening, not sleeping. But there's another slide pa for information lang. So we just have board exam September 5, 6, 7. Ano? So supposed to be total examinee as per PRC record is 10,203. No? So yung RE dyan is 5,330. And RME is 5,173. Yung number of testing center natin is 13. Dati yung testing center natin 8. Dinayan ng PRC ang testing center. Remember, mahirap mag-cross border. And of course, during this pandemic, it's only the Board of Electrical Engineering where conduct sa 13 number testing center. Parang normal. No? And we are lucky for that kasi after 2 days, naghigpit si ITF. Impact sa Cebu, supposed to be postponed, ano? Pero nag-rally yung mga examinees. Bakit daw NCR ata na-approve? Sila hindi. So, in-approve sila and we just require kung di antigen swab test. no? So, out of 5,003 RA examinee, ang kumuha lang is 2,590. So, 51.5%. So, alam niyo naman kung bakit hindi makakuha yung lahat. Ano? Total examinee took the RME exam, 2,232 out of 5,173. Oh, mali ito. Dito 51%. No? Nasa tama, 51 yan. Ano? But overall, so 4822, and not 2232.
67%, partner.
67.44%, no? 67.44. So, yun, no? So, overall, ang kumuha na exam of 10,047.26. So, 5,381 not take the exam, no? So, we expected tayo na yung iba rito kukuha sa next succeeding exam natin next year. So, the overall passing for RE is 51.5%. And for passing for RME, 67.44. If I remember, kaya pala Cebu, nagpupursige, so yung passing nila sa RME is around 60 plus and then sa REE is 50 plus. No? So yan po yung result na pinagpagura namin na lumabas kami kagabi kaya medyo ginabi kami. So we almost finished around 9:30 in the evening. No? For the past 3 days, the board is working to PRC for the easy result. Hindi kaagad yung katulad ng dati na after 3 days sarabas yung result. Kasi ngayon kino-quarantine pa natin yung mga test paper, no? Sinasanitize pa, meron pa siya na parang treatment period, no? Because of the virus, no? Medyo inaano pa, no? So requirement na after 3 days o 4 days, tsaka pa lang pwede buksan yung mga box. So,
But we are on schedule, partner. We are on schedule. September 16. September 16, we are on schedule.
Oh, we are on a schedule, based on the schedule. And of course, kaya ganito dumami yan kasi yung dapat 3 exam ang na-postpone. Yung April 2021, April 2020, September 2020, and April 2021. Ito yung pang-apat, no? So, hopefully, we can conduct also next year in accordance to the schedule na April and September. And of course, matuloy na rin sana yung sa SPLBE, no? So hopefully. And of course, conducting this exam during pandemic is very costly for PRC, no? May marami rooms na requirement, dati 20 bawat room, ngayon minsan 8, 9. Ngayon during the exam, mayroong room na wala, no? Hindi sumipot yung mga examinee. No, iba 4 lang, no? Marami absent. Kasi yung requirement o minsan iba nag-positive, no? So hindi pwede. No? So requirement ng swab tsaka antigen, so may health protocol na sinusunod. Kaya hindi lahat nakakuha. And we understand, PRC understand that, ano? So those who not take the exam because some reason, they will be allowed to take the exam, no? Kasi pandemic naman to eh, no? So just explain to them but hindi kayo nakakuha na exam. So we expect na everybody cannot do. Tsaka hindi rin natin alam talaga kung matutuloy o hindi, no? So because of the situation very fluid, no? We were just lucky na after no ating exam naghigpit bigla, no? So maraming board cancellation nangyari sa NCR ngayon. So with that, kung may mga tanong lang kayo, lagay niyo sa chat. Thank you po and good afternoon po sa inyong lahat. Good afternoon pa. Good morning pa pala.
Thank you very much, Engineer Mendoza. Thank you for gracing with your precious time with us. And I would like to request Engineer Mario Tabanyag, our President, and Felipe Nilyama, the Regional Governor, to present the certificate of appreciation to Honorable Jaime V. Mendoza as Technical Resource Speaker on the topic Career Progression and Specialization Program for Electrical Engineering in the 20th Eastern and Central Visayas Virtual Regional Conference, Zoom conference held on September 16 to 19, 2021, with program accreditation number Oscar Echo Echo 2020007-308, approves 25 CPD points, given the 17th day of September 2021, signed Mario C. Tabanyak, Professional Electrical Engineer, President, IIE Cebu Chapter, Felipe C. Niliama, Professional Electrical Engineer, Regional Governor 7, Luel B. Ratilia, Professional Electrical Engineer, the Vice President of Technical Affairs, and Brian A. Pasilan, Professional Electrical Engineer, Technical Consultant, and Advisor. Sir? Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, of course, we have to save the best for last. We won't let this moment pass without hearing some words of enlightenment and motivation from our keynote speaker. So to formally introduce our keynote speaker for this morning, let me request the Vice President Internal of IIE Cebu Chapter, Engineer Robert Cabarubias, also known as the Great Philosopher, Bob Cobb.
Hi, good afternoon. Good morning. Morning. Okay, my apology. I have to introduce the very important man. Even for me, I am not worthy to untie his shoes. He was a former IIEE National President. He is also a former President of SPECS, and he is the most outstanding electrical engineer, the field of electrical engineering. Former chairman of the Distribution Management Committee and a chairman of Market Surveillance. He also initiated to bring the examination to the Middle East, because there is a saying, when the ship cannot come to the pier will come to the ship. So that is why this person is the very, very important person, because he changed something in the normality. Then, would you please welcome our keynote speaker for today, Honorable Francis V. Mapili.
Thank you so much, Bob. That's too much of an introduction, huh? Some of them are over. But nonetheless, thank you so much for that very kind introduction, Bob. Of course, to our National President, Alan Alvarez, to all the, of course, for that, I'd like to acknowledge also the Honorable Jaime Mendoza, who's been working so hard with our career progression of the specialization for electrical engineering. We wish to congratulate him and his team for a job well done. We were able to have the resolution approved last August of this year, 2021, after a long discussion, series of back and forth deliberation on leveling the PE for level 7, which is second to the highest level under the Philippine Qualification Framework. And to Felipe, who is here, to all the important people who are here right now. I'm sorry, I may not be able to greet everybody because of many of you. Some of our friends who you can see, like Jules, former president here. Noel Fernandez, former president, is here. Brian is here, I think, his name. And among others, sorry, but I cannot. There's a problem with the thing, no? It's difficult, and I understand you now have a bit a what's this? A blended virtual and face-to-face conference, no? That's good. But allow me, my presentation will be very, very brief because this is very important. I wanted to show it to you because soon enough, this is the pattern that we're going to use under in our professional summit, which all of you are being invited as far as professionals are concerned. So we're going to have a professional summit sometime October, and all of the boards have been required and requested to update the roadmap of the profession for the board for that matter. One of which was already briefed to you by the Honorable Jaime Mendoza, but allow me to share to you briefly. This will take only about 5 to 10 minutes. So allow me to share. Can I share? Just a minute. You bear with me, please. Just a few minutes. Problem here is. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is the screen okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. You know, in the year 2017 up to 2020, we presented our vision statement and mission statement at the Professional Regulation Commission for the Board of Electrical Engineering. Okay. So this is the vision statement that we presented before, and we did not change the vision statement, even the mission statement, and the core values, among others. So we are now making use of this vision statements, and hopefully we may be able to align this to your vision statement of IIE and to the core values that we have right now in IIE. Okay. So we have this vision of being the premier pillar, leader, and frontrunner, bringing professional excellence, honor, and pride to the engineering profession, to the Filipino community, and to the world. Okay. Our mission statement is ensuring that the credibility and integrity of the licensure examination for PEE, IEEs, and REMEs to a continuous improvement of a globally recognized professional and ethical standard. So this is our mission. It's a continuing thing to make sure that credibility and integrity of licensure examination is improved and is globally recognized. And then to continue, we want to do to produce and provide society and the community with a highly competent, qualified, and ethically oriented, conscientious, globally competitive Filipino PEs, REEs, and RMEs. Part of the mission statement is to assure the public of safe, reliable, credible, cost-effective, and environmentally friendly electrical system through an efficient and effective electrical engineering enforcement and regulation. So those are the mission statements that we had. Then this was followed by the core values from our acronym BEE, benevolent in providing the best professional services to the Filipino people and to the world, and an efficient and effective outcomes-based licensure examination. So as you can see, we're now doing a lot of outcomes-based, including the Philippine Qualification Framework, Specialization, Career Progression. And of course, an exemplary and regulation that will enable us to monitor and enforce awareness of the electrical safety. Those are the core values. Now, how do we work on our strategic values? For the strategic values, this is really part of our mandate, is to look into the conditions affecting the practice of the electrical engineering profession through a feedback mechanism of the accredited integrated professional organization for electrical engineering. Under the law, this is specific, mentioned already by Engineer Mendoza. We are an accredited integrated professional organization because of the law. As he has mentioned a while ago, some of the organization is not integrated, so they have different organization within their profession. But in our case, we have this accredited integrated professional organization for electrical engineering, which is very good for all of us, because our elders are mostly visionary and they were able to accredit us and integrate us into one. But as the board, as our strategic goal, we need to look into the conditions affecting our electrical engineering practice. We need to adopt measures for the enhancement of the profession by instituting a lot of highly professional, technical, and ethical standards. And this is our strategic goal, and to update finally on the policies and develop new regulations for the electrical engineering practice to conform with the exigencies of the international community. Having all of these things, this I presented to the Professional Association of Philippine Professional Association of Professional Regulatory Board as a roadmap so that they can follow suit in accordance with the other profession. But this is our new updated roadmaps. Okay. For our key results area, from the year 2017 to 2023, we have moved that to 2020 to 2025. Sorry, I wasn't able. Okay. Now you can see that in here we've been working on the ACPE, which is an international mutual recognition arrangement between the ASEAN member countries, and we still have these issues and actions. For the academe, we still have those. There is a very small linkage between the academe and the industry. The competency of the Philippine Electrical Code, as mentioned a while ago by Honorable Mendoza, you need to study that. And then you will be studying the distribution code, you'll be studying with the grid code, you'll be studying a lot of other international code. And one of the things that you wish to see, of course, is your inspection and monitoring, not only of the universities, but as well as the industry. So we moved that 2020 to 2025. So this year will now become 2025. But what will happen? What happens then is that there was this pandemic, but we need to look into the conditions affecting the practice. And this has affected a lot of our practices. The pandemic has affected a lot of our practice. So what we did is to come up with a lot of virtual and online platforms so that we can continue with the ACPE key results area, our issues, low turnover, our linkage in the industry, the entry-level engineers, so that we may be able to work this with the industry as well. And one of which that we are doing right now is to come up with a table of specifications so that there would be indeed an engineer that is licensed that is to be accepted immediately. For the Philippine Electrical Code, as you know, we were able to approve the Philippine Electrical Code Part 2 despite the pandemic. And it was a bit difficult for a while, but we were able to do that virtually. Okay? Now, as far as the Section 33, this is the employability of our professionals. This I will have to put our professional career progression. Why? Because in here we were able to upgrade the PE on a level 7, which is now can be used for a master's degree equivalency for the government, which means that the civil service has accepted already the level 7 for EEE. So for those professionals, electrical engineering professionals who are in the government right now, we can make use of this career progression. And so, and we will continue to pursue that until the professional electrical engineers goes to level 8. So that for those of you REE who wanted to go up the ladder of your career, then you can go as high as level 8, following the prescription given to you a while ago and some of the details a while ago by Honorable Jaime Mendoza. Okay, now what is more relevant, additional relevance of this Section 33 that we have done virtual online? We can now conduct an online platform. We're just still waiting. Right now, we have been discussing about it. We're now on the 95% of completion of the resolution, so that from there, we have completed a lot of the guidelines. We have completed what to inspect, how can this be done through online, and how can this be done by PRC and among other things. So the details we have deliberated already, and we have approved some minor and tweak some of the guidelines yet. And soon enough, we'll be expecting before the end of this year, we will be conducting a lot of our inspection through online. And fortunately, as what we have been doing, we already have a resolution of empowering our accredited organization, IIE, to assist the board in these virtual online platforms. Soon enough, we're going to get back to you sometime perhaps in October. So we'll finalize all the details on the inspection guidelines and processes. These are all done virtually. The professional electrical engineer examination, we will now be again conducting another examination soon via online, making use of the Zoom done by PRC through the ICT. So we will have to continue with a lot of this work. As you can see, my dear colleagues and constituents, recently we have had conducted an examination because of the clamor of all our students who graduated Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering and who wanted to take the Master Electrician examination as well. I can tell you it's difficult. But I have a saying that when the going gets tough, the tough gets going, which means that we wanted all of these challenges for all of you guys, so that your career will not be halted. This is something that we try to navigate ourselves in the new normal in this pandemic, so that we will continue to aspire our dreams. We will continue to make sure that everybody will be able to go up their ladder of career. We did have about 4,800 who took the examination. Out of the 10,000, 4,800 is brave enough to apply. But again, about 60% in the National Capital Region were absent. But we are still happy because this is also the second time that we got a high percentage rating of the examinees. Considering that in Cebu, we had to withhold 3 examinees because they were tested positive on the second day of the RE examination. And so you can just imagine how difficult it is that to come up with this examination procedure and all those protocols, but we need to do that. This is part of our issues and concerns as far as our strategic planning is concerned, our strategic core goals are concerned, which means that coming up with an examination so that everybody will be able to fulfill their dreams as an electrical engineer. Having said that, I would like to congratulate all of you for coming up with this hybrid conferences. This is indeed very, very inspiring to me, and I am being motivated to see you guys. I can see Brian there sitting alongside with a lot of those people on a face-to-face. The first time we were discussing yesterday when we are about to release the examination. We have done this for about 3 days. The last day is yesterday because we have to make sure that we meet the deadline of the September 16 release of board examination. And you can just imagine, I was the first time for the 2 years of lockdown. First time I was out of the house, out of home for about more than 8 hours. I have never done that before during the pandemic. But as you can see, we need to release the result. We know the anxiety of our students, and we know, and I'd like to congratulate, by the way, all of those passers, most especially to you guys from Cebu, from NCR, from Cagayan de Oro, all over about 13 testing areas that we have right now. This is the biggest so far, and as mentioned by Honorable Mendoza, we are blessed and we are lucky because during the time that we are conducting examination, we are holding examination of 5, 6, and 7. A day after, there was the IATF declared an ECQ for almost all over the country. So that's why we are so lucky and so blessed that we were able to complete the examination, a 3-day examination for the electrical engineers. In closing, I would like to thank you so much. I'm so inspired. I'd like to thank everybody who is responsible for this conference. And mabuhay kayong lahat at mabuhay tayong IIE. Bind us together, IIE. Maraming salamat po. Magandang hapon po.
Honorable Francis V. Mapili, sir. Our fine gentlemen here, they were arguing whether you're using filter, and I said, no, you just look great on the screen.
No, I don't use, no. Thank you anyway.
Okay, so I hope to see you again here in Cebu, sir, in person.
Yeah, sure.
So, but for that, we'll just, yes, sir?
I miss you guys.
Miss you here too, sir.
Okay.
You look younger and younger each day. Okay, so again, I would like to request the governor and our president here to present the certificate of appreciation presented to Honorable Francis B. Mapili as keynote speaker in the 20th Eastern and Central Visayas Virtual Regional Conference, Zoom conference held on September 16 to 19, 2021, with program accreditation number Oscar Echo Echo 2020007-308 with approved 25 CPD points given the 17th day of September 2021. Signed, Mario C. Tabanyag, Professional Electrical Engineer, President, IIE Cebu Chapter. Felipe C. Niliama, Professional Electrical Engineer, Regional Governor 7. Luel B. Ratilla, Professional Electrical Engineer, the Vice President. And Brian A. Pasilan, Professional Electrical Engineer, Advisor, Technical Advisor. Sir?
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much. Hope to see you in person here in Cebu, sir.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let's now proceed with our technical presentation. So we will be having our working lunch. I know you can just eat your food there at the convenience of your home and your table. You can nibble while listening to our lecture. We'll be using the our break time since we had some idle time this morning for some technical for some issues with our speakers and guests because of their busy schedule. So for that, let me call in one of our local sponsors to present their product from the United Electrical Specialists Incorporated. They'll be presenting their power meter with the brand Seaweed. Okay, so to further discuss their product, let us listen to the head of Asia region and Australia, Secure Group, with an experience of 25 years in electrical and electronics industry, having an educational attainment of engineering with master's degree in business administrations, major in marketing. Let's give it to Mr. Manish Gadha. Together with him also is the regional manager of Southeast Asia region, Secure Group, with an experience of 12 years in electrical and electronics industry, also with the same educational attainment of engineering with master's degree in business administration with marketing, with major in marketing, Mr. Sandeep Kumar. Sir?
Okay. Very good afternoon to all of you. Can you see my screen, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Very good afternoon to all of you, sir and madam. My name is Manish Godha. I am the business head for Asia and Australia market with Secure Meters. First of all, I would like to thank you all for giving me the opportunity for presenting my company and brief about our products. Also like to thank our local partner, United Electrical Specialist, for coordinating and providing us this opportunity. I would just give a brief about Secure. I will not go in detail. I'll just give a brief about the introduction about our company and a brief about the products. Secure Meters was basically, it is located in India. It is located in a lake city of India, that is Udaipur. which is a very famous city. And we started our journey in the year 1987 from India. Okay. And during that time, Indian utilities, the distribution companies were having a lot of revenue losses. They were in loss in spite of sufficient availability of power. So one of the reasons that we as a business identified that major reason of losses of the distribution company was that there was no right metering available. The meters used were mechanical type, old type, which were having a losses. This could be very easily tempered with a magnet, with a spark, or changing the wires, and that leads to a lot of losses to the utilities. As you know, any business is started to solve a bigger problem. Bigger the problem, bigger is the business opportunities available. So we at Secure, we started identifying this particular problem, and we searched what could be the right technology to address this losses of the utilities. So we got into collaboration with a UK-based company called Polymeters Response International, PRI, UK, which were the pioneer in electronic metering and digital metering in UK. We got into technical collaboration with them, started manufacturing electronic meters in India in a very small garage, and started promoting the concept, because that was the first time the electronic metering was introduced in India in 1987. We spreaded the concept and promoted the business with the utilities, and that spreaded and that got a lot of good traction. Slowly, the business started growing up, and in 1996, we purchased the company, PRI, and that became a part of Secure Group. The business in India started growing up, so we wanted to expand our reach globally. So to get the latest technology and to get the reach globally, we acquired and purchased many global companies which were innovative in the technologies for automatic meter reading, smart metering technologies, smart homes, pump efficiencies, and even we acquired one of the distribution franchisee utility in UK. So from 2002 to 2007, we made a lot of acquisition to get the latest technology and spreaded our wings globally. So today, all those companies which we acquired are now part of Secure Group. We have Secure Australia, Secure India, Secure Sweden, Secure UK, everywhere we have spread it. So that is how our journey started. So to just give a brief, our presence, we have our factories in India, UK, and also the offices in Sweden, Australia, Dubai. 4 factories we have globally, 3 in India, 1 in UK. We also have the local partner manufacturing in Ghana and Malaysia. And total strength is about 3,000 people. And we have the largest R&D team in the world in metering, 650 research and development engineers. Today we have 42 million meters installed globally, and a very strong presence in UK, Australia, and Singapore. In fact, if you know, the UK utilities are going for the smart metering, and Secure enjoy a major chunk of business in smart metering. In fact, we are the only Indian company who export directly to UK because our products are Ofgem UK certified, so we can directly export to the UK utilities. This is just a glimpse of our factories and offices which are spread in different parts of the world, whether it is in India or in Australia or Sweden, UK, Dubai, and also our partners factories in Malaysia and Ghana. We also got the best R&D award from Indian government. We also got the prestigious Queen's Award, which is from Queen Elizabeth in 2006 for the best performance in international business. We also got award from European Award for Smart Metering and Smart Grid Award in 2015. So you can see we as a business have got a recognition globally. If you see the next slide, you will see that today we are spread in more than 70 countries. We have a very strong presence in India, strong presence in UK, and very strongly entrenched in European market, Middle East and Africa. So we are pioneer in prepayment metering. We were the first company in India to launch a prepayment metering concept. And today we are one of the largest suppliers for smart metering in UK, Australia, Singapore, Malaysia, and neighboring countries. How to differentiate yourself from others? You know, for Secure, it has been always our goal that how we can give a value to the customer. That is because we always believe that if you are able to solve the problem of the customer, that will help you to sustain in the business for longer term. And also the quality pays in the long term. So basically, we were the first company in India to give a 10 years warranty, no question asked, on all our products supplied in India at present. This we have done by addressing our back-end processes, our suppliers, our quality processes, which we have been working from last 5 years to strengthen that thing so that we were confident to give a 10 years warranty on our products for all products manufactured by Secure in India. At present, it is in India, and we will be spreading that thing in the global products. What we do? Basically, we are into two segments. One is into the metering and instrumentation. As you all know, that for the entire energy cycle, you have a generation, transmission, distribution, and end consumer. We as a business have basically got all solutions, metering and instrumentation, right from the generation side, transmission, distribution, and end consumers. So we have different types of products, softwares, systems, and solution to address this thing. Similarly, we also do a lot of things into energy efficiency, whether it is for air conditioning controls to reduce the electricity consumption by air conditioners, which is a major chunk guzzlers for energy, or do a pumping solutions, that is to reduce the energy consumption by the water pumps, which are a big megawatt consumptions. There also we got some technology to reduce the consumption and energy. I'll just touch upon a brief about the products. You know, any product that we have designed, we want it to be something unique, something value that we can offer to the customer. I'll just touch upon a brief about our products, like multifunction meter that we have introduced. This is manufactured under our CV brand, which is a UK brand manufactured in the UK factory. We have, like a tariff meter, have got a very high accuracy. Multifunction meter is having an accuracy as per a revenue meter. And it has also got some modular communication ports so that people can plug and play and change the modules, and they don't need to change the meter every time. It has also got a memory to store the data. It has got a THD value for power, voltage, and current. And also, just like a utility meter, a maximum demand recording facility also. It can also do import-export metering facility. So if you see, we have done something unique in this product also, so that basically the specifications and the requirement matches as per the revenue metering requirements also. This meter can also not be tempered. Similarly, for the low voltage panel builders, switchgear companies, we have a wide range of digital panel meters, multifunction meters. This is available in the LED and LCD range. Here also, what we introduce is a pass-through concept. If you can see on the screen, we have got a pass-through, thread-through concept, wherein the person would not be requiring, the panel builder will not be requiring to connect the meter through a screw. It will just pass through the thread-through connection and the CT sensing will be done. So this will help a lot in terms of reducing the fault risk of CT shorting, tightening of screw, no wire cuts, cost reduction. So this is one of the unique concept that also we have launched in digital panel meters also. I will not go on to the features in details, but again, even in digital panel meters, we have given some alerts that if there is some high voltage or high any specific instructance parameters or low, the user does not have to sit in front of the meter and watch. that would be stored in the memory and it would be flashing that this is the high voltage and the limit that has been crossed. So that can be programmed by the customer. Again, considering the utility and the customers into mind. So whatever features that we are planning and develop are always considering the end customer's application into mind. Ultimately we need to deliver the benefit to the customers. Similarly, we launched the new series of multifunction meters, a power meter, which is one of the unique things that we have launched. It is got a multifunction meter with the latest communication and very bright display in terms of offering lot of communication options. We have given a modular communication ports for backnet communication, which is basically for building management, for Profinet, which is for industrial communication, 61850, which is for substation automation, TCP/IP for basically LAN communication. So all these are modular, and these are available for the unique thing, and these are offering a benefit to the customer. You don't have to purchase and use a different meter, but you can just plug and play communication depending on your requirement. Again, trying to address and solve that there is no inventory needs to be maintained, and we are giving the right proposition to the customer. In addition to this, this is also having very high memory up to 16 megabyte, having a memory of almost 3 years with every 1 minute data logging facility. So this meter already is basically being used in many countries, and also we have supplied in Philippines also. So this is some of the features of this thing. I will not go in details about this thing. It also has some of the power quality features like voltage sag, swell, under voltage, TOU, time of use measuring, everything is available. So these are basically for the industrial application, switchboard panel builders, all that things. Then we also have, this is again from our factory in Bristol, CV brand, which is a European brand. We launched a grid meter. And again, as I mentioned to you, a grid meter which we launched, considering the end customer into mind. That today, if they are using an one port RS-232 for a AMR application, but tomorrow, if they want to use the same meter for a SCADA application and require a Modbus, they should not be changing the meter. So we give a modular communication ports. We give up to 3 communication ports, RS-232, RS-485, Ethernet port, so that the multiple communication is possible. And at the same time, in the same meter, you get the IEC DLMS as well as Modbus, which is available at Ethernet port. It also gives you a power quality features, which are very important for substation monitoring. And you get the sag, swell, voltage, unbalance, everything is available. So this is available in both wall as well as rack mounted thing. Again, so the major thing that we wanted to solve is, today we are using multiple meters for AMR, for SCADA, but considering our solution, the same meter can be used for multiple applications. And that is where we wanted to pitch as secure and CV that gives some value to the customers. Okay. So, and another product that we have, which is very popular in Europe, a lot of utilities in Sweden and in other parts of Europe are already using. We launch a power quality meter. And again, considering our philosophy that offer some value to the customer, we incorporated 2-in-1 concept. Why a utility should purchase a separate revenue meter, 0.2 class, and why a separate power quality meter? Why can't we combine the same in one unit and offer a value and offer a cost optimization solution? Because you need to understand, we need to understand as a utility, how much is the impact on their revenue because of poor power quality. So you can't have a 2 system running parallelly, because there would always be plus minus 0.2% accuracy error. But having a combined meter together, you will solve that particular problem. So that is the concept which we launched, 0.2S type tested revenue meter with class A certified power quality meter, meeting all the latest standards and approvals. At the same time, when we designed the software, we thought, what is the value that we can give to the customer? Is customer interested in reading a lot of data? No. he wants to have basically an actionable report. So after talking to a lot of our utilities and customers in Europe, we come up with a very powerful dashboard wherein a single screen basically can give you the complete picture of the power quality. And we define in the software, in the dashboard, different colors, wherein green, red color, red, orange, and green color. So that if there is any quality issue of power quality issue, we can get it remotely sitting at the central place. We don't have to go to the customer. We will be getting an indication in the red, green, or orange color, whether this is into the red zone, that is a danger zone. So we can just click to that particular spot and we can get a detailed analysis also. So you can get the power quality issue for a day, last week. There are different types of curves available, which are for semiconductor industries. So this is how we try to make basically this particular product as user friendly. Similarly, we also have the energy management solutions. There are a lot of talks about that in pandemic time, you should be worried any customer, any company, any industry. There are three components which he needs to be taking care: the cost, capital, and cash. And how to reduce the recurring cost? It is basically by managing the system, digitizing the system, so that there is a minimum waste of electricity. So what we have done, we have gone with the energy management solution using a multifunction meter and our mobile-based software, by which any industry or retail chain, basically you can get on their mobile the complete solution about energy management with the alerts, whether there is a consumption, there is some leakages, everything would be available on the mobile. So that a person sitting at the central station of a retail chain, for example, can know which particular data center or which particular retail shop has a higher consumption compared to the benchmark and what is the output. So he just link all those shops with the central server and get the monitoring of the consumption at his fingertips. We try to make the things very simple. Even a non-technical person should be able to work on this particular software so that he is able to derive the meaningful information. Then there are some components like electrical transducers, which are again what we did. We supplied this thing to NGCP also. So this is basically again trying that for any transducer, the most critical thing is the response time. So we define and design the transducer with a very high response time of 100 milliseconds, so that the customer can able to get the glitches or spikes available in the system. And these are all programmable. You can program with the input or output, voltage, current, frequency, anything that you require. Just it has got a USB port. You don't require even a power supply to program it. You can do it yourself without any help of any support or third party. And the softwares are available free. Prepaid metering was again one of the concepts which I mentioned earlier also. We were the first company to launch a prepaid metering concept in India. We got the technology from PRI UK. Today we have the highest installation based in Northern Ireland. We have supplied about 400,000 prepaid meters which are being used since 1996. And that is so much accepted there. Even you can see on the website of Northern Ireland Utility that they have been so much using our prepaid metering solution. So prepaid, as you all know, I don't know whether in Philippines this concept is prevailing, but prepaid is just like your prepaid mobile. You pay in advance, you get the electricity as much as your consumption you require, and you will get the electricity. So this basically helps both the utilities as well as the private builders, which are going for a network type of a solution, that it helps in improved cash flow, operational efficiencies, revenue assurance, operational cost reduction, reducing peak demand, and debt collections. So no billing is required. And at the same time, this meter has a switch. If somebody is exceeding the load, 5 kilowatt is a sanctioned load, suppose, and if he's exceeding continuously the load, he will get an alert. And at the same time, the meter will ask them to reduce the load, or at the same time, it will be prompting them that he should go and increase his sanction load. So This will, otherwise it will disconnect. So, and he will have to go to the utility or the builder, and it will be again be operation after 1 hour. So it is trying, basically the prepayment concept is basically for the benefit of the builder also and for the benefit of the consumer also. Consumer can see what he is consuming. He can do a budgeting. If he is going for a long holiday, he doesn't need basically to recharge the meter. So he can do it as per his convenience. It is helps in budgeting. And at the same time, it gives them peace of mind, so that whatever consumption he is doing, he is paying for that. So this is the concept which is very popular in the utilities and also for the builder segment. Another thing is basically that we launch a unique proposition is a normal tariff meter, a single phase, postpaid, single phase or 3-phase type of energy meter. And these meters are tamper-proof. This is very much important for the cooperatives or the builders or the associations or high-rise buildings. Now what we have done, first thing is, as I mentioned in the beginning, we have made this meter a tamper-proof. You bring a magnet near this meter, you bring a spark near the meter, it will not be impacted. This is because in India, we have a lot of experience that people use different technologies or methods to tamper the meter. But we, with our rich experience, we have tried to make this meter as far as possible a tamper-proof meter, so that there people cannot tamper and there is no revenue losses. At the same time, it has also have a TOU facilities, data storing facility. It can store the billing for the almost 12 months and available up to 100 amperes. And another important thing that we have done, considering the convenience of reading, we have incorporated a Bluetooth technology in this meter. Now, Bluetooth is a free technology. The meter would be having a Bluetooth fix on the meter, and a person, we are giving an app, a person just walk through and he can get all the data from the meter just by walking through. He can get a selected parameters, or he can also get a complete data of the meter memory on the mobile app, and he just walk through. And once the data is completed, he can automatically get transferred to the central station, whether it is a utility central station or whether it is a builder's maintenance office. The data would be automatically going there, and from there he can prepare a bill and distribute to the consumer. So this is again a very economical solution that we have provided. Our aim is basically that for any builder or any utility, the most important thing is that he should have limited spend on the capex, limited spend on the opex, and at the same time the revenue losses should be minimum. But most important thing, consumer happiness or consumer delight should be there. So whatever product and solution that we prepare, we keep this thing in mind, so that there is no burden on the utility or the builder. Another solution that we have come is air conditioning solution. As you know, the temperature, right now we use a thermostat in our houses, or there is also a lot of wastage of electricity in the hotels, because many of the people leave the hotel room on, AC on, and there is a huge wastage, and the hotel owners or the maintenance team doesn't know whether their AC is on or the bills are going up. And again, the temperature normally, even in the home that we are using a thermostat, it is basically working only on the temperature in the room. But as per our understanding, the room temperature depends upon the inside temperature, the clothing, the activity that we do in the room, the humidity, the sunlight, weather. So we have designed a very unique product and solution based on artificial intelligence, which is sensing all these 6 parameters, and you don't have to switch on or switch off the air condition. This based on your body empathy, it will all sensing that what is the best temperature that you require and where you are comfortable. So it will be automatically switching on or switching off the room temperature and air condition as per your requirement. So this particular solution would give a comfort, a convenience, and at the same time, it will also help you to save electricity. This can also be used, as I mentioned, in the household applications for the split ACs or window ACs, or also in the hotels where you are using basically a centralized air conditioning solution using FCUs. So we have a complete system, solution, and software using mobile apps or the laptops. You can control, switch on or switch off the air conditioning inside the room. So that is what we have tried to develop that thing. And again, coming back to the last solution about the energy efficiency is the pumping that I discussed with you earlier, is the water pump, water distribution companies. They have basically a lot of big water pumps which are in megawatt, kilowatt, and there is a huge wastage of electricity. Over the time, the efficiency of the pumps goes down. And if suppose it is a 1 megawatt water pump, and over the years, the efficiencies goes from 85% to 65%. You can imagine how much would be the losses. So we have a unique technology that is from our UK company, which we acquired from Advanced Energy Monitoring Solution of UK, wherein you can monitor the efficiency of the system without switching on or switching off the pumps. You have a centralized system by which you can connect our devices using systems and softwares, and you can do online monitoring of the pumps. You can control the pumps, you can know the efficiencies, flows, and height, and everything parameters which are required and impacting the efficiencies. So that all you can get on the central station. And this is the software web-based wherein you can do a centralized monitoring. I will not cover more about that thing. And this is, as I mentioned to you, secure group, which is now spread all across the world. More than 60-70 countries are there. We have all the certification. We have all the good customers there. We have supplied in most of the utilities, most of the industries, most of the customers in Southeast Asia specifically, and also in some presence in, we have supplied in NGCP and some private companies in Philippines also. I will not take much of your time. I'm happy to answer any specific questions if you have, sir and ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. So, if you have some questions, maybe you can put it in the chat box and Q&A box so that we will answer that accordingly, and so that we will also save time. So, at this juncture, we will award the certificate of appreciation to our sponsor. So thank you for the speaker. So coming from India, and you have a very powerful voice, sir, and the audience are very overwhelmed with your presentation. So we will award this certificate of appreciation. Let me read the contents. IIEE Cebu chapter presents the certificate of appreciation in gratitude and acknowledgement of the invaluable support as sponsor, a gold sponsor of the 20th Eastern and Central Visayas Virtual Regional Conference held on 17th day of September 2021 via Zoom, given this 17th day of September 2021, signed Mario C. Tabanyag, PEE, President IAE Cebu, Felipe Niliama, PEE, Regional Governor, signed Lowell B. Ratilla, PEE, VP Technical Affairs, signed Brian P. Pasilan, PEE, Technical Consultant and Advisor. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me present the certificate of appreciation to United Electrical Specialists Incorporated, especially the product presented by what was that? Siwi?
Yeah, Secure Group. Manish Godha.
From Secure Group.
Yeah.
Okay, so a round of applause. So this is our certificate. So this will be received by the representative from Cebu, sir. So Donato Makaraig is here. So a round of applause. So thank you very much, sir. Okay, thank you. So we will proceed to the next part of the program. This will be the power system dimensioning. The presenter or the speaker is very familiar guy here from Cebu. And he is our former IIE National President, He is now the Vice President Operations of Terma Marine Incorporated. So, is he on board now? Sir Bry? Please check.
Pero I'm still working on my.
Okay, just give us a clue. In the meantime, we will have we'll just watch the sponsors, no? Video. So our sponsors for this Eastern Central Visayas Virtual Regional Conference. Okay na si Sir Noel? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome and be ready to listen to our power speaker, and his topic is about power system dimensioning. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Engineer Noel T. Fernandez, PEE, PIEE, MNX, MXM. So, take it away, Sir Noel.
For a while. You know what's happening to me? Hindi ko makita yung guwan ko. Hindi ko makita yung presentation ko.
Sige lang, Sir Noel. Basta nandito si Bobby, yung paborito mong pangalan, Bobby.
Nakita na yung share presentation?
Kita na, Sir Brian? Yes, nakita na, Sir.
What about the sound? Audio?
Yeah,
Okay lang?
here.
May echo. Parang somebody is wala na kami. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Wala akong marinig.
Good afternoon.
Ayun.
Good afternoon, Sir Noel.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, my topic here is very simple. Power system dimensioning, meaning to say this is a criteria that is usually used in every type of power in the system, but in accordance to what particular installation you have in. So, di na kailangan to. Learning objectives is the marriage of voltage and kVA, a power system dimensioning, at what voltage standards, and load analysis, substation sizing, distribution system design, transformer losses, and procedures in new substation. Hopefully that this topic is very much appreciable to everyone. So before anything else, just a process of learning. So what I'm saying here is that we need to walk before we run. Just like a child has to know how to walk before he can run. Another one is that learning is a never-ending process. Even if you're old, you still have to learn what are the new things that you may encounter in the future. So if you're going to stop learning, then I hope you're not, because you are now starting to die. So this is now a marriage between KVA and voltage. First and foremost is, with all the experience we have in this working field, the question is what KVA and voltage may now seem very easy and immaterial. However, these are things that the engineer should be aware of. What do you think is the voltage and KVA for this kind of building? Another one, what about this building? What is the KVA and voltage used for this kind of building? And what about this building? So normally for industrial plants in the Philippines, small motors usually peg at 240 volts three-phase, motors and process equipment at 460 volts three-phase, lighting and related loads 230 at single phase, large motors in large plants 2.3, 4, 3.3 or 6.6 kV at three-phase. Instrumentation and controls, as the case may be, whatever voltage that is instituted there depends on what instruments are you using. In-plant distribution voltage, it is going to be 240 three-phase, that is for a very small and light industries. 480 three-phase for small plants, but for 3.6, 4160, 69, and 13.8 three-phase, that is intended for medium and large plants. For small commercial and rural-rise building, in building distribution voltage, straight to 40 three-phase. For motors, intended for elevators, escalators, centralized ventilating and air conditioning, water pumps, fire pumps, etc. 230 volts three-phase. But for lighting and related loads, 230 single-phase, but served in a three-phase panel boards. That is for building supposedly up to 4 floors. For medium-sized commercial and medium-rise buildings, in building distribution voltage, straight to 40 three-phase. The same for motors, elevators, 230 volts three-phase. Lighting and related loads, 230 volts single-phase, but served in a three-phase panel boards. That is for medium-sized building, 5 to 11 floors. For high-rise building, in building distribution, can be 480 volts three-phase. The same with the motors, elevators, 460 three-phase. But lighting and related loads, again, this is 230 volts single-phase, but served in a three-phase panel boards. These are high-rise buildings that may be 12 to 34 floors or 35 up to 100 meters in height. But for large commercial complex and skyscraper buildings, in building distribution voltage is of medium voltage range of 4160 or 13.8 three-phase. Motors for elevators, escalators, again, that is for 460 volts three-phase. But lighting and related loads is still at 230 single-phase, but served in a three-phase panel boards. So that is skyscraper of building with 34 floors of more than 100 meters in height. Ayaw na. But then, the voltage cannot be decided without considering KVA. But before anything else, I would like to present a disclaimer. It would be neither practical nor economical to build a fault-proof power system. Thus, electrical system designing is often said to be more of an art than a science. It is an art because there is subjectivity in the judgments involved in making decisions, decising and selection of system components, for instance, oftentimes require compromises between conflicting objectives and anticipation for future events. Well, even with the best design possible and best materials available, systems tend to deteriorate as the likelihood of going wrong increases with age. It is then expected that design practices as a form of art may vary in ways or techniques employed by one designer to that of another. But at the end, what is imperative is that the design must make sense and the system created is determined to endure its entire lifetime. Technologies in electrical engineering evolve every day, just as every electrical code or local or international standards keep changing over a frequency of time. In fact, what may be true today may no longer be accurate in the immediate future. So information contained in this work has been obtained from sources believed to be reliable. Sample on top of the personal experiences of the author and the benchmark practices so far available at hand. However, neither its author and lecturers guarantee the protection and the perfection of completeness or any information written herein. Neither its author and lecturers shall be responsible for any errors, omission, or misapplications arising from the use of this information. The authors and lecturers, however, will not stop in ever improving the contents and value of this work to perfection or near perfection, just as learning itself is a never-ending process. So, should there be a perceived incompleteness or gray areas in the presentation of information of this work, it is advised that the reader shall seek for another reference books or the assistance of an appropriate professional should be sought. So, yan, my friends. So meaning to say, what we see, what we hear, what we are reading, you have to improve, you have to secure if it is the right one that you need for your application. So power system dimensioning, a design criteria that differs from plant to plant of different types. A service interruption in a machining operation may mean only a delay in production, while a similar interruption in a chemical production plant can cause loss of material and production, costly cleanup operations, and possible damage to production equipment. This holds true with some companies in the export processing zone. Pag merong power interruption, everything is going to trash, including the high cost of cleanup. So we need to improve what we want the operation to be. Other industries such as semiconductor plants, refineries, paper mills, textile mills, breweries, cement plants, steel mills, and food processing plants are affected similarly, but in varying degrees. For some type of loads involving complex automation and momentary voltage dip can be as serious as a complete interruption. Others can tolerate a momentary interruption, but not a sustained one. Thus, the type of industrial operation has a major influence on the type of fault protection applied to the electric system. Load dimensioning. What will you do if you are in that situation? I think the first and foremost is to hire a consultant. Why I'm saying this? Because there's a saying that nobody has the monopoly of all knowledge and skills in this world. So, depende yan anong expertise na meron kayo. But it doesn't mean that we don't want to know because there are consultants. We also need to know, at least. So, consultants can help establish the power system of the industry as early as possible. The experts know the loading profile and any capacity system-related factors unique to industry and the ABCs of operational behavior of a certain plant in concept. Others as benchmarking. Visit to similar plants, gather necessary operational data on similar plants, translating this to information to the plant in concept can surely save time. Probably international technical journals can help, such as technical publications specific for the industry. internet information. There are a lot of information now in the web with regards to what we are doing. So the next question is, at what voltage? Anong voltahe ang gusto nating malaman dito? Factors affecting the selection of system voltage. First is distribution voltage of utility company, meaning to say, ang supplier ng power mo. The magnitude of load, the distance that the power must be distributed, voltage of large motor loads, utilization voltage of other processing equipment, safety goods and policies, and the voltage of host country. So these are the recommended voltage level with respects to substation. So from 100 to 1,500, that is primary is 13.8, 23, 34.5, secondary is 240, 480, 2,000 to 3,150, 13.8, 23, 34.5, secondary is 480, and so on and so forth. So meaning to say, up to a higher voltage of 200,000 to 300,000, the primary is 230, 400, 750, but the secondary voltage is at 138. So this is now a choice for the designer what to do, where to connect, and what transformer is being utilized. So the magnitude of load, if the load is very large, it is not wise to peg the voltage at low voltage, 600 or less, for economic reasons. Distance, it is not good to design the voltage at 600 volts or less if the distance is very far from the source for voltage drop and economic reasons. Voltage of large motors, voltage of motors larger than 250 horsepower is usually at medium voltage level. And this motor voltage will greatly influence decision as to the intermediate voltage levels of the system. Safety policies of the company. 240 volts may be best for cold storage and with plant environment for safety reasons. Some industrial plants are making 240 as a matter of policy for this type of application. Utilization voltage of process equipment. There are established voltage level to manufacturing or process equipment for a certain specific industry such as cement, semiconductor, automotive, brewing industries that surely affect the decision of the voltage on voltage levels. At low voltage side, 240, 480, for smaller plants and buildings, selecting the distribution voltage at low voltage side, a choice between 240 and 480 is always the case. Motors and process equipment are rated 230 or 460 or both, while lights, power tools, and others are at 230 volts. At low voltage side, 240 or 480. At first look, the 240 volt system may be advantageous over the 480 system because if the process equipment can be made 230 rated, a power center with 240 secondary can feed directly both motors and lighting loads without the need for intermediate LB-LB transformer. Many says this is a saving in cost. Are we sure that these are savings? So however, in selecting the utilization voltages, advantages should consider lower circuit investment, lower electrical losses, better voltage regulation and voltage drops, and lower fault magnitudes. So investment, losses, fault magnitude. We need to think about this. Now that note on the maximum power center sizes for this voltage level. 3150 kVA at 3790 amperes. That is the European standards for 480. 3000 kVA, 3608 amperes for ANSI or US standard at 480. However, at 240, 1,600 kVA or 3849 amperes for European standards, 1,500 kVA at 3608 for US standards if you are instituting a 240-volt system. At sizes 3750 kVA and beyond, the system requires medium voltage secondary, making it a primary unit substation. Subsequently, this requires smaller power centers to transform medium voltage to low voltage and distribute to utilization or process equipment. If the main transformer happens to be bigger than 1,600 kVA, then there's no way 240 volts can be used. So then 480 volts will be the most likely candidate. If the main transformer happens to be bigger than 3150 kVA, then there's no way 480 volts can be used. So then medium voltage distribution will be the most likely candidate. At sizes 3750 kVA and beyond, the system requires medium voltage secondary. That's 2,400, 4160, 6,900 kVA out voltage. Subsequently, this requires smaller power centers to transform further the medium voltage. The medium voltage to low voltage for other utilization of process equipment. But then, even if the size of the main transformer is 1,600 kVA or smaller, there are still pros and cons in utilizing 240 volts as system distribution voltage. More often than not, in terms of economics, the 240 system is frequently not a desirable choice, except for small size plants or buildings. For instance, given two systems of same kVA, one at 240, the other at 480, will give the following comparison. So big at 480 volts, 100% for cost of motors, substation, motor controllers, cabling, wiring, protective equipment, other costs. But if you do it at a 240 volt system, the cost of motors will be the same. Cost of substation will increase up to 180%. Motor controllers to 180%, wiring and cabling 190%, protective equipment 180%, other costs will be higher by 150%. So meaning to say, the designer should better analyze what he is designing. This is so because at 240, when the current is doubled, meaning you have the larger are the wire and the cables. Larger are the conduits and the cable trays. The larger are the circuit breakers, continuous ampere rating. Larger are the breakers, CAIC ratings. Larger are the motor controllers. The larger are the buses. The larger the distribution panel boards. The larger are the MCCs. The larger are the switch gears. The larger is the space and real estate needed. The larger are the installation cost. The larger are the I²R losses and thus the power bills. The greater is the amount of heat inside electrical room. These are some of the consideration if you pick your voltage at 240. If 480 system is chosen, motors are usually pegged at 460 while lighting and related loads at 230. Because of the LV/LV transformer for 230 volts loads is usually little compared to the cost of avoidance enjoyed by the 480 volt system. On top of this, the installation of smaller LV/LV transformer in the system, because of its impedance and its smaller size, lower the fault duty at 230 volts, such that the CAIC ratings of lighting panels may only be in the level of 10 kA, just like any household circuit breakers, not of large frame size units. So we need to see these are savings in the circuit breaker requirements. Instances where the 240 system is favored over 480 volts are as follows. Where the industrial plant is small such that the benefits of 480 volts is insignificant, up to 250 kVA. In wet or refrigerated plant environments where personnel safety is endangered, so bottling plants, ice cream plants, refrigerated storage, etc. At what primary voltage? Decision as to the primary voltage of the power center undergoing design on paper must be conferred with the power company as to the availability of facilities, capacities, and the stability of the system at the point of tapping. So meaning to say, you need to consult the utility company, as the utility company will advise the customer at what primary voltage and at which point of the grid the latter can connect. It is only then that the primary voltage rating of the main substation could be established. This is true to light industries with power centers up to 3150 kVA that are directly tapped to the utility company's distribution system. In this case, the power center becomes its substation. But for larger capacity systems, medium voltage at 69 kV may be necessary. In the Philippines, this utility voltage may be 13.2, 13.8, 23, 34.5, or 69 kV, depending on which part of the country the plant is located. So then, the selection of voltage, we also need to consider the size of the service transformers. Otherwise, what should have been a nicely designed circuit actually turns out to be grossly wrong and faulty. Load analysis. Load designing, designation, and system factors. Connected loads is the arithmetical sum total of the continuous nominal power consuming ratings of all equipment in a system. In Europe, it is known as installed power. In real terms, all of this amount of power cannot be consumed at the same time at any given time. Thus, the installed power or connected load cannot be reached. Load designation and system factors as maximum demand is the highest or peak load in a certain time frame of a system. In metering terms, it is known as the 15-minute demand kilowatt or kVA. For instance, in a system connected load of 1000 kVA, if only 60% of maximum power found drawn as metered, then the same system has a maximum demand of only 60% or 600 kVA. Sinelec Lingo termed it as maximum utilized power. Even in operating motors, the actual load of these motors cannot be reached the installed power kVA because they are not most likely operating at fully loaded condition all at the same time. Available load is the equivalent average of the variable load in a certain time frame. The actual load with respect to the time could be seen as a mountain range curve, but there exists a straight line equivalent to this mountain curve. That straight line represents the average load. For instance, in a variable load for a month, the meter readout is 1 million kilowatt hour. So the average load for the month will be 1 million over 30 days times 24 hours per day. I need to say 1,388.89. And this means that the actual variable load for the month is likened to a uniform 1,388.89 kilowatt load all the time for 30 days. So that is what we call the average load. System relations, maximum demand equals to connected load times demand factor. The average load is the maximum demand times load factor equals to kilowatt hour in a time frame and the number of hours in a time frame. Demand factor is equals to maximum demand over connected load. Demand factors varies from about 45% for hotels to 90% for refrigeration plants, also known in Europe as utilization factor. So group diversity factor between consumers is the sum of maximum demand of consumer groups over the actual maximum demand of the group. So diversity factor for residential usually highest at 5, and the diversity factor for industrial plants as high as 1.5. System peak diversity factor, so sum of the maximum demand of all subsystems and the actual system maximum demand. So relation between peaks of the individual system with the overall system peak. So the reciprocal of system peak is termed as coincident factor, as for ANSI terminology, or factor of simultaneity for IEC. So the load factor is equal to the average load over the maximum demand. So operating behavior of manufacturing plants from 30% to 100% varies. So meaning to say, if you have a plant production rate of 30%, the plant load factor is pegged at 0.35 to a maximum of 100% plant production rate to a plant load factor of only 0.7%. So sample of the system load in industrial plant. So at load center ABC, you will find different load for ABC and a total all in all in a timely basis, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So these are the system load sample from 5 to 9. If you're going to look at it in load graph, you will see that it is at 8 p.m. having the highest demand of 2,900 kilowatt. So recommended diversity factors between MCCs under one feeder. So numbers of MCCs 2 and 3, diversity factor, factor of 9 simultaneity is 1.05. Coincidence factor, factor of simultaneity is 0.95. 4 and 5, number of MCCs 1.11 to 0.9. 6 to 9 inclusive 1.17 to a coincident factor of 0.85. So diversity factor are important in sizing transformers, feeders, and distribution components. Not inputting diversity factor into the computation will make the system unnecessarily large. So yan mostly ang nakikita nating ginagawa sa ibang designer. Ina-add niya lahat ng demand. Ang lumalabas, masyadong malaking transformer. So, an example of the switchgear, maximum demand 350 amperes, 300, 125. So, sum is 775. So, full size, for the size of substation or power centers, so recommended diversity factor between main feeders. This is from IEC 60439-1, 2 and 3, 1.1. This was presented before. 10 and above is 1.66. Factor of simultaneity is 0.6. So again, diversity factors are important in sizing transformers, feeders, and distribution components. By not inputting diversity factor in the computation will make the system unnecessarily large. Sample of the power center. We have 6 feeders with a total demand of 2,930 amperes or 2,436 kVA. So computing for the transformer size, the sum of loads for the 6 feeders, 6 pa, 5 lang. 5 lang, capacitor box pala yung isa. 650, 600, 645, 545, 450, or 2930 amperes. So number of the distribution feeders is 5. From IEC recommended diversity factor of 1.25, so mean to say 2930 amperes over 1.25 will make you 2,344 amperes. Convert it to kVA at 480, it will show 1948. So applying load growth of 30%, size of power center becomes 0534. Ano yung maingay dyan? Nag-feedback dito. So size of the main secondary breaker, 125%, 3,500 over 1,732 square root of 480 will make you 5,262 amperes. So you can use 5,000 ampere low voltage power circuit breaker or use 500 ampere busway OEM. Size of primary circuit breaker, 1.25 times 3,500 will give you 630, 15 kV class medium voltage power circuit breaker. So meaning to say, there are minimum sizes of circuit breakers. 630 if you're a European make, 1,200 if US make. So distribution system. Distribution system design, the choice of system depends on the size of power being handled, small scale, medium size, or large size systems. The type of business, utility company, industrial, manufacturing, power distributor, the power vulnerability nature of the product, such as perishable, quality reject prone, high value product lost during interruptions, and the corporate culture of the plant. So distribution system configurations, you may have simple radial, the expanded radial system, the primary selective system, secondary selective systems, loop primary systems, combination of primary secondary selective, combination of loop primary and secondary selective. So there are a lot more of configuration for distribution system. An example of simple radial system. So simple radial system advantage, simple to operate and maintain, requires very low investment cost, smaller transformer capacity because of the full advantage of the diversity among the loads. Disadvantages, voltage regulation is poor because transformer is always heavily loaded. Efficiency is low because of high transformer losses and losses in low voltage feeders. Any fault in the transformer or substation bus or at the utility primary will interrupt service to loads for an indefinite time. Another configuration is expanded radial arrangement. The primary selective arrangements. Primary selective arrangement, if you're going to have an outdoor substation, then the secondary selective systems, also known as the double-ended system. Secondary selective system, the secondary selective system basically consists of two simple radial systems with a normally open secondary tie circuit between pairs of substations. This tie may be a cable setup between an extra breaker on each bus or two distant substation or a tie breaker between the buses of the two stations located close together. It is in effect two simple radial systems with a secondary tie between them. Secondary selective system, the capacity of its transformer must be such that it can safely carry the entire load of the area served by both transformers. This is what we call as duplicate capacity. In other words, the load of its transformer must be only limited to a maximum of 50% of its capacity. For critical, where high degree of flexibility is required, a fault in one transformer should not affect continuity of service because the system can always be switched over to unfaulted substation. There are samples of the double-ended or the simple radial. Advantages of secondary selective: high degree of reliability and flexibility, lower transformer losses compared to single transformer setup, readiness for load growth. The only disadvantage is the higher cost of investment due to the duplicate capacity and the extra breaker requirement for the tie breaker. So these are the loop system, combination of primary selective and secondary selective systems. Other distribution arrangements, there are still a number of other arrangements which a medium-sized plant may not be attractive or practical. For purposes of presentation, the following are worth mentioning: the ring bus system, breaker and a-half arrangement, secondary spot network arrangement, which most likely are very expensive. We go now to transformer losses. What are these? Transformer is a static device consisting of a winding or two or more coupled windings with or without a magnetic core for inducing mutual coupling between circuits. Transformers are exclusively used in electric power system to transfer power by electromagnetic induction between circuits at the same frequency, usually with charged values of voltage and currents. This is a simplified transformer. There are two types of transformer losses: the iron core and the copper winding. The core of the transformer is made of iron, while the winding, which is wrapped around the iron core, is made up of copper. Correspondingly, there are two types of losses: core loss and winding loss. Core loss and iron losses, eddy current loss, and hysteresis loss depend upon the magnetic properties of the material used for the construction of the core. Hence, losses are also known as core losses or iron losses. Hysteresis loss in transformer. Hysteresis loss is due to reversal of magnetization in the transformer core. And this loss depends upon the volume of grade of the iron, frequency of magnetic reversals, and value of flux density. And it can be given by the Steinmetz formula, as you can see. The other is eddy current loss in transformer. In transformer, AC current is supplied to the primary winding, which sets up alternating magnetizing flux. And when this flux links with secondary winding, it produces induced EMF net. But some part of this flux also gets linked with other conducting part like the steel core, and iron body, or the transformer, which will result in induced EMF in those parts, causing small circulating current in them. And this current is called eddy current. And due to this eddy current, some energy will be dissipated in the form of heat. Copper loss in transformer. Copper loss is due to the ohmic resistance of the transformer windings. Copper loss for the primary winding is I square R, 1 for the primary, and the secondary winding I square 2, R2, where I1 and I2 are current in primary and secondary winding respectively. R1 and R2 are resistance of primary and secondary winding respectively. Now it is clear that copper loss is proportional to the square of the current, and the current depends on the load. Hence, copper loss in transformer varies with the load. So we have here an example on how computing the losses of transformer. So given a 2 by 2,500 kVA secondary selective distribution system where the average load of its power center is 1,200 kVA, noticing an energy conservation opportunity, it is correct Is it correct to shut down one transformer and have the other one carry the total load? What do you think? Typical 2,500 kV transformer, no load loss or core loss is 3.5 kilowatt. The full load loss or copper loss at full load at 75 degrees C is 26 kilowatts. So load of one transformer is only 1,200 or 48%. Core loss is 3.5. So computing for the copper loss at 48% loading is 0.48 square times 26 will give you 5.99. So the total losses for one transformer is 3.5 plus 5.99 will give you 9.49 kilowatt for one transformer. For two transformers, then we have to multiply it by 2, will give you 18.98%. Case 2, with only one transformer used, the load of the transformer will be double. So 2,400 kVA or 96% loaded. The same core loss of 3.5 kilowatt, but the copper loss at 96% will give you 23.96 kilowatt. So the total all in all will be 27.46 kilowatt if you only operate one transformer instead of two. So transformer losses, case 1 versus case 2, will have a differential of 8.48 kilowatts. So this means that operating one transformer consumes more losses than operating two in this presentation. So quantification of transformer losses, if we add this to our cost, 8.48 kilowatt times 24 hours per day times 365 days per year, at example at 10 pesos per kilowatt hour, additional cost of 742,848 per year will be added to your cost. Plus the demand charge per year of example 230 per kilowatt at 8.48 kilowatt for 12 months will give you 23,480 per year. All in all, we'll have additional extra cost of 766,252.8 per year. So, checking on the transformer loss ratio formula, the ratio of losses R is the ratio of load loss to the no load loss, meaning R is load loss over no load loss. With a given loss ratio, the maximum efficiency of transformer is determined by the following equation. L equals 1 over R to the power of 0.5, where L is the per unit kV load at which the transformer operates most efficiently. R is the loss ratio. So taking on that transformer will give you a transformer loss of 7.43 and a transformer most efficient loading at 0.367. Going into the table, it may be observed that the transformer with a loss ratio of 7.5 would most be efficiently operated at 36.5% load. The specifier has to some latitude in specifying the desired loss ratio R. However, this is not economical or for distribution transformer because the cost of designing and constructing a distribution transformer with a loss ratio R different from the mass-produced design would outweigh any potential savings from loss reduction. So the loss ratio R for standard distribution transformer generally falls in the range of 2.5 to 5, depending upon the size, the manufacturer, and the voltage rating of the transformer. The limits of the band and the distribution of units within the band vary among manufacturers. The specifier's intention to purchase an efficient transformer are best served by including a loss evaluation procedure in the request for proposal to the transformer manufacturer. Procedure on new substation. Procedure established on new substation, meaning we need to have a preliminary information, the project studies, implementation, and the commissioning. Preliminary information, the consumer must provide certain data to the power distributor at the early stage and before negotiation of the project. The maximum anticipated KB demand, the preliminary layout plans, and the elevation showing location of substation, degree of supply continuity required, loss of production cost for any outage safety or personnel and equipment. Project studies, the kind of power supply, overhead, underground, service connection details, single service, ring main installation or parallel feeders, the KVA limit and fault current level, the nominal voltage and rated voltage, and the metering details. Implementation, the power supplier must give official approval of the equipment to be installed in the substation and of proposed methods of installation. So location of proposed substation, one line diagram of power circuit, and connection together with earthing circuit proposals. Full details of the equipment to be installed, including performance characteristics, layout of the equipment and provisions for metering components, arrangement for power factor improvement, arrangement for emergency standby power. And the fourth one, commissioning, the earth electrode resistance, continuity of all equipotential earth and safety bonding contactors, inspection and testing of all high voltage components, insulation checks of all components, including switch gears, the transformer oil test, the check all interlocks and all low voltage installation, the checks all correct settings, operation of all protective relays. After initiation, the power company shall have the operational control of all high voltage equipment. The power company shall have unrestricted access to the substation, and the consumer shall be responsible to maintenance of the substation. All of those are part of this presentation. Thank you. So far, so good. Mingaw man.
A very comprehensive power system dimensioning. On a local level or on local mind, dimensioning is just giving the dimension, but this is really a power system dimensioning design because it's very comprehensive. So if you present this to a client, the client, especially the investor, will really understand how is he going to do the project with such a magnitude or even a small project, but this is very comprehensive. So thank you, Engineer Noel. For that, so tagaan na tug masipang pakpak, no? A round of applause for Engineer Noel Fernandez. So at this juncture, we would like to present the certificate of appreciation to our former president for the technical resource speaker on the topic power system dimensioning in the 20th Eastern and Central Visayas Virtual Regional Conference, Zoom conference held on September 17, 2021, given on the same date, signed by Engineer Mario Tabanyag, PEE, IIE Cebu President, signed Felipe Neliama, PEE, Regional Governor, signed Roel B. Ratilla, PEE, BP Technical Affairs, signed Brian Pasilan, PEE, Technical Consultant and Advisor. So, presenting to you the Technical Resource Speaker Certificate of Appreciation. A round of applause. So thank you, Sir Noel. See you back again in Cebu if you are around.
Hopefully. Dito ba ako sa Leyte? Anyway, for all those who wanted to have copy of my presentation, I will just send to the organizer the copy so that they can provide it to the participants. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Sir Noel. Okay, so let's proceed. So I hope the next speaker is ready. So the next topic will be understanding alternating current motors application towards energy efficiency. Our speaker is the Engineering Head Corporate Technical Services for Bisman Operation, Ayala Malls Land Incorporated. So without much ado, help me welcome Engineer Alan M. Sabandal, PEE. So Sir Alan, take it away.
Good afternoon, everyone. Does my audio are clear for everyone?
Yes, it's loud and clear. You may proceed.
Okay, so I have to share my presentation. So I hope that everybody sees the materials that I am projecting. So first is I have to thank the regional governor for giving, or the host chapter as well, for giving me the opportunity for this speaking engagement to share the best practices for my 25 years of engineering experience in the facility management. So to our Board of Electrical Engineering, headed by our very own chairman, Francis B. Mapeli. Good afternoon, Sir Francis. And with the board member, Engineer Jaime V. Mendoza. So the National IIE President, Engineer Alan Alvarez, and to the other participants, regional governors, and fellow engineers and practitioners that are present here, good afternoon. So to begin with, I am very much pretty impressive on the previous topics from our different resources, that there are power system dimensionings, protective relay coordinations and sizing, and other informative conferences that are being plugged into the organizations. But this time, I am going to share with you that, and I am ensuring everyone that you have a takeaway before the end of the day, because of these informative informations that can be applied in our individual facility. So as I begin with, so every industry will continue to feel the squeeze on profits, and manufacturers who fail to implement energy reduction programs will find themselves at a competitive disadvantage. Motor operations cost may even exceed those of labor cost. So the problems with the motors are, we agreed though, normally as an electrical engineers or practitioners in the energy management, electric motor and drive systems account for 60% of industrial electrical demand. So AC electric motors, we need to control them, otherwise they will run riot. So 3 areas of consideration. Number 1 is we have to proper align and eliminate vibrations. Number 2 is we have to control while starting and stopping. Number 3 is control while running. So as an electrical engineer or practitioners or facility management, the reasons for oversizings are because of the following criteria.
You must slide, sir.
Duty, plus the 10% contingency, plus another 10% contingency, and to the nearest available motors.
Sir Alan,
Yes,
excuse
sir.
me,
Yes,
imong slide wala mo move, sir. Wala ko nag-adjust, sir. Wala mo move. Wala mo lihok. Hindi gumalaw yung slide mo, sir. Play.
Wala pa sir.
Presentation lang. Lan, kuhan mo presentation mo. Wa mo guna mo presentation.
Kana.
I-slideshow ko na sa kuwan PowerPoint man siguro na, sir. Slideshow.
Actually, it's a slideshow na.
Start from kuwan, beginning.
Wala.
Ha?
Wala lan.
Wala mo move.
Wala mo mo. Wa maka-slides yung imong kana. More okay na.
Okay, good.
Nakita na? So what was the last slides nakita?
Karon
ay imong naong tong ganina karon kanang what are the business opportunities? Slide ano
i-click ko na yung display setting ni mo, Sir Lan.
Slide 3 na siya.
Upper side, no? Upper left. Wala lagi upper sa imong window ba? Display setting.
Dili makita.
Bossing, paki-click sa imong display settings on top menu bar na display settings dyan, bossing. I-click on display settings, then duplicate slideshow. No? Kasi ang display dito is mayroong guide, yung guide notes mo. No? Yeah. Sige.
That one.
Our presenter's view na lang. Ayan.
Good.
Okay na yan.
So this one was the last one you have seen?
Yes, okay. Proceed, sir.
Okay, so I have to go back, no? So every industry will continue to feel the squeeze on profits, and manufacturers who fail to implement energy reduction programs will find themselves at a competitive disadvantage. Motor operation cost may even exceed those of the labor cost. So the problem of the motors is 60% of the industrial electrical demand are accounted for. Of course, we need to control them, or otherwise they will run riot. There are 3 areas of consideration. Number 1 is proper alignment and vibrations. Number 2 is control while starting and stopping. Number 3, control while running. So the reasons of oversizing, because of the following contingencies by the different engineers on ground, and plus the nearest available size on the marketplace. So as an electrical engineers, how many of us or of you analyzing or doing data analytics with regards to the electrical or the electricity consumption or the energy load profile? As an example, say we have a base load of about 25 kilowatt, and in an instantaneous time, we had to get the peak demand in a certain number of minutes only that will be captured by a meter. Then this area is considered as the opportunity of savings. So in this graph, how many of us did as well the or how many of us know the billing of our facility. So if you look at the data, there are two components, no? The demand charge or the consumption charge and the demand charge. So as an example, if we are not going to manage this effectively based on the profile of the demand, a sample of, say, 1 megawatt connected load power system, and you have a base or average load of 500 kilowatt, and in an instantaneous time, because of some multiple large motors starting simultaneously, you got a 750 kilowatt in a split of seconds that can be captured by a very smart meter as presented a while ago, and the other brand as well. No? So from this part pa lang, mga katrupang engineers, so 250, a difference from the base demand, say at an average from the utility, say 230 to 300, some other utilities are charging more, no? 250 peso per kilowatt. So at 250 times 250 times, billing is a monthly, times 12 months. So annual peak demand avoidance or cost avoidance, it's already 750,000 peso. So from this level of presentations, panalo na, no? Uwian na, in short, no? So the registration fee that some of the managers disapprove for your presence, you can already justify the most, no? So as move forward, so I am sharing here with the video clip of shaft alignment. Okay, so the next one is we have to apply what are the effect of misaligned motors shaft.
This is a demonstration of increased energy usage due to vibration caused by misalignment or unbalance. We're using a simple watt meter to test the amplitudes that this motor will use. First, we turn on the motor and let it stabilize. As you can see, we're at about 96 watts. Now, we will induce a misalignment with the adjusting nuts on the sides of the bearing. You will also notice that there is an increase in the sound due to vibration. Now we will put the alignment back to a neutral position. And then force a misalignment in the opposite direction. As you can see, there is a significant increase in the watts used due to misalignment. We will now put the alignment back to a neutral position. We'll turn off the motor. Lock down the adjusting nuts. And add a balancing weight to induce unbalance into the fan. Turn the motor back on. As you can see, once again a significant increase in the wattage that is used to run the motor due to unbalance.
Okay, so I hope that everyone's have a good learning experience from that shaft alignment along energy increase on consumption. So, say for example, say calculations, there are 150 groups of motors in your facility. Fan runs 16 hours a day, then assuming a 7 peso kilowatt or peso per kilowatt hour. So, for the aligned motor shaft to load, 150 horsepower converted to kilowatt and 7 peso per kilowatt hour, 16 hours a day times 365 days a year. So you will have an annual energy cost of 4.5 million. Now, given with the video clips that we've shown or we've seen on the presentations, so the 150 horsepower, this is a very aggressive assumption I put at 10% only. So the cost is increased to 5.31 million, no? So again, this is another opportunity for savings as an electrical engineer in the field of facility management operations. So if you remember, if you are doing a business cost analysis from the 750,000 for the peak demand alone, plus this misalignment, another panalo na naman si electrical engineer. So moving forward, more savings or more dollar savings if new motors are properly sized. Motor supply voltage must be closer to nameplate voltage in the plant. And the last one I presented, eliminate misalignment and vibrations. So again, showing to you the speed frequency comparison with the different number of poles. So the more number of pole, the lower the speed. Now, we are not going to discuss this further. We already passed this from our college days. So if the motor frequency varies from 0 to 100%, the speed changes also from 0 to 100%. So motor type loads, though, there are only two. Number one is constant torque load.
Dati merong karpintero si Raymond.
And secondly, these are conveyors, samples, no? Extruders, hoist, and other high inertia loads. Now, for the variable torque load wherein the torque is directly proportional to some mathematical power of speed. So this is the example. So fan control, there is a drive, no? And both the air handling units and transfer pump. So giving a short overview of the affinity theory, power, if you look at the rightmost portion, this is, we are concentrating with the power is equal to the cube of the speed. So here, we are simulating a comparison or analysis of how true the effectiveness of that reducing speed equivalent to power reduction. So say, for example, we reduce
from 100% to 20% reduction. So if you project a horizontal line from the Y or the X axis, the energy demand reduces as well of about 50%. So by affinity law, as presented a while ago, that power is equivalent to the cube law, by speed. Now, therefore, if 100% flow requires full power, 80% flow requires 51% of full power. This is the savings under ideal conditions. Now, I am putting the sample artifacts from one of our largest AHUs in the operations. So this is a 60 hertz data, which has an equivalent of 3.7 kilowatt. Now reducing it to a 50 hertz frequency, which is mostly close to 20% reduction. So it has 2 kilowatt power consumption already. So it is closely to 50%. So another potential savings that can be, give you a merit or give a good recognition to us as electrical engineers in terms of energy management, data analytics presentations. So in fact, significant savings can be shown on virtually any application, either constant or variable torque. So according to mga dalubhasa, the study, investment of the technology on controlling the speed of the motors at 1.5 years, you have already the break even of your investment. So meaning we can approve or we can have a quick approval if we have a good data analytics on business case analysis. So AC induction motors, why do we use them? Of course, low cost. Number two, it's robust and reliable. Of course, it has a low maintenance. Simple to install. But be careful of this word or simple to install because there was a big impact if it is misaligned, as presented on the video clip. And of course, easy availability. And the last one is there is no multiple alternative for the time being of using replacement for the motors. So here are different controllers. The old one, direct online, or the full voltage, the reduced voltage, normally start delta, and VSD, inverter drive, and the last one is self-starter. So example, flow solutions, in many flow applications, a mechanical throttling device is used to limit the flow. Although this is an effective means of control, but it wastes mechanical and electrical energy because of high losses. So as an example, so you can relate this in the air side, you can put dampers, but there are restrictions of flow and other waste of mechanical energy as well. So flow from the pumps, so there are also hammering or any other adverse effect on your system. So how much energy can be potentially saved if we are integrating this speed control technology? So for this one, I am sharing here with some classic example applications that I assume some of our practicing or electrical engineers or designers are having this type of facility. So dosing and packing, mixed fuel boiler applications. So you have to put some speed controls as discussed from the previous slides that we are going to save electricity or energy in the correct motor AC applications. So in building applications or in large plant or manufacturing plants, typical large HVAC system. So from the chiller plants, down to the air side, the EHU of the buildings. So when we talk about chiller plants, so it is consists of, or it is comprising cooling towers, chillers, primary and secondary pumps. And if we talk on the air side, it's AHUs, and other return fans. So AHU type, there are already technologies in some of our latest or buildings constructed, the VEV, the variable air volumes or constant air volumes, VEV or CEV. So next is the cooling tower and condenser pumps. You can put VSD control as well. So primary and secondary. So this has a big contributions because in a simple chiller plant, say 3,500 tons capacity, the maximum or the required chiller plant, primary and secondary pumps operations at a minimum of 150 kilowatt. So for the pressurization fan, as part of the building life safety, there are regular testing by our facility engineers on ground. So you can have a variable speed or soft start for this utility. So fresh air and smoke extraction fans. So as part of the building safety as well. So meaning all of the large motors in your facility, you can revisit after today's presentations, the entire presentations. Are there potentials energy savings opportunities that I can contribute as an electrical engineer practitioner? So kitchen exhaust fans. So these are in our industry, in the retail industry. We have a lot of food merchants. So car park operations. You have to put the effectiveness of the CO level that it will not run at a constant speed if the level of the CO is already below the critical level. So as an example, cost to run a motor at 100%, it's a simple equation, power times time times peso per kilowatt hour. And with regards in comparison to the speed, so of course there is a percentage number that in a certain period of time that can be applied in the control of a speed motor. So the savings would cost is equal to cost without drive minus cost with drive. So example, we have a 50 horsepower, 37 kilowatt drive at 7 peso per kilowatt hour running at 250 days a year for 10 hours per day. So cost to run the motor at 100%, meaning without control. So for a 50 horsepower alone, you have an annual energy cost of 652,750. Now, if we are going to apply a variable speed in a certain number of days, so this is what we call a duty cycle. If we have 2,500 hours in the previous slides, so it is not the entire 2,500 would run at 100%. So say, because we have a very smart controller, so 625 hours only running at 100%, and 80% only running at 1,250 hours, and 625 hours at 60%. So by the equation, we have to come up a total annual cost of operating the same motor only at 365,872. So the savings, kitang-kita, mga katrupang engineers, from the 100%, 652,500 versus 365,872. Sangkatutak na savings na 286,878,000. So how many savings already that we presented from the previous slides that in terms of this motor business energy opportunities, no? So you have a whole set of problems, no? In a typical application, levels of utilizations are approximately 50% with power losses, estimated to be between 40 and 80% of the motor full load rating. Okay, so this is from our Energy Efficiency Office reference in the UK. So again, for the self-starter applications, no, if you have some of these utilities in place in your facility, you can assess, no, you can make some engineering analytics if the controls are very much appropriate and can be introduced to the management for a good savings and increase profit. Okay, so transfer pumps. The next one is some of the water treatment facility, no? And other version of the treatment. Okay, so losses create further inefficiency by product of waste energy, heat, noise, and vibrations. So effect on motor, more maintenance, and reduced life. Working environment problems, no, heat and noise, and structural problems through vibrations. So in the largest consumer of energy, is the world's largest abuser. So fact number one, so way back 1970s pa, the motors could efficiently operate through effective control. But I am pretty much sure that until now, there are still assessed from our facility level, you know, because we only take over from the previous, or we inherit the previous team what are given to us now. Fact number two, motors operate at about 80% efficiency when at full load, but when the load backs off, the efficiency goes down dramatically, producing losses such as heat, noise, or vibrations. So fact number three, motor operating continuously can consume its own first cost in less than 3 months. So if you notice the previous slides, now even in the misalignment, you had already an increase of cost, operating cost versus the first cost of the motor. So now fact number four, AC induction motor has no way of intelligently matching the input power to the load requirement. So this is talking about efficiency. So what can you do to solve this problem? The most effective way to control energy consumption by a motor when it is running is to control it or to slow it down. So soft start, no, match motor and load torque, accurate control of motor current, reduction heat, noise and vibration, and no adjustment required once fitted, marries already with the motor. So economical benefits in the previous slide. So reduce peak demand, improves motor power factor, reduce motor losses and saves energy, and reduce maintenance cost, and improves motor life. So why might you be missing opportunities for savings? Save energy is a pure profit. A sound policy of energy management can have the same effect on a company profit as it would otherwise take a 20% increase in turnover to achieve. So this is again from the Energy Efficiency Office, UK. So when it is realized that a motor operating continuously can consume its own value in less than 3 months, the importance of energy efficiency is very, very clear. So probably your biggest consumer of electricity, the motor, no? Probably the simplest way to reduce cost and increase profitability while increasing the life of your machinery. So that is the overview, the effect of the motor. So as a review, areas of considerations as previously described, proper alignment. We have about 457,000 peso savings or avoidance. Control while starting and stopping, 750,000 peso. Control while running, it is 286 based on the duty cycle presentations that I had. Not all the 100% speed running. So again, an annual cost savings from the previous scenarios, we have a total of 1.5 million, almost 1.5 million. So do you think your management would not be happy if you are contributing as an electrical practitioners in the field of facility management or operations, or even in the designing stage? So as an electrical engineer, we can always win the war without winning all the battles. So science is about knowing, and engineering is about doing. So thank you very much.
Ni Engineer Alan. Actually, maganda your presentation is I could remember 30 years ago, no? San Miguel Corporation, Mandawi Brewery is doing an incentive to their employees. If they get an energy savings as much as 1 million, the team will get a reward, a prize, cash reward. So that was on those years they were doing that. And I hope most of our companies now, most of our employers will be doing the same thing, because this will encourage and motivate our engineers to do savings, energy savings for the company. So thank you for sharing this, Alan. I hope our practitioners will do the same, and your example will be their tool in making savings for their companies. So without much ado, so thank you, Alan. We will award to you this certificate of appreciation. Let me read the contents. This certificate of appreciation is presented as the technical resource speaker on the topic Understanding Alternative Current Motors Application Towards Energy Efficiency in this 20th Eastern and Central Visayas Virtual Regional Conference via Zoom held on September 17. We have an approved 25 CPD points. So this is signed by Mario C. Tabanyag, PE, President IAE Cebu Chapter, signed by Felipe Liliama, PEE, Regional Governor, signed by Lowell Biratilla, PEE, BP Technical Affairs, signed by Brian A. Pasilan, PEE, Technical Consultant and Advisor. So this certificate is given to Alan M. B. Sabanal. So a round of applause. So thank you, Alan. So this is your certificate. Thank you. Okay, so we will proceed as before we proceed, we will acknowledge again our local sponsors. So thank you for Dong Ai Enterprise and Dong Ai Panel Board Fabrication, 12 Dutch Energy Philippines Incorporated, Prisma Electrical Controls, Panasonic, 3M Philippines, Losares Solar and Huawei, Exponent Controls and Electrical Corporation, Nodal Electric Trade and Services, United Electrical Specialists Incorporated, and sponsors coming from Manila, Landlight Philippines Corporation, Power Equipment and Supplies Incorporated, Emerald Vinyl Corporation, Himax Electronics Corporation, Pacific Power Incorporated, Epitax Claro Philippines Incorporated, Control Gear Electric Corporation, IMAX Energy Solution Corporation, Sipang Automation Philippines Corporation, Silin Electric Corporation, Himmel and Belixi Electric Limited. We would like to acknowledge also the participation of our former president, Pero Tatay Salobre. So salamat tay. Layo kay Tabuilan, but because of this Zoom, nakaparticipate yun sa Tatay Pero. This is also a past regional governor. We'd like also to acknowledge our past former national president, Loncio Hipolito. So thank you for attending this virtual seminar, virtual regional conference. At this juncture, we will share to you the souvenir program. You will see our program. The sponsors also of the souvenir program will also be seen in this video clip or video presentation. Sir Bry, so take it away. Mauna na siya. There will be some adjustment and changes in the program, like in the 5 p.m. Engineer Russell Ayan Paragoso, the ARC Plus analysis will be done at 5. Then the numerical protection relay basic application by Engineer Primo Beltran will be done at 7. That will be on the next day. So those will be the changes of the program today. So, Sir Yan, the souvenir program. So the pages, these are the speakers. Erwin Salvador. Yes, this is Alan Sabandal. And Engineer Romel Lona. This is Chris Fernandez, our next speaker. So this is Engineer Primo Berpan, that will be tomorrow. So Engineer Russell Paragoso will be next speaker also. Florencio Beringel. This is Gil Rosales. Joseph Garing Dakpin, Lyndon Bagge, Engineer Collado, Engineer Jules Alcantara, of course, Engineer Brian Pasilan. So those were the technical resource speakers, student activity. The Board of Electrical Engineers, 2021 Board of Directors, National Officers, chapters at IIE in Region 7, so Cebu chapter former presidents, Cebu chapter 2021, Cebu Chapter Committee Directorial, Mactan Chapter 2021 Chapter Officers and Board, West Cebu Chapter, Bohol Chapter, and we have Negros Oriental Chapter, Chapter Officers 2021, Ormoc, yeah. Cebu Chapter Secretariat. Then UCP meeting via Zoom. So these are the pictures of the activities of the Cebu chapter. Solar PV training. these are now the pages of the sponsors. So Jibar Electromechanical Services, full page. Bob Dodge, Dong I Enterprise, Panasonic, United Electrical Specialists Incorporated, McGill, so this is Prisma, 3M, we have Smarter Energy for Better Life, so Moxa, Nodal Electric Trade and Services, American Wire and Cable Company Incorporated, Cebu TriStar Corporation, Cebu Power Tescom Services Incorporated, Power Equipment and Supplies Incorporated, MR Electrical Services, DB Lopez Electrical Works, Electrolyte Core Power Incorporated, Jmar Engineering Works and Services, Engineer Christopher D. Leon, UGE, okay, so that was our souvenir program for this regional conference.
And welcome to the first installment.
Okay, the time now is, what's the time now? The time now is 2:38, so we are doing it earlier, no? At least we can have more time to acknowledge our sponsors. So we will proceed to the next topic. So the topic will be about ground fault protection of equipment on solidly grounded low voltage systems. So, ladies and gentlemen, so our speaker, he a power systems engineer, freelance power system design, testing and commissioning engineer, Ebatech PXI Power Solutions Philippines, Atia Incorporated Philippines, HMLB Power Systems and Control Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, please help me welcome Engineer Romel Luna, PEE. So, Sir Romel, are you ready? So, take it away, Sir Romel.
Hello.
Yeah.
Is my audio loud and clear?
Yes, loud and clear. You can proceed.
Okay, so how about my screen? I am sharing it. Am I sharing it correctly?
Slideshow.
No, as of now, it is on the basic view, but it appears on the screen.
Okay.
Okay, now so I am in the slideshow format.
Okay,
So
that's good, sir.
okay. Now, good afternoon to everybody. My name is Romel Luna, and there is no need to say much about me. It is already introduced. Now, my topic for excuse me. My topic for this session is all about ground fault protection of equipment on solidly grounded Y. Grounded Y, remember, okay? It's for grounded Y connected low voltage systems. Okay, so we will start. Now we'll start the topic by defining what is a ground fault. Now, normally we know what is a ground fault, but it is a good review to define this according to the National Electrical Code. Now, the ground fault is an unintentional electrically conducting connection between an ungrounded conductor of an electrical circuit and the normally non-current carrying conductors such as metallic enclosures, metallic raceways, metallic equipment, or earth. So take note of the term normally non-current carrying conductors. It means that the ground fault is considered only as a ground fault when an ungrounded conductor is made in contact with the normally non-current carrying conductor. So that is a ground fault. Now, for example, in this illustration, my question is this a line to ground fault? So obviously it is not. It is a three-phase fault. How about the second? Is this a line to ground fault? No. This is a face-to-face fault. But what about this one? See, obviously there is a word ground fault here. Now, take note that a fault occurs between the phase conductor and the metallic enclosure of the load. Okay, so let me just use a highlighter pen so that I could point something. So see, a ground fault occurs here at the enclosure. The phase conductor touches the enclosure. So perhaps due to insulation breakdown. So the current flows and it flows through the enclosure. And take note that this is a ground fault and the ground fault flows through the metallic conduit, which is bonded to the metallic enclosure. So in this way, the metallic conduit serves as the equipment grounding conductor and the current continues to flow here and it goes back to the source transformer. So this is an example of a ground fault. Yes, it is ground fault, a line to ground fault. Now, ground faults are classified as a bolted ground fault and an arcing ground fault. Now, obviously, a bolted ground fault is a fault condition wherein two conductors, for our instance, the phase A and the equipment grounding conductor, okay, are connected directly using a medium which is having a zero impedance. So in this case, the current flowing here will be of high magnitude. But for an arcing ground fault, it doesn't necessarily means that there should be a metallic conductor that connects phase A to ground, as long as the voltage across the gap is greater than the electric strength between the air, or the electric strength of the air between the phase A and ground, current will try to jump from phase A to ground. So this is an arcing condition. Okay, so as an example, okay, this is a video that I'm showing to you. Excuse me. Anatomy of an arc. Actually, I downloaded this from YouTube. So a good example illustrating the arc.
Walay audio, Sir Roms. Sir Romel, walay audio.
Ay, sir ha. Nana, sir.
Wala pa yung audio.
Okay. Ako na lang yung mag-audyong. So this is an example of an arc fault. Okay, in this case, the arc is flowing, okay, and it expands through the air. Okay. So as you can see, the arc is a pulsing type, that is every 60 cycles per second, it will pulse. So if the source, okay, is of having a capacity to sustain the arc, this arcing condition will continue. So as an example, this one, okay, a deliberate production of an arc. See? Okay, so there is a distance between the two conductors, but the current is continue flowing between the two conductors. So that is an example of an arcing condition. Okay, so talking about an arcing condition, it should be noted that the current flowing across the two conductors, okay, is having a resistance called the arc resistance. This arc resistance is found to be of higher magnitude. So obviously, when the magnitude of the resistance in the path where the current is flowing is high, the current flowing through it will be of limited value. So during arcing ground faults, the current will be of low levels. So take note, most arcing ground fault currents documented are found to be as low as 40% of the voltage fault currents. Now, what are the typical triggers, or what are the causes of arcing ground fault? First one is basically the insulation failure. So it could be due to aging of the insulation, or it is due to physical damage. And for example, the cable is not properly protected by a good, say, a conduit, say, metallic conduit. So if the conductor is only protected by something that can be easily damaged by something that is moving and having a high force, insulation will get damaged and the conductor is exposed. And if the ground is near to it, the current will jump, producing an arc. Now, another example is that an electrician working and accidentally his screwdriver falls. Now, when his screwdriver falls, making contact with a phase conductor in the ground, producing an arcing ground fault. Now, another one, and actually I have seen one of these, but actually in a medium voltage case, there's somebody, okay, accidentally touch a 22 kV system. So an arc flash was generated and the people got burns and injuries. Now, another cause is a loss of connection. And lastly, rodents or vermin. So obviously, when your enclosures of your panels or switch gears are not properly sealed, these rodents or vermin will get inside, and you know them. They like to chew something. So if they will chew the insulation, or their tail and their body will bridge into two uninsulated conductors or insulated conductors to ground, it will create an arcing ground fault condition. Okay, so this is just another example of a ground fault, arcing ground fault in a laboratory at 480 volts deliberately. So I will show it to you. Okay, so that's another example. Now, arcing ground faults. An arcing ground fault, when sustained, okay, take note of the word sustained. So there is an arcing ground fault which is self-extinguishing. That is, the arcing is not sustained by the source of power. But when the arcing ground fault is sustained, tremendous amount of heat can be liberated or generated such that this will happen. It melts and vaporizes metals. It can generate intense flashes of lights. That's why the word arc flash, okay, it comes from this because it generates intense flashes of lights, blinding lights. It will liberate flammable, explosive, and toxic gases. It will liberate solid particles or shrapnels at high velocity if severe. Okay, grabe na. It will generate high level of sound and pressure waves if severe. And as a whole effect, it can injure personnel, resulting to hospitalization, and it can burn down equipments and even building fires. Okay, so this is another scenario. Okay, a test wherein a dummy is placed in front of a 480 volts panel and an arc flash simulation is performed. So look what happened. Okay, so as you can see, it's in low voltage systems. So arc flash occurs, and see how damaging it is. Now, documented equipment burn downs due to solidly grounded low voltage arcing ground faults, okay, are normally described as follows. The affected switchgear, switchboard, or motor control center, as well as their surroundings, were blackened by a layer of soot, is powder or ashes, okay, blackened powder or ashes due to uh, burnout of equipments. The ends of the bus bar had in a number of cases sublimated or evaporated or melted away. Large holes were burned in the sheet metal enclosures, which had turned white in the fault area from the local heat, and drippings from once molten metals were clearly visible on the vertical panels. So I have seen this one, okay, from the one that I've told you. The bus bars were melted, and you can I can see at the floor down below the bus bars that there were some drippings, okay, of molten metal that was already hardened on the floor, scattering on the floor. Now, in severe cases, considerable quantity of copper buses as well as steel enclosures had disappeared. Traces of these metals could be found by carefully sifting through the soot layer. Okay, now this is an example, a picture of the after effect of an arcing ground fault. Okay, so you look at the panels, severely burned. Some have holes, the bus bars are melted, have white colors on the enclosures, as described previously. Now, here comes the NEC, National Electrical Code. Back in the 1960s, actually, the system voltage at the service entrances in the US, okay, changes from 208 volts, three-phase, 120 volts line to neutral, to 480 volts, three-phase, 277 volts line to neutral, for the purpose of increasing the load demands because of the booming of the economy. So a greater load requirement with higher voltage means lower current. Lower current means a lesser conductor size. Now, it should be also noted that even with the lesser conductor size, still, because of a high power demand, the current required also increases. So instead of a distribution panel having a current rating of 600, the panels are now must be rated up to 4,000 amperes. Now, during this period of time, excessive burn down damages were documented on the 480 volts line to line, 277 volts line to neutral systems due to the arcing ground faults. So that's back in the 1960s. So because of this problem, the National Electrical Code, okay, prompted the requirement of a ground fault protection of equipment, okay, in the 1971 edition. But the question is, why is that arcing ground fault ended up in too many burn down damages prior to the 1970s in the USA? So why is that? Okay. Now, if you are listening to my discussion, obviously during the time, the phase over current devices are the only protection devices for any form of short circuits. But take note that phase over current devices are sized or set based on maximum expected loads or full loads, or with a certain allowable overloads, like say 10% or 25% of full load. So obviously the pickup setting, okay, is already at a high value. Now, the instantaneous setting of this phase over current device, okay, is also set based on the voltage three-phase current. That is, it is set, say, 90 to 80% of the voltage three-phase fault current. Now, take note or recall that from our previous discussion, an arcing ground faults, okay, is characterized by a high impedance low current faults. So if this phase over current device, okay, exists in the system, but an arcing ground fault occurs, it might not see the arcing ground fault current, or it can detect the arcing ground fault current, but it will clear the ground fault for a longer duration of time. So if that is the case, arcing ground faults results to burn downs. Okay, so in an attempt to minimize or even eliminate equipment burn downs and fire hazards due to the arcing ground faults, the 1971 National Electrical Code Section 230.95 was introduced, and it states that ground fault protection of equipment shall be provided for solidly grounded wire electrical services of more than 150 volts to ground, but not exceeding 600 volts face to face for each service disconnecting means rated 1000 amperes or more. So take note, okay? It is applicable only for electrical services that is made up of a grounded, solidly grounded Y system, and the voltage should be greater than 150 volts to ground, and the disconnect means ratings must be equal to 1000 or more. So the question now is that why is that the limit is it should be greater than 150 volts to ground? Okay, so the answer is this is because of this person, Lawrence Fisher. Actually, during the 1960s, there were so many researches performed, okay, by Harry Stenbeck, Lawrence Fisher, and it was Lawrence Fisher who made a laboratory test for variations of voltage at the supply side, say 120 volts line to ground, 150, 146 line to ground, 277 volts line to ground, in order to create an arcing ground fault. And they found out that 146 volts, okay, power supply is enough to create an arcing ground fault and can sustain it. Okay, but below 146 power supply, the arcing ground fault will be created but will self-extinguish itself. So it is not enough to sustain an arcing ground fault. So this is the reason why it should be above 150 volts to ground. Now, the question is, why is that it should be greater than 1000 or equal to 1000 amperes? Now, obviously, if we have to think, the burn downs or the damages, okay, is proportional to the amount of energy released by the arc. Now, who supplies the arc? It should be the available power of the source. So, if the source has more capacity to supply the arcing ground fault, the more damage that it will be inflicted to the equipment. So, they found out that at 1000 amperes, okay, rated service disconnecting means, it means that normally in this case, the current maximum current required to supply the load is already 1000. When an arc fault occurs, the damage is already not acceptable or cannot be tolerated anymore. So it should be at 1000 amperes or more. Now, this is an example scenario that explains why we need a ground fault protection of equipment. Okay, so that we should not rely only on the phase of our current device such as this. Okay, so the circuit breaker and the fuse. So from this picture, you can see that the fuse can be an alternative, okay, of the circuit breaker, okay, that protects the mains of the system. So the circuit breaker is set at 1600 amperes, Now, suppose an arcing ground fault of 1,500 occurs, say here 1,500, okay? Try to follow me, 1,500. As you can see, the circuit breaker will not detect this amount of current. So if this is the case, ground fault will continue and will result to more damage. But if we have to add a supplemental ground fault relay set at 0.2 seconds, okay, we can see that the 1,500 ampere ground fault current, okay, can be cleared at 0.33 seconds here. Okay, so it means that the shorter the time it is being cleared, the less damage the equipment will incur. Now another situation here for the same illustration, as you can see, a 4,000 ampere ground fault, okay, occurs. Okay, try to see 4,000 amperes at the bottom of at the x-axis of the plot. The 4,000 amperes trace vertically upward. Okay, as you can see, the circuit breaker will clear this amount of fault current within 33 seconds. So in world of power system protection, 33 seconds is like an infinity. Okay? If this is true, wala na tayong mapupulot. Okay? So everything will burn and melted away. Okay? So that's the reason why a ground fault protection of equipment must be added. Okay? Now, since we're talking about ground fault of equipment and it is described in the definition that it should be applied only to a solidly grounded Y-connected system. So again, for the purpose of demonstration, I'll just illustrate what's the difference. So obviously, from the definition, there should be no impedance between the neutral and the equipment grounding bus inserted. Okay, the neutral of the source must be directly connected to the equipment grounding bus. Okay, so this is a solidly grounded Y-connected system, whereas the image at the bottom has a neutral ground resistor. This is not a solidly grounded system. This could be a low resistance grounded system or a high resistance grounded system, depending on the amount of current it is limiting. Okay, so what's the definition of ground fault protection for equipment? Now, based on PEC 2017 Article 1.1, it is a system intended to provide protection of equipment from damaging line to ground fault currents by operating to cause a disconnecting means to open, take note, all ungrounded conductors of the faulted circuit. Okay, so in this requirement of the PEC or the NEC, unlike the high voltage systems that ground fault protection is allowed to open one pole only because for the purpose of stability. Here in the low voltage systems, when a ground fault occurs, all phases must be tripped. All phases must be open. Now take note, the next sentence, this protection is provided at a current level less than those required to protect conductors from damage through the operation of the supply circuit of a current device like the fuse or the typical circuit breaker. So the ground fault protection device is intended to protect the circuit from low level ground fault currents. And take note, we're talking about protection of equipment. We are not talking about protection for people from getting electric shock. Okay, so what it is not, ground fault protection is not people protection. It will not prevent electric shock. If you want to have protection against electric shock when a ground fault on your, say, appliance, a GFCI or ground fault circuit interrupter will do it. So this equipment has a high sensitivity in detecting leakage current. So normally within 4 to 6 milliamperes, it will operate to open the circuit. Now, ground fault protection for equipment is not ground fault prevention. Take note that there is no way that we can predict when the ground fault will occur, so that in advance we can open the circuit and find a way where is the location of the ground fault, then the possible ground fault, then make some rectification. It is not the ground fault prevention. It will only minimize the damage when the ground fault occur. Now, it is not protection from three-phase, phase-to-phase, or phase-to-neutral faults. So obviously, okay, because this is not ground fault conditions. Now, again, from our previous discussion, it is not a protection from high-level ground faults. It is intended to protect the equipment for low-level ground faults due to arcing. Now, it is also not a guarantee of a selectively coordinated system. In fact, coordination may be compromised. Okay, so actually at the addition of a ground fault relay, if not properly coordinated, or if there is no proper selective coordination study conducted, it will only cause nuisance, trippings, and giving blackouts to the customers. Now, there are three types of ground fault protection equipment schemes used in a solidly grounded Y-connected low voltage systems. The first one is called the neutral ground strap current sensing. Okay, the other name for this one is ground source return scheme. The second one is what is called the zero sequence current sensing scheme. And the third one is the residual current sensing scheme. Okay, for the neutral ground current sensing scheme, okay, look at this image. So I tried to make this image. So it took me a while to draw these pictures, this illustration. So in the neutral ground strap current sensing scheme, as you can see, a sensor or a CT is inserted. If it is a bar type CT, it is connected in series with the main bonding jumper. Okay. Okay. So it should be placed here. If it is a window type CT or donut type CT, the ground strap or the main bonding jumper, which is the conductor that connects the equipment grounding bus and the neutral bus, must pass through the window of the CT. And then the CT is connected to what is called a ground fault relay. The ground fault relay output contact is connected to the shunt trip coil of a circuit breaker or the shunt trip coil of a shunt trip fuse. Okay, now analyze this picture. Now, if a ground fault occurs, okay, for example, at this scenario, at the load, say phase C touches the enclosure of the load, ground fault current will flow via the enclosure. And since the enclosure of the load is bonded with the other equipments, the equipment grounding conductor, the current will flow from the enclosure to the equipment grounding conductor. And take note that it is the nature of the current that it will have to find path back to the source. So in this case, when the current reaches the equipment grounding bus here, okay, the current will split up. And now take note that normally the setup, if the supply transformer is coming from the utility would normally ground the neutral of the transformer at the location of the transformer. And inside the facility, your service disconnect is also required according to the code to be, okay, connected to the ground. So at this point, the current flowing will split. Some of it will flow, okay, to the grounding electrode of your service disconnect, going back to the source via the earth, okay, through the earth, sa lupa. Now, but according to, okay, the code, the earth is not considered as an effective ground fault current path, okay, for this scenario. It's because perhaps there is no buried tubes or water pipings that are metallic from this ground fault, from this grounding electrode at the transformer to the grounding electrode of the service disconnect. So only pure earth. So in this case, the earth has a high impedance, so only few amount of fault current will flow here. So probably around 5 to 10% of the ground fault current. So in that case, 90% to 95% of that ground fault current will flow, okay, through the source via the ground strip or the main bonding jumper. Therefore, since this amount of current is high, the CT will measure it, and if the setting, okay, of the relay, okay, is lower than the existing ground fault current that the CT is measuring, the relay will operate after the set time delay to open the 3 phases of the circuit. Okay, so this is a neutral ground strap current sensing scheme, or sometimes called a ground return current sensing scheme. So here it is important to follow the grounding and bonding requirements as per the code in order to have a proper operation of this protection equipment. But take note, this method can be used only at the main service. Okay, it can only be used at the mains. It cannot be used downstreams like the next panel board. Why? So consider this illustration. Okay, so we have the transformer, we have the service panel, we have the panel board number 1, and then the load. So if we have to install a ground fault relay using the neutral ground strap current sensing scheme, so we have to connect the neutral bus and the equipment grounding bus. Already, this is a violation according to the code. Okay, now if we have, okay, to force to connect this one, what are the undesirable effects? So see, during normal operation, so we have the phase A, phase B, phase C, and the neutral. During normal operation, phase A current and IB and IC will flow. If the load currents are unbalanced, so obviously there will be a current flowing through the neutral. Now, the current flowing in the neutral, upon reaching the neutral bus at the panel board 1, it will split because there is another parallel path going back to the source. Some of the currents will flow through the neutral, okay, traced by this broken line arrow, blue color. But some of these, the red broken line arrow, will flow through the equipment grounding conductor back to the power source via the ground strap of the service equipment. Take note that the service equipment is required to have a ground strap here connected between the neutral bus and the equipment grounding bus. So what happens then? Even if there is no ground fault, this metallic enclosure will become hot or energized because there is now flowing current. It means there is voltage. Okay, and so this is abnormal now instead of a normal situation. Okay, stray currents are flowing. Now, if the neutral bus and equipment grounding bus are connected on panels other than the service, okay, the following undesirable conditions will occur. Take note, this is another case. If we have to force to use a neutral ground strap current sensing scheme at the sub-panel boards, even though it is a violation already, what will happen during ground faults? So for example, a ground fault occur at panel board 1 at the enclosure. The current flowing will be flowing through the enclosure metallic equipment and via the equipment grounding conductor, going to the equipment grounding bus at the panel board 1, then going to the ground strap. So the CT of the relay will measure this current. However, some part of this ground fault current IGF, okay, I am calling this IGF2, okay, is now flowing at the equipment grounding conductor, then to the service equipment, okay. So there are now 2 parallel paths. Now these 2 paths are effective ground fault current paths, okay. It means that these are low impedance paths. It means that it could be that they are equally divided. So obviously, what will happen if there is a true ground fault? The CT will only measure probably half of the actual ground fault current. Okay, So if the relay is set at a setting or pickup current setting below this current measured, then the relay will not operate. Or if the current is just slightly above the pickup setting, it will trip the breaker. However, it will take a long time to open the breaker, and already more damage has been incurred. So you should not put the ground strap, you should not use ground strap, neutral ground strap current sensing scheme at the downstreams. It can be only used at the service. Okay, you're still following me? Now, the second one, the second method is a zero sequence current sensing scheme. Okay, so take a look at these images or at this image. So in this case, the ground fault relay is employing what is called a zero sequence CT that is enclosing the phase conductors, and if the neutral is available also, okay, is a part of the zero sequence CT. So all four conductors must pass through. But sometimes even if it is a solidly grounded Y connected system, sometimes if the neutral is not required to be distributed because there is no line to neutral loads, then only phase conductors A, B, and C have to be enclosed by the zero sequence CT. Take note that the equipment grounding conductor must never pass through the zero sequence CT. Now the principle of this is simple. Okay, take note that the current flowing through a wire, okay, will induce a magnetic field and will create a magnetic field, and that magnetic field will induce current because there is a closed circuit in the secondary of the CT. Each of these phase will create its own magnetic field and thus inducing separate values of currents at the secondary of the CT. Now also, if there is an unbalance between IA, IB, and IC, obviously there will be current flowing through the neutral during normal operations. There is no ground fault. Now, the neutral will also create magnetic field that will induce currents at the secondary of the zero sequence CT. Now, the currents induced by these four conductors are vectorially summed by the CT, so that the unbalance of these currents when flowing through the neutral is just cancelled by the effect of the magnetic flux induced in the neutral conductor, creating a current that will counteract the sum of the effects of the currents of phase A, B, and C conductors, resulting to a measurement of the current that is perhaps zero ideally, or a very small amount. So in that case, the relay will not operate as it is expected to. Okay, but okay, if a ground fault occurs, okay, in this example, what will happen? The current flow, okay, from the enclosure to the equipment grounding conductor, going to the equipment grounding bus of the service, then going to the neutral bus, going to the neutral of the transformer. So take note that the amount of ground fault current is only passing at the phase C. So there is no ground fault current that is flowing back to the source via any of the other conductors, the phase A, B, and the neutral. So it means that there is already an imbalance. So if this relay is properly set according to the amount of this current, then it will trip on or after the set delay time. So this is a zero sequence current sensing scheme. Now take note in this case, okay, again, if the transformer is from the utility, there are two parallel paths of ground fault current. But if, okay, this current, but if the situation is that the utility is far away from your service mains, probably the path, the other path, okay, through the earth has a very high impedance, and there is only a small amount of current, since it is not as effective ground fault current path, except that there are barred conductors here, or water pipings, metallic pipings that connects these two points. So if that is the case, you should never use this zero sequence current scheme, because if there is a good conducting path between these 2 points, then the relay might be desensitized. So for proper operation, the neutral conductor when available must pass through the sensor along with all phase conductors. Now, if the neutral is not available, only the phase conductors must pass through the window of the CT sensor. Equipment ground conductor must not pass through the said window. Okay, question moderator. Pila pa akong time? Hello? Hello, sir? Hello?
Hello?
Layo pa ko, sir?
Okay, sorry, sir. You have 15 minutes remaining, sir. Go ahead.
15? 1-5?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. So my presentation is long because I tried to make it as comprehensive as possible. So actually, my presentation is perhaps within less than 40%, okay, of what I have prepared. So I'll just try to make it quick in order to cover this all. So again, take note, okay? What happens if the sensor is placed upstream of the point where the neutral is grounded? So for the zero sequence current scheme, take note, you should never, okay, ground the neutral after the zero sequence CT. Because if that happens, take note, the ground fault current will flow back to the neutral that is passing through the CT and it will cancel out the measured ground fault current, thus rendering the relay ineffective. Okay, another thing is that which is commonly found in medium voltage. Okay, if your phase conductors have shields and you're passing this, okay, through the window of the CT, you have to allow the shields to pass through back, okay, through the face of through the window of the CT in order to eliminate the current induced, okay, in the secondary of the CT because of the current circulating in the shields due to multiple grounding points. Okay, now the residual current sensing scheme. So it employs multiple sensors, one for each phase. And if, okay, so take note, the neutral is, okay, available. So one for the neutral. Now, take note that the phase, okay, sensors or CTs are actually intended mainly for the purpose of detecting phase overcurrents. But an additional sensor which is placed at the neutral, okay, will measure the neutral current. Now, normally this setup, okay, is used and found on low voltage circuit breakers having a electronic trip units. So the relay itself or the microprocessor of the electronic trip unit of a low voltage power circuit breaker, for example, will just calculate, okay, mathematically the currents, the sum of the currents of the four, okay, conductors, and if an unbalance is high enough compared to the setting of the relay or of the setting of the ground fault element, then the breaker will open. Okay, this is a residual current scheme and typically found in low voltage power circuit breakers or circuit breakers having an electronic trip. Okay, so under normal condition for residual current scheme, so obviously if during normal condition, this is the idea is the same as for the zero sequence scheme. The currents are some, but actually mathematically computed by the brain of the relay or the processor of the element. And so it's still a vectorial sum of all the currents. So that at normal condition, the effects of the currents are cancelled. And normally the relay will not measure any current in order for it to operate. But during a ground fault condition, unbalance will occur as measured by, so for example, the phase CT on phase A, phase C, whereas the other CTs are not measuring. So a ground fault condition is measured and prompting the operation of the relay if the setting is exceeded. Now, okay, the scheme is employed in low voltage circuit breakers with electronic trips. Now, this is an example, okay, of a real world, okay, ground fault relay, a supplemental ground fault relay used for switch switch combination, or perhaps a circuit breaker without a ground fault element integral to itself. So you can supplement it with the external ground fault relay. So this one is from electromagnetic industries. So as you can see here, this is the ground fault relay. And you have an alternative way to connect the sensor. If you are using zero sequence current scheme, you can use this rectangular CT. But if you are using a neutral grounding strap current scheme, you can use a window type CT or donut type CT to be connected at the neutral. Okay, take note that in this setup, if you are employing a supplemental ground fault relay, you will need to have an external power source, like say a battery bank, okay, to supply this. You need a DC, or it could be an AC source, because some of these relays are versatile. It could take a AC source, or it could take a DC source, like for instance, a 125 DC or 125 AC. Okay, some of these are available at 48 volts or 28 volts power supply. Now, back 2017, 2.30.76 service ground fault protection of equipments. Now, ground fault, okay, again, here we are now at the Philippine Electrical Code 2017. Now, this article is equivalent to 230.95 of the NEC, okay, National Electrical Code. And it's for service only, okay? It's for the service main, service equipment. So it says that the ground fault protection equipment is required, okay, at services of systems which is connected Y and solidly grounded with more than 150 volts to ground, okay, but not exceeding 1000 volts face to face. Okay, so this is the exact word, or word for word, okay, from the code. For each service disconnect rated 1000 amperes or more. Take note, okay, the word grounded conductor that I underlined, okay, the red one. For the grounded conductor, okay, for the grounded conductor for the solidly grounded wire system shall be connected directly to ground through a grounding electrode system, okay, as was explained before. So there should be no any resistor inserted in between. Now also, okay, how do you know that it is already 1000 ampere? Okay, so that you can classify it as requiring a ground fault protection. So the rating of the service disconnect shall be considered to be the rating of the largest fuse that can be installed, or the highest continuous current trip setting for which the actual overcurrent device installed in a circuit breaker is rated or can be adjusted. Okay, so when it is required. So it is required when all the three conditions are satisfied. It means that it is an and condition, not an or, when if we are talking about logic. Okay, one, solidly grounded wire electrical services only. Two, more than 150 volts to ground. Okay, but equal to or 1000 volts face to face. For example, in our case here in the Philippines, we have 400 Y, 230 volts. So if the service is already a rating of 1000 amperes, so this qualifies to have a ground fault protection. And for industrial setting, we have a 480 Y 277 system. Now for each service disconnect rated 1000 amperes or more. Now when it is not required, first one is obviously for fire pumps. Okay, so if we'll try to read PEC 2017 6.95.1.6 item G, ground fault protection of equipment shall not be installed in any fire pump power circuit. Okay, or it is also not allowed in a continuous process industrials where a non-orderly shutdown would result in hazards, additional hazards. Why? What's the reason of this? For example, okay, the fire pump. Okay, if you use the fire pump, okay, the purpose of that is to supply water, so that during in times of fires, the water will try to suppress the fire. Now, what if there is a ground fault in the circuit of the fire pump? And what happens if there is a ground fault protection placed on it? So obviously, the circuit will be open and the pump will stop from operating. So there is no more water being pumped So the fire will continue to burn the facility and perhaps could, okay, inflict hazards. It could, okay, make people get burns or injuries. So it is better, okay, to allow the fire pump to operate when there is a ground fault until it will fail, rather than placing a ground fault protection in it, thus preventing it from working for its purpose. Okay. Now also, if the system is 240 face to face but having a center tap, okay, 120 volts single phase or 240 volts three phase system, it does not require ground fault protection equipment at the service. Now also, if you have a service having a 6 disconnects that is less than 1000 amperes each, it does not require ground fault protection of equipment. So for example, if you have a 4000 service, supposedly because the load is requiring less than 4000 or almost 4000, then you can split up the 4000 ampere load to have a 5 sets of disconnect having a rating of 800 amperes each. Then the ground fault protection of each these disconnects is not required because it does not reach 1000 amperes. Of course, delta and grounded or resistance impedance grounded systems are not required or not, okay, doesn't qualify for this provision. Now, the ground fault protection system shall operate to cause the service disconnect to open all ungrounded conductors. So this is the same as what is being specified way back in the NEC 1971. But take note, the setting, okay, the code mandates that the maximum allowable setting of the ground fault protection shall be 1,200 amperes only, okay? And the maximum time delay when the fault current is already 3000 amperes or more should be only up to 1 second. Okay, these are the limits mandated by the code. But an additional one, okay, from the UL 1053, okay, or the standard for ground fault sensing and relaying equipment, underwriter laboratories, okay, recommended a 2-second operating time to clear the ground fault when the current reaches 150% of the pickup setting. Okay, so there are three: 1,200 amperes maximum pickup setting, 150% of pickup should operate at 2 seconds, and equal to 3,000 amperes should operate at 1 second maximum. So it means that you can allow the ground fault relay or equipment, protection equipment to operate lesser than this, as long as it is well coordinated with the other protection device in the system. So as an example, okay, this is a typical curve of a ground fault, okay, element in a low voltage circuit breaker. So we have an L curve, okay, and this curve we're having a inverse time function. So the inverse time function like this is called the I squared T function, and you can just simply turn it off or on. So if you will turn it off, the curve will be like an L, okay, like the image above. And if you will turn it on or in the settings, then the curve will like this, okay, it will have an inverse time portion. And this is good, okay, if you are coordinating with a downstream device having an inverse time characteristics. So why is the curve like this? This is because of the mandate of the code. Okay, take note that the code requires 3000 amperes for 1 second maximum. UL is 150% at 2 seconds. So in this case, 1,200 1 times 150% is 1/8 at 2 seconds, and the maximum setting is 1,200. So you can never adjust the curve for a low voltage circuit breaker to exceed these limits. So the maximum settable is this. Okay, so this example shows variations of the pickup settings and adjustments. So as you can see here at the left side, so this is a picture of the face of the circuit breaker trip unit. Okay, so at the left of this, so we have IG. So this is the place wherein you want to adjust the pickup setting. So in this example for Square D or Schneider Electric device, so the setting can be adjustable from A to J, and the value of A to G depends on the sensor that is employed, okay, as per the application. So for example, if the sensor employed is 1,200, A means 0.2 times 1,200. So it means that the setting is 240 amperes. So if you're requiring a setting of 1,200, you have to select to J. So J means 1. So 1 times 1,200 is equals to 1,200 setting. Now, as you can see here at the right side, okay, TG. TG is the part wherein you want to set the time delay setting of the ground fault element. And as you can see here, the TG image has is divided into two. Okay, at the left side there is an on, at the right side there is an off. Now, the off doesn't mean that you can turn off the ground fault protection. Okay, so because sometimes maybe it is not properly set, but it is installed, and then it will cause noise and stripping even if there is no actual ground fault. Then you think that, okay, I will turn it off, so I will set this to off. But later on, still, the ground fault element will trip the breaker. So actually, the off position is just allowing you to make use of the L curve, okay, without using the I squared T, okay. But if you want to use the I squared T characteristics, you have to choose your switch to be in the left side, the gray side, where you can select 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4 seconds. Okay, so this is an example. Now for a supplemental ground fault relay, this is a typical curve, okay, here. So unlike a ground fault element of a low voltage circuit breaker, which is an L or an L with the inverse time curve, here is an inversely timed curve, okay? But sometimes some other manufacturers are utilizing an L-type curve, okay? So take note that in this curve, okay, the points here are plotted based only in the operating time of the contacts of the ground fault relay. It does not include the time delay of opening of the, for example, the switch. So when you are doing selective coordination, okay, involving ground fault relays using this setup, you have to consider the operating time or the opening time of the switch or the conductor or the circuit breaker, okay, that is being summoned by the ground fault relay to trip. Okay, you have to add the opening time of the breaker for the coordination procedure. Now, PEC 2017 2.30.7.6 item B, that is okay for fuses. If a switch and fuse combination is used, the fuses employed shall be capable of interrupting any current higher than the interrupting capacity of the switch during a time that the ground fault protective system will not cause the switch to open. So recall what this is not. What is a ground fault protection of equipment? What it is not? It is not a protection from high levels of ground fault current. So it means that it should be set and it should be used, okay, to operate only on low level ground fault currents and allow the fuse or the circuit breaker to trip the higher levels of ground fault currents. Because take note, even though the fuse or the circuit breaker, okay, has phase over current elements, okay, it still can see and operate, detect a ground fault current if the amount of ground fault current is higher, okay, than its settings or than its characteristics. So it will still trip. So obviously, if you have to coordinate, so for example, at the service equipment, okay, when you are coordinating with for a ground fault situation, your effective curve for the ground fault is not only this ground fault relay, but you have to consider, okay, the ground fault relay and, for example, the fuse. Okay, so for example, okay, if you can see my pointer, so this is the effective curve of the ground fault relay here, then here, then at this point, the fuse will take over. Now, what will happen if I have to force to set the ground fault relay to operate instantaneously? So in this case, okay, now, for example, okay, take note that some of the switches or say contactors, okay, are not rated, okay, with the interrupting capacity greater than 12 times of its rating. So it has a lower interrupting capacity. Now, suppose, for example, if the interrupting capacity of the switch is only 6,000 amperes, but the ground fault current is, say, for example, 10,000 amperes here, okay? As you can see, if this is allowed and the ground fault relay is set to operate instantaneously, what would happen? The relay will operate at 10,000 amperes, prompting the operation of the switch. So the fuse, okay, even though the fuse will operate, but okay, at this scenario, the ground fault relay will be the first one to operate, prompting the equipment, okay, switch to open at a value higher than its interrupting capacity. So what would be the consequence? So obviously, this is what we don't want to happen. Okay, the fuse, the switch will definitely destroyed. Okay, related issues. Okay, regarding fuse or contactor when used with the ground fault, supplemental ground fault device. So there are two classes of ground fault protection devices, class 1 and class 2. Now for class 1, it is one that does not incorporate means to prevent opening of the disconnecting means at high levels of fault current. So it is intended for use with circuit breakers and fuses with interrupting rating capacity not less than 12 times of the rating. So class 1 ground fault protection devices or supplemental ground fault protection devices, okay, are used in tandem with circuit breakers and fuses, okay, of high interrupting capacity. So that you will not worry if it will operate on higher values of current as long as those currents is lesser than the interrupting capacity of the switch. But a class 2 ground fault protection device, okay, according to UL 1053, it is intended for use only with disconnects of limited interrupting capacity, less than 12 times of its rating, okay, and it incorporate means to prevent opening of disconnecting means at an excessive levels of fault current. So take note, okay, okay, it should, okay, have a means of preventing itself from operating when it detects high levels of fault current. Okay, so a class 2 ground fault protection device has a feature called ground fault high current inhibit. So it is a feature that prevents supplemental ground fault relay to inhibit itself from operating to trip the switch when the ground fault current exceeds the inhibit level. So for example, okay, this is taken from a white paper from Eaton Confederation called Fault Characteristics in Electrical Equipment. So as an example, okay, the recommended ground fault relay to be used in tandem with a size 5 NEMA starter to control a 208 volts, 3-phase 135 horsepower induction motor. Okay, so is having a catalog number of 1409 FOD. See here, this is one enclosed in rectangular with outline in blue. Now, so take note that the characteristics of this ground fault relay is that it has a maximum high current inhibit settable of 1,413 amperes. So what does it mean? So if the ground fault current is less than 1413, or that is less than 1,413 amperes, your ground fault protection relay will trip the motor starter instantaneously. So, but if the ground fault current is greater than 1413 or 1,413 amperes, the ground fault relay is blocked by itself. So it is prevented from operating the switch or the contactor. So thus, the clearing of the fault will be performed by the fuse. Okay, so, but, okay, there is a caution. Be careful in the selection of the fuse to be used in tandem with the class 2 ground fault protection device. So for example, okay, a 125 horsepower, 208 volts, 3-phase induction motor has a full load current of around 343 amperes. Now, if you'll be selecting a time delay fuse, according to the code, you have to multiply the full load current of the motor with 175%. So that if 175% times 343 will be 600 point something amperes. So means that you have to use a 600 ampere fuse. But take note that this is a non-time. Take note that this is a time delay fuse. Now, since the ground fault protection device is blocked from operating when the current is above 1413 amperes, the fuse will, okay, detect and trip the system. But take note that at this point, the fuse will melt and clear the fault at 50 seconds. So too much time delay, more damage. So be careful in this, okay? Now, performance testing. As required by the code, if the ground fault protection, okay, is installed at the service because of the requirements or the qualifications, it should be tested when first installed on site, okay, by conducted qualified persons using test process of primary current injection. So perhaps you can use a Odin primary current injector or a CPC 100 for this one, okay. So the purpose of this is to check the exact installation of the ground fault protection element or the supplemental ground fault protection element, as well as the setting if it is according to the study, okay, for the particular application. And the test result, okay, must be submitted to the office of the building officials. So take note of this. Now, under the same article 230.7.6, there's an informational note number 1. Ground fault protection that functions to open the service disconnect affords no protection from faults on the line side of the protective equipment. It serves only to limit the damage to conductors and equipment on the load side in the event of an arcing ground fault on the load side of protective equipment. Okay, so take note, the ground fault relay cannot see the fault current for ground faults upstream of the device, upstream of the sensors. So if you have to study this picture, okay, the ground fault at the service, but ahead, okay, of the sensor will not see the ground fault current. So this one is useless. Okay, so how to work around this? Now, okay, it is okay, okay, if the transformer is not yours. So if the transformer is owned by the utility, then it is not your concern if there is a fault on the transformer, for example. Okay, so your concern is your equipments, okay, inside your facility. But what if your transformer, what if the transformer used is your own transformer? Okay, if there is a fault, your service disconnect will not detect it unless you will put a ground sensor at the ground strap, okay, using a ground return current sensing scheme. So in this case, take note, see, if there's a ground fault, okay, at the transformer tank, for example, a ground fault current will flow to the enclosure, the tank of the transformer, okay, then it will flow to the equipment grounding conductor here, okay, sorry for this, okay, this should not be here, this red broken line, but this ground current will flow here, going back to this equipment ground conductor to the equipment grounding bus at the transformer tank, then flow through the sensor so that it will be detected by the relay. Now, how do you do this so that this fault will be interrupted? So for privately owned transformer, so use neutral ground strap or ground return sensing method. Then you have to employ a direct transfer trip from the relay, okay, to the circuit breaker at the primary side of the transformer. Why you need to do this? It's because phase of our current device, so like the 50, 51, or 50, 50N or 50J, 51J at the high voltage switchgear is available. They are not, okay, capable of effectively detecting the fault current at the secondary side of the delta Y transformer. Okay, why? So take note for a delta Y transformer, the distribution of the fault current, if you can still recall. See here, okay, delta Y. A ground fault current of 1 per unit at the Y side can be translated as only 57% of the two phases of the three conductors at the delta side of the transformer. So obviously the current is lesser, okay, because it is 57% only compared to 100%. Okay, now in addition to that, remember that the ground fault current is very small, okay, probably 19%, 20%, or 40% of the voltage fault current. So obviously, even, okay, the face-to-face overcurrent equipment at the high voltage switchgear cannot see it, or perhaps it will see it, but it will detect at a longer period of time. But definitely, the ground fault element at the high voltage sides of the delta Y transformer will not detect the ground fault. It's because there is no series sequence current flowing. The current are flowing as a face-to-face fault. Okay, but if you will make a direct transfer trip from the relay to the trip coil of the circuit breaker at the high voltage side, while as well tripping the breaker at the disconnect at the secondary side, you can save your transformer from more damage or damage due to a ground fault within the transformer at the secondary side. Okay, but take note, when you're employing this and you own the transformer and the transformer is very close, make sure that there is only one, okay, connection to the ground, connection to the equipment grounding conductor. So there should be connection from the neutral to the grounding bus, equipment grounding bus at the service disconnect, because if this will happen, it will defeat the purpose and it will desensitize the relay. Okay, now informational note number 2 under 230.7.6, the added protective equipment at the service equipment may make it necessary to review overall wiring system for proper selective overcurrent protection coordination. Again, ground fault protection equipment, what it is not, okay, it was previously presented that it is not a guarantee of a proper selective coordination. So as for this example, you can see we have a ground fault supplemental ground fault relay set at 1,200 amperes, and the downstream circuit breakers at 200 ampere circuit breaker. So as you can see here, there is an overlapping of these two, so that a ground fault, okay, at the load side of the 200 ampere circuit breaker will make the ground fault relay to operate first, thus creating a blackout. Okay, so there should be a proper selective coordination study when you are introducing a ground fault relay in your service. Now, if, okay, your ground fault relay is set at 1,200 amperes maximum, and your downstream circuit breaker, the next protective device, okay, is having a rating of 200 amperes or less, then it is unlikely that there would be a miscoordination. As long as the circuit breaker at the downstream 200, the instantaneous setting is set to minimum. So for example, here this is the instantaneous at 2000. So but if you can select a breaker having a 2000 ampere, having a instantaneous of lesser than 2000, then they will not overlap. But of course, the setting of your instantaneous value, okay, that you have to base in selecting your circuit breaker, 200 ampere circuit breaker, must be based on the instantaneous fault value also of current based on your short circuit analysis.
Sir Romel, excuse me.
Yes.
Yes, can you expedite your presentation for 1 minute more? Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, additional installations of ground-fault protective equipment may be needed on feeders and branch circuits where maximum continuity of electric service is necessary. So take note that the PEC
All right. I think the presenter was out of the internet, right? Out of phase. Okay. Yes, it was not properly coordinated, I think. So by the way, guys, his time was just due. So at this juncture, anyway, I'm sorry to have that technical difficulties. However, for the guys around here, I'm happy to announce that the ISCBO chapter is always supportive to its members, giving those kind of topic presentations. So just keep posted to our Facebook account for our future seminars. So is Engineer Luna is back, sir? Can we confirm it? Okay. So I think this is it. So at this juncture, just allow me to, yes, give the certificate of appreciation presented to Engineer Romel de Luna as technical resource speaker on the topic ground fault protection of equipment on solidly grounded low voltage system in the 20th Eastern and Central Eastern Visayas Virtual Regional Conference held on September 16 until 19, 2021. Signed, Mario C. Tabanyag, President, and signed, Felipe Niliama, Regional Governor, signed, Lowell B. Ratilla, VP Technical Affairs, signed by Brian E. Pasilan, Technical Consultant. Thank you very much, Engineer Romel Luna.
Okay, my apologies to everybody. So actually, my internet got disconnected, but actually, it's not like a more damaging. It's because my time is almost over for my presentation, but still, I am sorry for that one. So actually, the LAN cable was removed by my son, and my internet was disconnected. Okay, so I was preparing more, but I'm sorry that I could only present this much, okay, due to the limited amount of time. But I was trying my best to present it so that you can gain understanding about it, the basic understanding of this. There is more of this, but you can see this, okay, from a soft copy, PDF copy of my presentation. I will give this to the organizer. Okay, thank you
Yes,
so
thank
much.
you. Thank you for that, sir. Anyway, I know you are very supportive to our chapter. we will have this separate seminar on this webinar, I mean. So for the future, I know you will have a heads up. Di juga kabalibad na mo.
Oh, good. Good.
Thank you, sir. More power and feelings.
Okay. Sige. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Okay, so we would like to move on to our next presentation. So by the way, guys, we have two more resource speakers, a very interesting topic also, and we have also a sponsor presentation. So right now, let's proceed. Our next technical resource speaker is actually, of course, okay na rin namin na speaker dito sa Cebu chapter. He's a professional electrical engineer, a senior assistant vice president for project management, Vivant Energy Corporation. Of course, his topic is commissioning differential protection of power transformer. Without much further ado, please help me welcome Engineer Chris Fernandez. Take it away, sir.
Okay, maayong hapon sa tanan.
Maayong hapon, sir.
So is my audio okay?
Yeah, exactly. Go ahead, sir. And yung presentation mo, meron na rin.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. So we'll try to do this on time. So first, I have to start with the objectives of this presentation. First and foremost, we would like to know the importance of the transformer differential protection, and of course, its capabilities and its limitation. So this protection device also has limitation. And number three, or the third one, have a general understanding of the proper testing. So this is quite subjective, what is proper, but we'll try to agree later with what is really the correct way of doing the testing and commissioning of differential protection for power transformers. So this is the outline of the presentation. First, we'll be discussing basics or fundamentals. Then we'll proceed to testing, focus on common transformer winding configuration. Then we'll do actual case analysis or look into actual cases, actual projects. Then lastly, the takeaways and the references. So, okay, let me recap. So I believe this was discussed yesterday. The components of protections, a power system protection. Of course, you have your transducers. What are these? You have your CTs, current transformers, and your VTs. So we all know that for CTs, we have to use always protection class. Okay. And you either have to use a circuit breaker or fuse. Of course, for if you use fuse, you don't need, generally, you don't need CTs and the auxiliary supplies and the cables. Then your relay, of course. So later, I believe there will be discussion on numerical relays or the modern relays that we're currently using. Then auxiliary power supply. I forgot the cables, your copper wires, but nowadays a lot of these copper wires are being replaced by fiber optics. So you can now connect your CTs and your relays using fiber optics. That's a possibility these days. And of course, your DC supply, your auxiliary power supply, which is also very important, because without your auxiliary power supply, without the DC, basically you don't have power, you don't have protection. And let's not forget your protected equipment. So even if the transformer is very robust in terms of construction, it can still fail. So these are the list of causes. We have winding and terminal faults, core faults, tap changer, tank and accessory faults. If you have sustained external faults, and if you operate it abnormally. Okay, so generally speaking, it's the heat that kills the transformer. Okay, in terms of percentage of faults originating within the transformer, so as you could see, a large portion of these occurrences are mainly related to windings and terminal, which can easily be addressed by the differential protection. Okay, so overcurrent protection. This is the most, I believe, very fundamental protection of your power transformer, or any transformer for that matter, small or big. So it operates it should operate fast, and it should be properly coordinated with other overcurrent devices downstream. Then each operation should be within the transformer thermal withstand. Then it shouldn't operate during short time overloads, and of course also during magnetizing in rush. Okay, so in IEEE C37.91, it is mentioned there that for transformers below 10 MVA, you can even use power fuses in the primary side, no? And you can limit the protection to overcurrent. So it's not really necessary to use differential based on that standard. But then again, it depends also on the application of the transformer. If the transformer is very important to the process or to the load that it is supplying, then it is best to have a complete set of protection. So let's proceed now to differential protection. So it is a unit protection. What do you mean by that? I mean to say it only protects, in this case, the transformer. So what defines the boundaries? We all know that these are the two sets of current transformers. So one here, the primary, one at the secondary, or you may call it HB and MB. Okay. Then it could be single or multiple relays. So we've seen differential relays composed of multiple boxes. Okay, so one is located, say, a kilometer away from the other one. Okay, this is in the case of line differential with a transformer in between, or a connected transformer. That's also a possibility. So there are a lot of different configuration. So what we have right now, I don't know if you can see the camera. This is also a unit protection specific for a generator. It has also a differential protection, of course. So we have a similarly sized relay for transformers. So we also call them transformer management relays. So it is not directional, so it can protect even if the power flow is from the primary to secondary or secondary to primary, it doesn't matter. So basic principle, current that goes in should go out. Well, that's the general assumption. We'll discuss the exemptions later. Okay, so we're using here IEC symbols. Okay, transformers, CTs, and instead of the usual 87 or 8070, we have this symbol for IEC. Okay, so again, it can apply to numerous other transformer winding configurations, including complicated rectifier transformers to start large motors. But again, we focus here on the common one, the common configuration, which is Y delta or delta Y. Okay. So what are the considerations for applying differential protection? So we have to consider, number one, the difference in current magnitude. So there are always causes, a lot of causes in the difference of magnitude in the primary and secondary. We're talking here about per unit magnitude. No? Okay, so it could be due to magnetizing current. So if there's no load, you still have your magnetizing current. Then if you have a off nominal tap position, say your tap position, your nominal tap is say 3 and you're at tap 1, so there will be differences in current. Phase shifts, we'll discuss this one later. I'll show you the different phase shifts brought about by the different winding configuration and the effect of faults outside of the zone of protection, which is caused by zero sequence current. So we all know that we also apply compensation for this, zero sequence compensation, to avoid false tripping of the differential. So for the vector groups here, this actually caused the phase shift. So we have different phase displacements, as you could see here. So very common is the 30 degrees lag or lead. Okay. So this is the typical operating characteristic of the differential. As you could see here, we have different slopes. So commonly implemented is a dual slope characteristic. Okay. So as you could see here, this portion is normally allotted for the magnetizing current at no load. This portion here, the second slope, is mainly for tap changer off nominal tap changer position. Then the second or the last one, the last segment, is for through fault current. Okay, so this is related to bias, or they also sometimes call them restraint. Okay, so okay, we have this diagram. Question: Can we use an ordinary overcurrent? Why not replace the operating element with an ordinary overcurrent relay? Yes, that is also possible. In fact, that is also mentioned in IEEE C37.91. You can use that, but you don't have the flexibility of bias and restraint. Okay, so if there is say inrush, there's a possibility for your differential protection to trip. If you use a plain 50 or 50 or 51 for that matter. Okay, so that's why we're commonly adopted is the percentage differential or the differential protection with bias and restraint. So expected here, if there's a fault outside the zone of protection, even if there's a slight difference in secondary current, it should not trip. Okay. So there's a very important note here that differential protection should remain stable for through or out of zone faults. And it's also very important to note that it provides no overload protection. So you cannot just use 87 to protect your transformer. You need to have your 50 and 51 or your overcurrent. So if you are made to choice, it's better to have overcurrent rather than having a differential without an overcurrent upstream. Okay, but again, it's a case-to-case basis. By the way, for a typical overcurrent, if you can have a look at the camera, this is more or less. Okay, I'm sure a lot of us have seen this or has operated this in actual. Now let's discuss a bit about magnetizing current. So we all know that when we charge the transformer, we try to magnetize its core. We are using power. That's basically why we have no load loss. Okay, but that occurs only at the primary side, or the side where you charge the transformer. So there's no current on the other side. So isn't that where that should be seen as a fault by the differential protection? That can be, right? If your differential protection is plain and simple, yes, then it's also mentioned here that normally steady state magnetizing current is less than the peak up setting. Okay, that's as explained earlier. But the issue is the inrush, the moment you charge your transformer, which could probably cause erroneous relay operation. And we have here a typical waveform of inrush current, courtesy of IEEE. So the solution for that, we have a lot. We have time delay, we have second harmonic detection and restraint. We know that inrush current is rich in second harmonics, okay? And normally, fault current doesn't have even harmonics. Normally, those are composed of odd. Then, of course, the other technique is the waveform recognition. So the relay can look into the waveform and restrain the tripping based on that. Okay, but there are again disadvantages for this. The main thing is that if there's really a legitimate fault, you cannot afford any delay. It should be instantaneous. When we say instantaneous, it's not really zero operating time. There is still relay operating time of normally up to 30 or 40 milliseconds. Okay, let's proceed to testing. So time check at 4:20. So we still have 40 minutes, more or less. So these are the problems that we're trying to address through proper testing. So as mentioned, proper testing is subjective. It depends from person to person, from company to company. How can I ensure that the transformer differential relay is properly wired and configured? Okay, I mean to say, is the program compatible with the hardware or the wirings? Okay, the settings compatible with the connections. Number two, or the second one, how do we avoid doing the trial and error during commissioning? By the way, what is commissioning? When you say commissioning, you're already applying rated parameters, energizing the transformer using rated voltage with the intention of taking the same in service or into service. Okay. So we have here two general methods, which is secondary and primary injections. So we'll look into this. Secondary injections. So this is, a lot of us are very familiar with this, especially those who are specializing in protection. So here we're using parameters that are relatively low, that are more or less within the secondary parameters of our instrument transformers. So low voltage, low current. Then second, normally we perform timing tests, pick up tests. Then we verify the operating characteristics, okay, of the differential. So we saw a while ago the dual slope. So basically, during commissioning, we should be able to verify that. Then, of course, we mentioned about the usage of harmonics to block the various trippings. So we have to verify that as well. If indeed there's really a blocking before the actual commissioning. So this can be construed as pre-commissioning tests. Okay. So let's discuss each in detail. Pick up current, normally we just inject current at one side, then we ramp it. Okay, so we have here sample test results at the back of the graph. We have here the table at the back, so it shows typical test report for pickup test of differential relays. Okay. Then we have secondary injection for timing testing. So you can also do timing testing using primary, but it's always convenient to do it using secondary. So the intention here is just to measure the speed of the relay. So this only measures the tripping time of the relay. This doesn't include yet the circuit breaker contacts speed. If you have an auxiliary contact, that's another delay. Okay, so for 8070, normally there's no intentional delay. Again, the delay that you can see at the second to the last column, this portion, these are more or less relay processing time. So of course, in your evaluation, if you put there 0, the relay will fail, but you cannot really attain 0 relay operating time because there's always processing time and the time for your contacts to close. Okay. Now, how do you test harmonics blocking? Well, there are different options. There are different ways of doing it, but sometimes there are limitations. There are a lot of limitations, especially with the testers that you will be using, or the test plans that you will be utilizing. Sometimes you cannot input currents or program currents with different frequencies. So one way of doing it is to combine software and hardware solution. So you input using 2 cables. One is a fundamental frequency of 60 Hertz. The other one is the harmonic. Okay. So with that, you check if the relay is not tripping. If it's not tripping, then you can confirm that there's really indeed a blocking due to the harmonic content. Okay, let's proceed to characteristic verification. So as mentioned here, the space below the curve is a tripping zone, and up is a restraint zone. Okay, I think this is an error here. So this is the typical test output, courtesy of, I think this is Test Universe of Omicron. Okay, so actually some relay testers can give you random points to test just to check the programmed operating characteristic, whether it's single slope, dual slope. It can easily be done by the advanced test plans of our testers nowadays. Okay, that's it for secondary injection. So let's proceed to primary. The main purpose for primary injection is really stability tests. How do you make sure that your program is correct, or your relay settings are correct? How do you make sure that the CTs are properly connected to the relay? Okay, so you cannot really answer that with full confidence unless you do the primary injection. So how do you do this? So take note that there is a phase shift. Oftentimes there's a phase shift. This is different from the generator. Generator is very straightforward. Your differential is per winding, and there's no phase shift, no? Okay. But for transformer, there is phase shift. So you really need to have a three-phase, to do simultaneous three-phase injection. So in this case, we have other side is being shorted, and we inject a controlled voltage at the other side or at the supply side. Okay, so same principle here. Let's say you want to test to conduct a trip test on the circuit breaker mentioned by our speaker before me. Okay, and you don't have a CPC 100 or a similar tester, primary injection tester. So you can make use of a properly sized welding machine. You, instead of plugging that to 230 volts to the mains, just use a variac, again, a properly sized one. And of course, with the aid of a handheld ammeter, you can readily perform primary injection or a trip test for a certain circuit breaker. Again, with a proper rating. You know what? I first saw this setup in a first world country. And that company performing this performs all the standard tests of big companies there. So if they're doing this type of setup there, then we can also, nobody should prevent us from doing the same here. So why I'm explaining to you this is because for big transformers, the same principle applies. Okay, injection of a regulated voltage, controlling the current at the other side. Okay, so we normally inject at the high side, if there's a high side of the transformer, and we short circuit the low side. So I'm talking about high voltage, low voltage. Okay. So some more explanation here. Primary injection, we have to make sure that the short circuit current is sufficient, or is within is a lot below than, or a lot smaller than the rated current of the transformer, so as not to risk any transformer damage. And we have to make sure when we do this that the overcurrent protection of both sides of the transformer are in place and are already tested to trip in the event that there's really a mistake and there's an unexpected increase in fault current. Of course, you have to ensure that your protected equipment, your power transformer, is ready for testing. I mean to say, it has undergone insulation resistance testing, power factor insulation testing, winding resistance, and of course, your ratio tests are already completed. So more or less good to go for commissioning. Okay. Now let's proceed to actual application. So we have two cases here. First is a generator step-up transformer. Yesterday, it was mentioned the criticality of power supply in spag areas. So if your installation is in spag areas, you have to mitigate power outages, because if your plant is down, there is no grid, there is no other supplier that can replace you. Okay. So we have here the nameplate and the picture and the photo. So what are the important data that we need to look into? Of course, the kVA rating, the voltage rating, the rated currents. Very important also is the percent impedance, and of course, the winding configuration of your transformer. So it could be defined through IEC or by showing the actual Y and delta through the IEEE standard. So in here we have YND3. Okay. So very important for me. I would if you're on field, you don't have sometimes you don't have the complicated the calculator that can manipulate complex numbers. So in this case also, I tried to perform the short circuit analysis using actual values, not using per unit. Okay, so I have to convert the percent IZ of 13.04% to actual value. So in here, I'm just putting Z equivalent. Okay. So we all know what's the rated voltage, the rated apparent power. Okay, so you can compute that easily. So substituting those in the equation, we can compute for the actual value of the impedance, which is 0.7 ohms, more or less. So you already have this. This value is the value or the impedance that impedes your fault current. Okay. So first we assume what voltage to use. It's actually based on the available equipment that you have. If you have a variac, a three-phase variac, which has enough power, that's the best equipment to use. I saw that in one of my previous company in Australia. We used that to inject very long cables. Okay, but if you don't have that, you can use any of the available materials, or sorry, power supply. It could be a generator. It could be coming from the electric cooperative, as long as it meets the requirements. Okay, so in this case, we will inject at the 69 kV side, and we will short circuit the 13.8 kV side. So we have this diagram here, simplified diagram. Okay, so we only have positive sequence since we're doing three-phase fault. So there's no unbalance, there's no ground. Okay, so straightforward. Fault here is just equal to your line to ground voltage divided by the impedance of the transformer. You might ask, how about the cables? How about the resistance of the circuit breaker? How about the other resistances? So our goal here is to be conservative. Our goal here is to have is to get the maximum fault current, expected fault current. So it is best to neglect all other impedances, including the source impedance, if there is any, or internal impedance of the generator. So to be conservative, assume an infinite bus. So in this case, we have a resulting fault current of 374.3 amperes. Okay, more or less, this is the diagram. This is in terms of per unit. So, okay, under proper wiring, your transformer should not trip. Okay, proper wiring, proper program of the differential relay, transformer should not trip under this condition. Mean to say, if it should be stable, it should be stable. Now let's proceed to unbalanced fault. So if we're testing balance, it's best if you can also do unbalanced. So again, we're doing our short circuit at the delta side. So we cannot do a line to ground. Okay, if you ground one of the legs of the delta, there's no overcurrent, so there's no fault in there. No, you can even have a corner grounded delta. So that's why we're just limiting to line to line. Okay, so same procedure. If you recall your basic in short circuit calculation, you have your positive sequence, your negative sequence component. So they're connected in this manner for line to line. So if we substitute values, we're getting here a relatively small current of 324. So we adapt the value of the three-phase current. So for line to line, this is the one. This is the resulting current flow. Okay, and again, expected there should be no trip, as this is out of zone fault. We're trying to simulate here out of zone fault. Okay. Actually, for some applications, engineers, especially for difficult relays like SEL. I'm not trying to promote SEL here, but sometimes, especially those who are new to the relay, you find it difficult to configure, especially the old differential protection of SELs. They use this method to properly configure the relay. Okay, do the primary injection, then select the right program or the right setting that results to no differential current. So reverse engineering, they can also do that. Okay, so after our testing, so these are some of the conclusions that we can actually make use of the available 460 volts generator on site. Okay. Then you might ask, what about the rating? How do we validate? Of course, you have your fault current, you have your 374, you have here your voltage. Okay, so you can readily compute for the power or the minimum power required for your genset. Okay, let's proceed to, by the way, so this is a simple schematic of the stability test that was conducted. So in here, of course, there should be no operation. Question, we also mentioned that the primary injection can do trip test, confirmation. So how do we efficiently do that? Very simple. You just have to open the links. Of course, you have to shut down everything, open the links of the CT, then put a jumper using cables such as these. So you twist the connection. So you should get a trip this time. Okay, but of course, after the testing, after completing the pre-commissioning test, make sure to remove all the jumpers and make sure to close all the links, CT links. Okay. Next, this is different also from a setup in a SPUG area. So we have here the important information. If you can have a look, rated current are the same. HB and M, they put here MB, but primary and secondary voltages are the same. So this is an isolation transformer, a Y delta isolation transformer. So yeah, since this is a generator, I believe connected to the plant, the delta side is at the generator side, and the Y side is facing the grid or the load. So it's convenient to short circuit the Y side in this case. So the first one, we short circuit the delta side. In here, I think they short circuited the Y side. So same process, you get the actual impedance in ohms. Okay, select a voltage that is available on site. In this case, we have 230 volts coming from the electric utility. Okay. So we supply the delta side. So we derive the three-phase fault current at the Y side. So we're getting here 144 amperes. Okay. So as you could observe, the larger the voltage you inject, you'll also get a larger fault current, same as the welding machine illustration I presented a while ago. Okay, let's proceed. This is the similar diagram. Out of zone fault, again, there should be no tripping. Then we move to line. Again, line to line, you have your positive sequence component and your negative sequence. Since you have your unbalance, expected a lower fault current. What's interesting now is the next one, which is our line to ground. So this is Y grounded. So we expect that there is overcurrent when we ground one of the phases. So for this setup, we have the three components. We have the positive, you have the negative sequence because there is unbalance, and since there is ground, your zero sequence component. Okay. Normally, this should yield a higher fault current, but in this case, we haven't included the other impedances, that of the cables. Again, what we're doing here is that we're trying to be conservative. Okay, so we were really expecting that time that the current was a little bit higher than this one, and there we have a limitation on the circuit breaker available, LB circuit breaker at the delta side. So we believe there were some modification. This is without any modification. This is the actual flow of the short circuit current. And what was really done, something like this. So you can also do this in your setup. We put additional impedance from the line to the ground. We added a certain scrap wire just to introduce additional impedance to the fault current. So as to limit the value suitable for our application in order for our LB circuit breaker not to trip that time. So you can always innovate. There's nobody preventing us from doing that. So as a conclusion, we came to conclude that the fault current is way below the rated current. So we can proceed because it is still sufficient to do both trip and stability tests. So when you say stability test, nobody can question that. We're now using primary parameters to make sure that the program is compatible with the connections. Okay, and there will be no errors. Imagine if you're working in a SPAG area in Palawan and your base area is here in Cebu. If there is something wrong, say you forgot to put a zero sequence compensation, and when there was a ground fault at the DU or electric cooperative side, the differential relay trips. So you have to go back again and reprogram. But if you perform line to ground primary injection, that can be verified whether that's operational or not. Okay, so in this case, we're able to conclude that the 230 volts construction supply from the electric cooperative is capable to carry out the primary injection required. Okay, so what are our takeaways here? So first, we need to stick to well-accepted standards and practices. Okay, so primary injection, it's not very common here in the Philippines, but first world countries, based on my experience, they normally do this. Okay, they normally do this. They won't energize or commission a power transformer without performing primary injection. So all protection components and their combined function should be properly tested. So as mentioned, we have tests for each component, for the CTs, if you're using voltage transformers as well. So there are thorough testings for that. We have CT analyzer for the CTs, which can confirm whether our current transducers are indeed protection class. Okay, it will give you the knee point as mentioned yesterday. That's very important. So based on what we've discussed, I came to conclude that it's best to do secondary and primary injections. And of course, again, there's no stopping us from being innovative, but we have to consider the safety aspect as well. And most importantly, also, we need to conform to our company policy, and of course, if there are restrictions imposed by the manufacturer. So some references here. So just let me know if you're interested in any of these. Maybe I can share of you some. That's it. That's it for me. Thank you very much for listening.
Presentation indeed. So at this juncture, allow me to read this certificate of appreciation presented to Engineer Chris C. Fernandez as Technical Resource Speaker on the topic Commissioning Differential Protection of Power Transformer in this 20th Eastern and Central Visayas Virtual Regional Conference. Signed, of course, our President, Mario C. Tabanyag, PEE, our Regional Governor, Felipe C. Niliama, PEE, signed also Lowell B. Ratilla, PEE, our VP Technical Affairs, and our Technical Consultant, Brian E. Pasilan. Once again, Engineer Chris Fernandez, thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So, I think medyo madugo ang hapon natin ngayon, no? To think from Honorable Mendoza speaking until Sir Chris, puro mabigat yung topic, no? So at this time, allow me to have a sponsor presentation while you are having coffee, no? In your corresponding laptops, table. So might be ang iba nasa sasakyan. So without not further ado, our next presenter is a sponsor. Of course, indeed, they were our consistent sponsor. So please help me welcome American Wire and Cable Company Incorporated. Take it away. Yes, AM Wire, are you, please respond. Clean Electric Corporation, Himil Delixi Electric Company. As well as, I would like also to acknowledge our local sponsors, Dong-Ai Enterprises, Phelps Dodge Energy Philippines Incorporated, Prisma Electrical Control, Panasonic, 3M Philippines, Losales Solar and Huawei, Exponent Control and Electrical Corporation, Nodal Electric Trade and Services, United Electric Specialist, UAS. Okay, so can we have American Wire? Please acknowledge. So our American Wire technical speaker is no less than Engineer Bersabal, I think. Estibal, rather.
Afternoon.
Okay. Very good, sir. We have your audio na.
Okay ba, audio?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Let me first introduce to you our company profile, American Wire and Cable. Next slide, please. American Wire and Cable Company Incorporated, also known as Amwire, is one of the country's leading manufacturer of quality electrical wires and cables. It produces the well-renowned Duraplex brand. American Wire was founded in 1955 and it's considered the pioneer in the Philippines wire and cable manufacturing industry. After 6 years of successful operation, increased volume and market demand for its product in the field of construction, telecommunication, electric power, and other industries. American Wire moved its original site from located at Pasong Tamo, Makati City to its present facilities, much larger manufacturing site at 8508 Kilometer 16 South Superhighway, Parañaque City. Since then, American Wire has been continuously undergoing expansion and technology upliftment. American Wire revitalizing and pursuing vigorously its efforts on securing superior raw materials, installing modern and state-of-the-art machine and testing equipment, benchmarking its operation with global standards, and employing competent people to ensure delivery of excellent quality products and services. To date, American Wire underscore even more its direction to increase progressively its plant capacity, improve efficiency, and aggressively expand its market share while maintaining the tradition of quality and excellence that it's firmly embraced since its inception. American Wire is now firmly rooted and it faces the challenges of the trade globalization environment with competitive advantage. This is our company profile. Next slide, please. Now let's go to the main objective is to the electrical wires and cable testing of building wires, THN, THW, and DAS2. THN, THW, and DAS2 is a heat and moisture resistance thermoplastic PVC insulation with nylon jacket. This is suitable for the type of service where the conductor temperature does not exceed 90 degrees in dry and wet location. THN, THW, and DAS2 is intended for general purpose 600 volts application. Can be used as power, lighting, and control wiring. And most popular type of building wires used in construction, residential, industrial, and commercial. 50 mm square appliances rated for city use. These parameters, this is common also for the other types of building wires. Let's say the TW, THW, THWN, THN. We present to you this most latest type of building wires, the THN, THW, and DAS2. These parameters are the physical properties and dimension, mechanical properties, electrical properties, burning characteristics, and print markings. Next. Now let's go to the first physical properties. Is the cable surface appearance, construction number of wires and diameters, individual wire diameters, length, lay ratio, and lay direction of standard conductors, thickness of nylon and insulation. First, we have the physical properties, the cable surface appearance. The cable surface appearance of finished wire cable shall be smooth and free from imperfection, with no bubbles, no openings, and no foreign materials on the cables, while the conductors are free from flows, oxides, fissures, and dirt. Next slide, please. Now let's go to the construction number of wires. The number of wires shall be checked. The construction and shall be counted to conform the standard requirements. the number of wires, whether 7 strand, 19 strand, 47 strand, or 61 strands, must be counted. It is to determine the conformance of the size of the cable. Next slide. Of course, we measure the individual wire diameter to ensure the conformance. Measure at least position on same plane perpendicular to the wire spaced at equal angle. Then the average measured diameters is the basis to compute the cross-sectional area requirements of the wire. This is also conducted during the production monitoring by the quality inspector assurance. Next slide, please. This is the same, using the laser micrometer to measure the individual wire diameter of the conductor. Next slide, please. Using the caliper to measure conductor diameter. After removing the insulation of the finished wire, the stranded conductor shall be measured using the caliper. At least measure position on the same plane perpendicular to the wire axis spaced at equal angle to get the average conductor diameter to ensure the conformance requirements of the wires. Next slide. Next slide. No. Reverse mo. Pakibalik ako. Next physical and dimension is the lay length, lay ratio, and the lay direction. To check the lay length, shall be measured using a caliper. Balik ko. Next slide po. No. May nalagpasan ka, may hindi na yun. Balik. Balik mga balik. Forward. You miss one slide. To measure the lay length, lay ratio, and lay direction, the lay length shall be measured using the caliper from the copied lay marks on cocoon band using carbon paper from the standard conductor. The lay length shall be measured for the 6 number of lay marks on cocoon band and shall be measured. For 19 strand, 12 lay marks shall be measured, and for 37 strand, kwan itong kwan. Miss, one slide, sorry. Next slide. Next physical dimension is the insulation thickness and nylon thickness. To measure the insulation and nylon thickness, we prepare sample of insulation and nylon from finish cable and cut at least 1 millimeter thickness. And based on the profile project plane. To measure the thickness, visually select the maximum and minimum thickness points, and so with other points using the X and Y measuring axis profile. Get the average thickness to ensure the conformance requirements. Next slide. Next testing is the mechanical properties. We have the wire elongation, insulation, tensile strength, age and age, deformation and of insulation, heat shock test, rough test of nylon thickness. Next slide, please. For the wire elongation, by using the UT machine, prepare at least 14 inches sample wire from drawing production line before stranding. Measure the average wire diameter, set up to the UT machine at distance of 10 inches between jaw grip at a required rate speed of 300 millimeter per minute. Input the average measure diameter the computer and click go test until the sample breaks. The test shall be comply with the requirements as per PNS standard. Next slide, please. Next is the insulation tensile strength, elongation, and age specimen. Prepare at least sample insulation from finished wire. Sample shall be die cut and buffed for wire sizes greater than 8 mm square and tubular shape for wire sizes 8 mm square and lower. Measure and mark 2 millimeter apart, 20 millimeter apart specimen and compute for the cross-sectional area. The sample to the UT machine, the specimen between jaw grip at a rate speed of 500 millimeter per minute. Input the computed sectional area to the computer and click for until test it breaks. The result must be complied to the requirement standard as per PNS 30 standard. Next slide. Next slide. Tapos na yan. Next slide. May nalabasan ka na naman. Next. Next slide. This is a check test. We prepare a sample from finished wire and we want the around a mandrel for having a diameter 3 times the specimen and tightly secured at ends. They subject the samples to the oven at 121 temperature at circulating oven for 1 hour. After 1 hour, then check the surface appearance to ensure the conformance requirements that there is no cracks and flaws develop on the surface internally. For 50 mm square larger, we use a U-bend to meet up with the specimen in contact with the mandrel for not less than 180 degrees. And of course, there is no flaws developed after 1 hour on the samples. Next slide. This is a rough test of the nylon jacket. We prepare at least 2 meter samples and rough 4 turns around the mandrel of diameter 6 times the specimen. The specimen is suspended for 24 hours in air circulating oven at a temperature of 95 degrees centigrade. In this, after the specimen is cooled for 1 hour at room temperature, then unwound the specimen from mandrel at the rate of 4 seconds per turn to ensure the conformance requirements, no cracks and flaws develop on the surface of the specimen. That is a rough test of the nylon jacket. Next slide, please. Meron tayong hindi nakuha na. Pakibalik nga yung pan. Pakibalik. Meron tayong nalampasan siguro. Isa pa. Meron hindi na ilagay yung heat shock. Heat deformation. Mali yung drawing. Mali yung nakapy mo ko. The heat deformation test, this is not the correct picture. I'm sorry, the heat deformation is not the correct the picture, but I will show. I will tell the correct deformation. The heat deformation test shall be prepared at least 1 inches sample from finished wire. Next slide. Next slide. Next testing is, let's go to the electrical properties. We have the conductor resistance. First, and second is the dielectric withstand voltage. Next is the insulation resistance. Next slide, please. For the conductor resistance, we prepare at least half meters wire from finished product and condition at room temperature to keep constant. Set up the samples to the precision double whetstone bridge and measure the resistance. The measured resistance shall be corrected by 20 degrees by applying the temperature correction factor using the measured test to ensure the conformance requirements. Next slide, please. Next slide. For larger sizes of wire, we have the orthoid measurement. We set up the conductor to the cortoloid for 50 mm square and larger. Test the appropriate measure the resistance for the cross-sectional area. Set up on the online production standard conductor, the cortoloid, and measure the resistance cross-sectional area. The measure conductor resistance was automatically corrected by 20 degrees by using this instrument cortoloid. Then we save the reading and print out the printer. To ensure the conformance, we refer to the pin is 1207 for the conductor resistance. Next slide. For the electrical test, we have the dielectric withstand voltage using this practice 100% for the online products. We applied the spark test using the spark test, the test electrode of at least 0.1 seconds. The cable shall withstand 100% of the production shall be subjected to AC spark test. Next. We have also the water immersion voltage test for the cable. By random, we prepare at least 150 meters of finished product, then immerse to the water tank. Both points exposed. The applied AC voltage for requirement is for 1 minute duration. The sample shall be complied to the requirements based on the PNS 35 standard. In the immersion, we immerse at least 6 hours minimum for the before. After 6 hours immersion, then we conduct testing. Next one, as well as the high voltage, we conduct also the insulation resistant test. Next slide, please. We will conduct a high voltage test for the multi-core conductor. By preparing the multi-core at a given length for high voltage test, we apply the test voltage of each conductor, and all other conductors are grounded to the electrodes. To ensure the conformance test requirements, there is no short encountered. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is another electrical test for the insulation resistance. After water test, the sample subjected for the insulation resistance test using Meagher or Flock tester instrument for 60 seconds at 500 volts DC applied to the conductor. The insulation resistance shall be corrected at 20 degrees using the multiplying factor of the temperature of water during test to ensure the conformance requirements. Next slide. Next is the burning characteristic of the wires. We have the flame retardant test and the vertical tray flame test. Next slide. For the flame retardant test, we prepare at least 18 inches sample wire from finished product and set up to the flame test chamber. We will put a marked craft paper plug 10 inches distance away from the blue cone piece of flame to be applied. The flame height is 125 millimeter and the blue cone flame is at least 40 millimeter. Then test it to open for 15 seconds and close for 15 seconds. The process is being repeated for 5 times to ensure the conformance requirements. The flame extinguishes naturally within 60 seconds. Next. Next slide. Next is the vertical flame test for city rated. We prepare at least wires size 50 mm square or larger for the city cable tray use. At least 4 pieces by 8 feet and set up to the steel frame cable tray cable tray for vertical flame test. This is 20 minutes duration of testing with the following requirements. The propane flow rate is range from 12.5 liters per minute up to 13.69 liters per minute. And for the airflow, it's range from 72.23 liters per minute up to 81.67 liters per minute. To ensure the conformance requirements, the burn portion shall be not more than 1.5 meters long. That is for the vertical flame test for city rated. Next slide. We have the print marking test. We also conducted this. We prepare sample at least 10 inches wire. Then we will set up the printing marking test machine. We have a pelted wall fabric paper attached to the weighing block of the weighing block and shall be placed horizontally on the printed area of the specimen. Then switch on the machine and the block slightly lengthwise along the print for 3 cycles to ensure the conformance of the print. The printing remain legibly after subject to the printing marking test. Next. That's the end of the cable wire testing for the THN-TSW. Our reference standard is PNS 35, PNS 260, PNS 1207, and UL 83. That's all for the wire and testing. Wala question. May mga slide na hindi na isali. Uh, uh, sige, that's all for the testing of mute. Hindi naman Good afternoon, everyone. That's all for the our presentation.
Okay, thank you, Engineer Estival. Thank you for the presentation. So, we will present to you the Certificate of Appreciation, IIEE Cebu Chapter. Present this certificate of Appreciation to American Wire and Cable Company Incorporated in gratitude and acknowledgement of the invaluable support as gold sponsor in this 20th Eastern and Central Visayas Virtual Regional Conference given this 17th day of September 2021, signed IIE Cebu Chapter President Mario Tabanyag, Regional Governor Engineer Felipe Neliama, VP Technical Affairs Lowell B. Ratilla, and Technical Consultant and Advisor Engineer Brian Pasilan. So a warm of applause to American Wire and Cable Company Incorporated. So thank you, Sir Estebal. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Thank you.
Would like to encourage the participants to visit the virtual hub, so you can find several suppliers there which you can get contact for the products you will be needing for your future projects and requirements. So our next presenter will be the IEEE 1584-2018 ARC Plus Analysis Calculation. The speaker is a consultant of General Milling Corporation, consultant of Non-Consult Services Management Incorporated, CCLEX. Cordoba nino? Cordoba? Cebu Cordoba. Cebu Cordoba Lex Project. Proprietor, RPMC Electrical Solutions and Services. So ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Engineer Russell Ayan Carion Paragoso, PEE.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So, nindot imong audio, loud and clear. Hasta imong now, loud out. Very visible. Sige, take it away.
So, okay. So, good afternoon. So, I hope we are still awake for the last topic of the day. So, the topic is about the IEEE 1584-2018 arc flash analysis calculation. So basically, this is just about the calculation per se, so of the said standard. So if you have done calculations in the past, so most of the time, what engineers do or use is the 1584-2002. So it has been superseded by the 2018 version. So there have been many seminars in the past by the different chapters. They have already provided us with the introduction for the 1584 2018, as well as they have also provided a comparison between the 2002 with the 2018. So here we will be focused on the calculation on how to use the standard. So I hope that you would bear with me. So we will be dealing equations. So I hope it would not be boring, and just bear with me. So it is the last topic of the day. So okay, so let's proceed. So our objective again is to proceed is to give the calculation so that our engineers would be at least they would know that there is already an updated of the 2002 1584. And if you have if you would familiar with the NFPA 70E, especially with the 2021 version, so the 2018 is already the reference standard. And also if you try to for the PEC, since PEC was released 2017, so it make use of the 2002. If you could see in the fine print note, so it make use of the 2002 version. So it is understandable since it is it is released in 2017. So scope would be about the model, then how about the analysis process, the flow of calculation, then we will have a basic sample computation. So the model of the 1584 is statistically derived. So meaning that from 2002 to 2018, or any year between that, there have been many testing done. So correct me if I remember it correctly, it is about 30,000, and it is done 5 separate testing sites. And also they took included the results of the testing of the 2002 version. So now here is where the model is applicable. So it is applicable to 208 to 15 kV 3-phase line to line. So single phase and DC are not included, but it has some references. Then the frequency is applicable to 50 and 60 hertz. So for the voltage fault currents, so it is categorized into 2 depending on the voltage. So for 208 to 600 volts, so 500 to 106,000 amps of the short circuit current. So it can be, the model is applicable. And for the 601 to 15 kV, so it is 200 to 65 kA. So we can also see the gaps between conductors where it is applicable, the working distances, as well as the fault clearing time. So what they did is that they tested on 3 open circuit voltages, so 600, 2,700, as well as the 14,300. Bale, yun yung testing voltages. So the enclosures, since yung nasa site naman is different from the actual enclosures that have been tested during the development of the model, so the standard will introduce a correction factor so that it would be normalized to the test, to the enclosures used during the testing. So one of the improvements of the 2018 version is the consideration of the electrode configuration. So if you have done calculations using the 2002 version, so actually there's no information regarding the electrode. They will just assume that there's an electrode there. But in the 2008, it make use of the five configuration. One is the VCB, which means vertical conductors or electrodes inside the metal box or enclosure. So as you can see in the picture, that's how it is configured. Then it is assumed that the fault was done through the red circle. So we have another configuration, which is the VCBB. So vertical conductors or electrodes terminated in insulating barrier inside the metal box or enclosure. So yung kanina nandito. So the next one is, what about the fault is here? So there's a insulating barrier. So the value of the arc flash incident energy would matter, since there's a barrier near the arcing point. Then we have also another, which is the HCB, the horizontal conductors or electrodes inside the metal box or enclosure. So as you can see in the picture, it is familiar. So it could be the receiving end of the medium voltage circuit breaker. Then another configuration that was included is the open air configuration. So we have vertical conductors or electrodes in open air. So, and we have also the horizontal, so in open air. So we have a certain example. So this is a cubicle that is used for the in a generator, so 11 kV generator. So this is the front view actually. So this is the front view, this part. So the conductors actually from the generator, the phase generator phase terminal would come here and would be terminated at this part. Then this one at the top of this cubicle, so this is the side view. This one would be going to the transformer, step-up transformer terminals. Then here we could also see na it has a tapping point like this one, which is connected to the second cubicle. The second cubicle is for the auxiliary supply, so auxiliary transformer supply. Then the neutral end of the generator would be terminated at this cubicle for the earthing transformer. Now, if you're going to analyze the point for the arc flash, so there would be many configurations that would be involved depending on the fault point that you would be considering. So for example, at this point, if you would be considering the termination of the cable as a fault point, so you would consider it to be VCB. So we have the fuse. Sometimes you would consider it here. So it would have a different response since the protection is already beyond the point. But if you consider also, again, with this part or even this part, it would be HCB. So actually in a certain cubicle, there are already many scenarios that you could do. But we also understand na when we model the arc flash analysis, we will just do it this way. So kung meron tayong SLD, then we would assume a fault there. So we don't even know if if it is indicated in the single line diagram. So we have to know the information of this bus, no? Kung what is the configuration, what is the cubicle information, the electrode distances, so of the enclosure that is involved with that location. So okay, so to continue, so the process for the arc flash is still the same with the 2002. So you would have a short circuit study wherein you would find the three-phase current. Although the 2018 doesn't anymore segregate the grounded fault and the phase fault. So in the equation, you would see that ground fault is just the same with the phase. So it doesn't make any more distinction between the two. Unlike the 2002 version, you would see that when you calculate it, there's a factor or a K that would be changed if it is grounded or ungrounded. So here you would get the short circuit, then it is assumed that you have already done the coordination study, then you would get the information of the cubicle, the voltage, the gap length, the working distance, and the electrode configuration. So with that, so you would be able to calculate the intermediate arcing currents. So in the 2002 version, that is directly, no, so pag nakuha mo yung data, you will already calculate the arcing currents. Here in the 2018, you would have to calculate first the intermediate arcing currents. Then after calculating the intermediate currents, you would calculate the final arcing current. So there is an additional steps. So intermediate, then you would get the arcing current, the final arcing current. So at the same time, you would get the correction factor of the enclosure to normalize yung site to the tested enclosures. Then you would get the arcing time using the final arcing current. Then you would be able to calculate again the intermediate value of the incident energy. So again, sa 2002, that is directly incident energy. But in the 2018, you would have still to calculate the intermediate incident energy, wherein you would be able to calculate the final incident energy. So this value, ito na yung isa sa mga value na gagamitin for the PPE. Then again, you would, from the arcing currents, you will calculate the arc flash boundary and get the final arc flash boundary. So you would notice na if you get the intermediate current, you would have to calculate three values of 600, 27, and 14.3. So from the incident energy, so 600, 27, 14.3. So for the arc flash boundary, 600, 27, and 14.3. So for below 600, isang formula lang. But for the voltages that are beyond 600 volts, so you have to follow these three equations. Now, after calculating the incident energy and the arc flash boundary, you still have to calculate the arcing current that is corrected. No, so if you recall sa 2002 version, you have to redo the calculation using 85% of the arcing current. Here, the 85% is not really directly applied, but rather it is in terms of a correction factor. So you would get the correction factor, then you have to redo again the calculation. You have to get the intermediate values of the arcing current using the correction factor. Then at the same time, you would be able to get the final, the reduced final arcing current. Then you would get the incident energy. Then you would get the arc flash boundary. So by the way, arc flash boundary is the distance between the fault point and the person that the person it is the somehow the nearest ba na nearest siya na distance that the person would experience a second degree burn if if ma-involve siya doon sa arc flash. So okay, so we will have a sample calculation. So we have a configuration of BCB. Then we have the three-phase voltage for 4.160 kV. Then we have the voltage fault, so 15 kA, the gap, the working distance, the width, and the height of the enclosure. So first is we have to determine the intermediate arcing currents. Now, if you look at the screen, so wala na. So lalagyan na lang natin ng bulak yung ilong natin. So tutulo talaga yung dugo. So because the equation is long and you see that it's 10 to the power of a certain constant, then tapos may constant na naman i-multiply, then the coefficients are from K1 to K10. Then aside from that, you have to calculate three values. So IARC 600, IARC 27, IARC 14.3, and each of the coefficients would vary on the different voltages. So if we go to the next slide for the table of the coefficients, so these are the values of the coefficients. So the ones that are indicated in color are the ones that we are going to use in the equation or in the example. So since our example is BCB, so the three colored rows are the coefficients that we are going to use in the equation. Now for if in case it is less than 600 volts, we will just directly apply this equation and this equation. So this equation is just directly the final current. So then this is the equation of the final current if we are going to use the first equation that was presented. So substituting the values, so here, so we calculate for the 600 volts, then these are the coefficients obtained from the table, then we directly substitute, then this is the one of the intermediate arcing currents. So for 2.7, the process is repeated, so with a different constants or coefficient, then this is the obtained value for the immediate current. Then for the 14,300, so again the process is repeated, so we would have this value. Then after getting the intermediate, we would get the final arcing current. So this is the equation. So we will just substitute. So even though the equations are long, so as you can see in the slides, they are just direct substitution. So actually you don't have to worry. So much better if someone could develop an Excel macro or a MATLAB MATLAB program. So I have already made an Octave program with this one, so I could just play with the values. So instead of if you're going to buy a commercial software. So with this one, we can get the arcing current. So this is the final arcing current that we are going to use. And with this would be the one that you would plot in the TCC of the immediate protection that would clear this arcing current. So as you can see in the TCC, so this is the arcing current, and if you would extend this point of intersection to this part, so we would assume that that is 197 milliseconds. So this one. So since we already have the final arcing current, we will now get the correction factor of the enclosure. Now, the way it was presented in the 2018 version, you could not get directly the correction factor. There are procedures or process. So first is that you have to identify if the enclosure is what the standard identifies as shallow or typical. So shallow if the following conditions are met. So if the voltage is less than 600, if the height and width are less than 508 millimeter or 20 inches, and the enclosure depth is less than or equal to 88 inches. So in our example, so from the voltage, so sa voltage pa lang, it is already 14.16 kV. So automatic that it is typical. Now, from the table, you would identify what is the effective width and height based on the information typical, as well as the values of the height and width. So yung height natin, yung width natin is 762 mm. Yung height natin is, I think, 1194 siguro yun, mm. So from the column, both of them satisfies this column. So from VCB, yung effective width and height would follow these certain equations. So okay, so it's I understand that it's tedious. Then we would get the final width. I mean the effective width, equivalent width. So here, this is the equation 11. Then we will just substitute. Then we can find the equivalent width. Then for the equivalent height, so based on the table, so based on this equation, so this is the equivalent height. Then we would get the equivalent enclosure size using those values. So this is the equivalent enclosure size. It is just the average of the equivalent height and width. So this is the final value, and this will be used for getting the correction factor. So doon pa natin makukuha yung correction factor. So ang haba na yung ginawa natin. So to proceed, so for shallow, ito yung equation. For typical, ito yung equation. So we will use this one. Now, for other configurations na walang enclosure, like yung open air, wala nang correction factor. So automatic that it is 1. So applying the values, so ito yon. So yung if you look at it, so mayroon siyang coefficient na B1, B2, B3, which is based on the table. So ito yung table, BCB. Then you would use these coefficients, then substitute on the equation, then you would get the correction factor. So yun na, nakuha mo na yung correction factor. So afterwards, so meron na tayong final arcing current, meron na tayong correction factor, we can proceed to the immediate incident energies. So ito yung formula. So again, if we try to look at the equation, so wala na, marami nang bulak yung ilong natin. So to prevent the nosebleed. So nosebleed na naman tayo dito. So sa equation. So we have these 4 equations. So for different test voltages. So since yung voltage natin is above 600, so we will get to use the three equations. So but the equations is just direct substitution. So that's why I said a while ago na much better na you would make an Excel file or any other yung preferred mo na parang calculation tool. So these are the coefficients. So VCB, you would just, so at different voltages, then you will just substitute in the equation. So for example, like this one, so at 600, so this is the coefficients, then substitute, then ito yung lalabas na intermediate values of the incident energy. So dito na yung papasok yung correction factor at saka yung yung distance natin at saka yung gap. Kukunin rin natin yung value ng arcing current, intermediate arcing current. Then get the value, then this will be repeated 3 times, for the 2,700. So ito yung value. Then for the 14,300, so ito yung value. Then after getting the intermediate values of incident energy, we can get the final. So again, so sa kasamaang palad, so marami na namang equation. So we have another equation, so another set of equations. So ito na naman. So we will just substitute again yung calculated values. Then we will be able to find the final incident energy. So like this one, when we substitute, so kinuha natin yung tatlo, actually pwede natin i-direct kunin. So this is the final incident energy. So at yung arcing current na walang correction factor. So okay. Then if we have already obtained the incident energy, we will get the arc flash boundary. So again, the process is still the same. We would get the intermediate arc flash boundary. Then after that, we would be able to obtain the final arc flash boundary. So again, we have another amazing formulas. So as you can see, so we have lots of formulas, so no one could memorize. So we will just again substitute, no? So these equations, actually the arc flash boundary and the incident energy has same values of coefficients. So coefficients. So yung E600 natin, yung K1 to K something niya, it is just the same for the arc flash boundary 600. So yung K1 to K13. So there are 13 coefficients. So here, when we substitute, so we would get this in the table. Ito. Then substitute. Then we would get the value. So if you notice, the equation here are created in in MathCAD. So in MathCAD kasi yung notation niya ba na K4 colon equals, so that's the assignment notation for MathCAD. Kasi sa MathCAD, you would be able to express the actual equation kung ano yung makikita mo sa whiteboard like this one. So ito yung makikita mo talaga sa MathCAD. If you going to use Excel, so we have to be sure na hindi tayo ma-loss in translation ba, loss in typing the equations. So medyo ano siya. So it would be very difficult to trace, 'di ba, kung nasa Excel 'yan. So but if you use MathCAD, you could just directly type lang ganun. So then substitute, then merong answer, wala na, tulog ka na. So tapos na yung ano natin, yung problem. So if we will repeat this one, no, kasi we will have to calculate 600 to 7 at saka 14,300. So to 7, so ito yung intermediate value of the arc flash boundary. Then for the 14,300, so ito yung value ng arc flash boundary. So you don't have to you don't have to, kasi baka hindi natin ma-appreciate ba dahil ang daming equation, it's difficult. So pinapakita ko lang that the equation is really tedious, and when we do the calculation tapos mag-analyze tayo sa mga scenarios, it would take time and effort ba. So my intention is that hopefully that we could be able to do make a program out of this one so that it would be easy to calculate, at the same time yung time natin ma-reserve siya doon sa pag-analyze, no, rather than the wasting our time sa calculation na sometimes pag substitute natin dito mali pa, we have to redo all the calculations. So after getting the intermediate values, so we would be able to get the final arc flash boundary. So notice that the equation for this one is similar to the final incident energy equations. So substituting, so we would get the values. So now we already have the arcing current. No, na walang correction factor. We already have the incident energy. We already also have the arc flash boundary. So yun yung mostly na needed na values for the arc flash. Now this is at 100% arcing current. Now we will need to have the second set. So again, we will have to redo the calculation, and in order to obtain the three values using the arcing current with the correction factor. So in order to decide which of the incident energy as well as the arc flash boundary that we are going to use. So for the selection of the PPE, for the giving the arc flash notification, I mean the sticker, so that for safety purposes. So here we need to get the correction factor. So this is the equation. So for the 2002 version, it is directly lang yan. We need to get the 85%. Wala na, okay na. So but in 2018, we have to apply this another amazing formula. So we have a coefficient for K1 to K7, which is also dependent sa table. So like this one, so this is the table. So BCB, so from K1 to K7, then we will just apply. So like this one, so we already have the 0.977. So di ba sa 2002 na version, that's 0.85. Dito is 0.97 0.977 lang, di ba? So applying the correction factor, so we will apply it directly to the immediate arcing fault current since we already calculated it. So apply natin, so we already have these values. So ito yung result sa intermediate. Then we would be able to get the final arcing current. So ito yung final arcing current natin. Then at the same time, pag nakuha natin yung final arcing current, we will then replot it with the TCC, yung nearest protective device niya. So ito na naman. So plot natin kung ano yung intersection nila. So if we're going to extend it, so pasensya na sa sa drawing. So imagine lang na straight yan. So that's 2 to 3 milliseconds. Sorry. So 2 to 3 milliseconds. So ganon. So yun na yung new na arcing time at no reduced arcing current. So with that, we have to redo all the calculations. No? Pero yung CF na value, yun na, hindi yun mag-vary. Hindi siya affected. So ito yung E600 na calculation, yun yung value niya. Then for the E2700, ito yung value. Then for the 14,300, so ito yung value. So medyo tedious siya, pero actually direct sum siya, pero tedious pa rin, no, kung wala kang calculation tool na gagamitin. So maganda ito sa sa pag nag-take ka ng PEE tapos ito yung gagamitin mo, so ang haba na ng pages, so kakapal yung report mo. So wala na, pagtingin pa lang sa haba na. So for the final incident energy, so reapply the formula, then we would get the new final incident energy. So we already have the meron na tayong final na value. So final incident energy. Then we will again do the arc flash boundary. So ito yung natin. So for the intermediate arc flash boundary at 600, so ito yung result. Then for the arc flash boundary at 2.7, so ito yung value. So don't worry kasi yung slides naman is going to be shared ba. So at least if you have time, so pwede mo siyang ma-follow through mo in your Excel, hopefully. Then for the arc flash boundary at the 14,300, so ito yung value niya. Then we can obtain now the final arc flash boundary. So ito yung arc flash boundary natin. So then we have to summarize. So ito yung summary natin. This is the 100%. So the arcing current, then we have the 97.7% with the hindi siya 17.7 no kasi ano 'yun 1 minus 0.5. Okay, teka muna. Nakalimutan ko. We will try to verify lang. Okay, tama. So this is this is 97.7% of the arcing current. Then ito yung result. Ito yung individual result nila. So with that, so since pag mayroon kang reduced current, it would yield to a greater final incident energy. Ito na yung magiging basis mo for your PPE, no? Arc flash, yung suit mo. So, gano'n na siya. So, okay. So, actually, yun lang, no? Yung calculation, medyo tedious siya. But, it's actually, pag ginawa mo siya, it's actually worth, I don't know, for me, it's worthwhile. So, you would know the process, no? So, if you would be reviewing, no, design calculations of someone, then you would be able to identify if it is done correctly or not. So, final thoughts. So, madali lang yung presentation ko. So, I hope it's not boring. So, the calculation at a certain point of interest, so it's tedious and requires long calculation. So, if marami kang points na i-calculate, so it would be a lot longer, no? So, it is advisable na you would use siguro a commercial software or you would develop an Excel macro, so or MATLAB or Octave, so or even MATCAD, so could be helpful. So yung Octave is for those not familiar, so it is a parang freeware version of MATLAB. So you could do the programming. So that's what I did. I make a programming, tapos in order to make an analysis. So for example, I tried to do I tried to do a certain example na what if I would just vary the electrode configuration. So which of the three electrode configuration with enclosure, so yung BCB, BCBB at saka HCB, kung saan sa kanila yung mataas yung value, keeping other values constant. So I found out that most of the time, or maybe all the time, is that HCB results to the greatest value with them. Then if you also try to do the 2002 versus the 2018 calculations, no, i-calculate mo na i-interchange mo yung calculation nila ba, so that you would have comparison. Yung 2002 at a certain arcing time, no, if you would held the arcing current constant, then you would just vary the related. You would see that the 2002 version, at a certain point, it would jump, no, para siyang it would jump ba, hindi siya linear yung response niya ba. So if you had certain values of arc, this is time, yung arcing time mo, so yung time, and then you would have the incident energy, you would find out na parang gaganon yung values niya, mag-i-increase at certain point it would jump. Unlike sa 2018, so siya, slowly yung niya, yung ganon. So maybe that's one of the critic of the 2002 version. That's why they updated the standard. And also, maybe in the near future, the 2018 will be updated. But if you try to notice that the 2002, it was updated 16 years after. So matagal siya na update because it really requires time, effort, then as well as the money involved. So yun lang. So I hope that you are able to get the grasp the methodology. So even though the equations are quite nose bleeding on our part, so don't worry, the slides will be shared, and hopefully that you could go through with it. So, and I think that it is better that we will update ourselves and use the 2018 version. Now, if the question for what about greater than 15 kV? So, what about greater than 15 kV? So the standard doesn't say something about it, but in most cases, yung ginagamit, especially from the engineers I know, they use the Ralph still the Ralph Lee. So actually, it is old, though it is an old standard. There are two more method. I'm not really I haven't memorized the it's not really a standard, but it is a white paper. I forgot the title. It is a white paper by IPRI. So if you go to that white paper, it has it gives the equation. Actually, the equation of the other white paper is with an interconnection of the other white paper. So then you would use the two. However, it is not direct substitution. You have to use iteration. So the moment that you would calculate for the arcing current, you would do iteration. So you would do iteration for the arcing current. But once it is calculated, you can just direct substitute all other values. So ganun siya. So hopefully, those are my my final thoughts for the arc flash. So I hope that you would be able to get kahit konti lang na know-how. So happy na tayo dyan. Then for the references, this is just the two references that are used in the slides. So the 1584 standard, as well as the updated version of the arc flash hazard analysis and mitigation, so second edition, so which is talking about the 2018 version. So if you have the copy of the first edition, so to 2002, you would see that the author pointed out lots of the critics of the 2002, which is resolved in the 2018 version. So okay, so thank you for your time for the for the arc flash calculation.
Anyway, thank you for that very nice presentation. Not easy, but we can really do it, especially you just try it, and you can do it, the plus analysis calculation. So we will award the certificate of appreciation. So let me read the contents. IIE Cebu Chapter Certificate of Appreciation presented to the speaker as technical resource speaker on the topic IEEE 1584-2018 Arc Flash Analysis Calculation in the 20th Eastern and Central Visayas Virtual Regional Conference, Zoom conference, held on September 16 to 19, 2021, given this 18th day of September 2021, signed by the IIE Cebu Chapter President, Mario Tabanyag, PEE, Regional Governor 7, Felipe Niliama, PEE, signed by BP Technical Affairs Lowell B. Ratilla, PEE, signed by Technical Consultant and Advisor Brian A. Pasilan, PEE. This award of certificate presentation is presented to Russell Ayan Paragoso. A round of applause. Okay. Thank you. So before the participants cannot go yet, no, because we have a fellowship night. But before that, let me inform you that tomorrow will be a very interesting topics from the speaker, Engineer Primo Beltran. This is gonna be in the early morning. So kailangan tayo magising ng maaga. So the topics about numerical protection relay basic application. So watch out and don't miss this tomorrow morning, Saturday, September 18. Now, for the fellowship night, this will be hosted by Cebu Chapter through Zoom. So what are the advantages, or what is in there are lots of prizes and surprises. So there will be raffles, there will be live band with sexy young singer soloist, and be ready with your songs to jam with the live band. Then there are also food and drinks, but virtual only here in the host chapter. There will be also student participants, and don't forget to visit the event hub, because you can find the different sponsors, especially the suppliers who have their product, and they'll also be going to have raffles. Now, we would like to announce the top scores of the chess tournament last night from South Luzon region. So the group is from Jeremiah Nolasco with Chester Concordia, Romel Hismundo, Marco Joseph Vincent Palmieri, and Alex Gungab. So thanks to NP Alvarez for informing Engineer Brian Pasilan of these winners of the chess tournament, virtual chess tournament. So sit back and relax so you can have your dinner, and you can stay with our Zoom so that you can enjoy the fellowship night. Okay. See you tomorrow for those who cannot attend the fellowship. Okay. Yeah, Sir Jules Alcantara. So thank you for staying around. It's nice to be with you with the live band. Mayra ba ni mo kanta, Sir Jules? We also acknowledge National Vice President Technical Padua. Sino pa ba nandyan? President of Metro East, Jubinid Tagata. Parang hapon ha, Jubinid, parang hapon ha.
Maraming gabi, sir. Maraming gabi. Thank you.
Okay. Engineer James Magsayo, join us here. Engineer Roel Tapil, you also join us here because you are here in Cebu. Alan sa bandal, arena sir kay nagpaabot ni mong guan kanang mangga. Okay, sino pa bang nandito? Sige, stay tuned muna kayo and relax.
check 1 2.
Walang katulad at
Hey. Hey, sound check 1 2. Hey, sound check 1 2 2. Hey, sound check 1 2 2. Hey, sound check 1 2 2. Hey, sound check. Sound check 1 2. Hey, Sam.
test mic 1 2. Hey, sound check, mic test 1 2. Test mic 1 2. Hey, sound check, mic test 1 2. 2 2. Hey, test mic 1 2. Hey, sound check, mic test 1 2. E E E. Test mic 1 2. Hey, sound check, mic test 1 2. Oh, good. Okay, da. Hey, sound check, mic test 1 2. Test mic 1 2. Sound check, mic test 1 2.
Hey. Woo. Check. Ay, Delilah. Please. Check, Mike. Check. 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 Yo, yo. T, T, B, B, P, 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 A, B, 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 A, B, C, D, E, A, B. Kuwang kamay. Hey, sound check. Okay naman? Ipos ko na lang contigo. Ipos ko na lang contigo. Hey, hey, okay na.
Hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey.
My friend.
Hey. Hey, sound. Sound. Sound, check, 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 sound, hey, sound, check, check, hey, 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 sound, check, check,
check. Very good, sound check. Pang sound check. Thank you. May nakamute na yun. Nakamute ito. Yeah. What's up? Adjust lang yun. Oh, gitak-tak mo sa 7. What 187 ya? Pero di nanay. Sound check one. Hey sound. Sound check. Hey, 1, 2. Sound check. 1, 2. Hey, hey, sound. Hey, sound check. 1, 2. 2. Sound. Hey, hey, sound check. 1, 2. Hey, sound check. 1, 2.
Mic test, mic test, mic test, mic testing, mic test, mic testing, mic testing, mic test, little mic testing. Mic testing. This love. My test. My test. Oh, I so high, did not recognize fire burning in her eyes. In my mind. Because the same kept on the plane, never to return again, always in my heart. Oh, this love has taken its toll on me. She said goodbye too many times before, but her heart is taken in front of me. I have no joy, 'cause I won't say goodbye anymore. Oh, yeah. Mas daw eh. Oh. Okay na magbasa. Okay na siguro magbasa. You're just the same, always in my heart. Oh, this love has taken it from me. She said goodbye too many times before. Her heart is taken in front of me, but I have no joy, 'cause I won't say goodbye anymore. Whoa, oh, oh. Whoa, yeah. Oh, average. It's in my broken wings. It's alright. 'Cause every year to year get that blower. Oh, memorize ito na sarap. This love.